Chapter 1 and Weird Invitation Letter. 33 Heavens outside, in the Bajing Palace. A long-robed Taoist is closing his eyes and exploring the wonders of the Holy Realm. Behind him, thousands of bright lights elude, and the shadow of the candle flickers, making him very handsome. Suddenly, a beam of golden light pierced through the void and struck from afar, went straight into the Eight Views Palace, and quietly landed on the table in front of Taking Laozi. Feeling the fluctuations in the surrounding space, Taking Laozi couldn't help but froze for a while, suddenly opened his eyes and looked intently, and then he was filled with astonishment. He is the realm of a saint, and there are many restrictions in these 8 palaces, and there are countless organs. If it is not for their own promise to trespass, the cultivation base will be completely abolished, and the life and death will disappear. But the golden light in front of him was as if he had entered the realm of no one, and even before he had time to react, he was broken by others. Such means, hiss. It is terrifying. The sage of Taking, who came back to his senses, gently stretched out his hand and grasped it with 5 fingers, and then held the beam of golden light in his hand. The golden light dissipated, and only a golden letterhead fell in his hand, with 3 vigorous and powerful characters written on it, an invitation letter. Invitation card. Seeing these 3 rather uncommon words, the Taking Saint became more and more puzzled. He flicked his index finger and began to look up the content on the letterhead. But at this look, he almost didn't start the saint, who was always heavy, and fell from the futon. Good news, good news. Don't miss it when you pass by. The opportunity is not to be missed, and the loss will never come again. You fellow Taoists, immortal family, the Temple of Casting is officially opened. Are you still worried about not having high-level spirit treasures in your hands? Are you still feeling inferior because you don't even have the most innate treasure in your hand? Are you still worrying about not having a heavy treasure by your side? It doesn't matter, don't be 99 or 88, and don't be 668. Just pay a little cultivation base, you can upgrade your acquired spirit treasure to innate spirit treasure. Don't you want to prove the truth with Bao? Don't you want to experience the thrill in Zhangjiu and Zhangjiu? You don't want to step on the old enemy, and shout a few times that I am the biggest among the predecessors. Come on, come to Cast the Temple, I will use my hands to achieve your dream. After reading this weird invitation letter, Taking Laozi's heart has already set off a stormy sea. This rhetoric is simply what a liar in the lower realm said. But this one's method is so unpredictable, even as a saint, he can't resist it. It was simply an invitation letter this time. What if it was an immortal slashing flying sword? Thinking of this, the sage of Taking couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. He muttered a few words of the immeasurable heavenly sovereign, didn't dare to speak any more, had to continue to meditate with closed eyes, but that long silent heart had already been provoked endless reverie. At the same time, the same scene is being staged in every place in the 3 realms. Lingshan, in the Dakshang Hall. The Tathagata looked solemn, sitting high, spitting out golden lotus, and teaching magical methods. On both sides of it, the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of Lingshan were fascinated and uncomfortable. But the sudden golden light broke the last trace of silence in the blessed land of the West. Hey, strengthening Ling Bao? This is simply a dream. Xiantian Ling Bao is a fixed number, and how can it be changed by manpower? Such people who cheat the world and steal names are really ridiculous. All the Buddhas naturally saw the words on the invitation letter, and for a moment they inevitably raised their eyebrows, all of them disdainful. Amitabha Buddha, changing the level of spiritual treasures, these methods, I am afraid that even a saint can't do it. Now it is the time when we are in the West. It is inevitable that some people will be jealous and confused. You still need to guard against arrogance and rashness. Don't let people take advantage of the loopholes and break their original minds. Hearing the talk of the Buddhas below, the Tathagata nodded slightly, drinking to stop the noisy sound in the hall. Glancing at the weird invitation letter again, I can't help but feel a little more vigilant and jealous. After all, if you can send things into the Dakshang Hall without warning, these methods are at least the same power as your own cultivation base. As for things like strengthening Lingbao to fool people, the Tathagata is even more disdainful. Are you kidding me? Do you know what you were called before you switched to Western teaching? Do you know how you were able to follow Master Tongtian like a fish in the water? Do you know how to write the words of Dobao Taoist? If this sacred palace had such an unpredictable method, and he had become a Buddha of a hammer, and had directly strengthened a few chaos spirit treasures, I am afraid that even a saint would not dare to fight with him. On the heavenly court side, the same scene is still being staged. All the immortals sneered at this inexplicable invitation letter, and even the Jade Emperor was scorned in every possible way. It also strengthens Lingbao. Why don't you say that you can break the world? Chapter 2. No matter how much I said, he was the boy under the seat of Taoist ancestor in the past. After so many years with Taoist ancestor, what method hasn't he seen? Raising the level of Lingbao is simply wishful thinking. All the top-ranked Danengs in the three realms have received this unheard-of invitation letter without exception. All of them have shown a dismissive attitude to this, and feel that such a trick to fool people is completely the great jealousy of sliding the world. However, there is only one person who has unprecedented trust and excitement. In the depths of the sea of blood, endless blood surging, converging into a scarlet soil. In the meantime, an old man sat with his back on his back, showing exhaustion, with a sluggish breath, as if he would lose his breath at any time. But it was just such an old man who was going to die. The aura exuding from his body was terrifying, and even the void vibrated faintly. Strengthen Lingbao. Interesting. Playing with the golden letter paper in his hand, the ancestor of Styx had a playful look. He was the first person under the saint in the prehistoric age, and he followed the Taoist ancestor Hungjun in his early years to cultivate Taoism. But watching all the brothers and sisters have proclaimed and become holy, but they have been stuck at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint for hundreds of millions of years and can't make any further progress. They are unavoidably moved a little bit crookedly, trying to imitate that Nuwa to create human beings with merit, proof and sanctification. But after exhausting countless sources of energy and tossing out the Azura clan, he turned into the so-called demon sect. He was crusted by thousands of mighty powers, and became a street mouse that everyone shouted and beaten. This was the only way to hide here, in the Nether Blood Sea, surviving. However, just as I planned to continue to live and wait for revenge by relying on the air luck provided by the Azuras, another uninvited guest Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva came in the netherworld. This Buddhist chess piece inserted in the netherworld began to awaken the surrounding Azuras day and night, destroying the chance of proposing the Dao that it had planned for hundreds of millions of years. But it happened that they were backed by the West Tianling Mountain, and they had the decree of the two saints to be enticed and quasi-promoted to cross the netherworld. Even if he was angry in his heart, he could only swallow his anger. If not, if he rashly starts a war with Ling Shan and attracts countless enemies, then he must have only a dead end. Every time I recalled all the things I had been put on the hat of demon cult and then went to the 10,000 immortals, the ancestors of the Styx were full of unwillingness. Why can't I do it by Nuwa? I just want to create another clan, so what's wrong? If outsiders were not jealous of the two treasures of Yuantu and Abi in their hands, how could they be reduced to the point where everyone shouted and beat them? What is cause and effect? I don't believe it, and I'm not convinced. Instead of staying quiet and being bullied by a junior to the door of the house, it's better to give it a go, maybe there will be a glimmer of life. After thinking about this, Styx's momentum suddenly soared, and the momentum of the quasi-sage peaked Dzogchen suddenly dissipated, and immediately caused the entire netherworld to cry and cry, and even the Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva was frightened. Then, I saw a flash of light under the feet of the ancestor Styx, and it turned into a light, and according to the position on the invitation letter, it rushed towards the casting holy palace. Today, he is going to see if there is really such a higher existence among the three realms. To be continued. Chapter 2. Ancestor Styx arrives. The first fatty sheep. Beyond the chaos, in the temple, a man in a white robe looked expectant. Looking at his majestic palace, he couldn't help but feel a little more sad. The man's name is Yefan. Ever since he traveled into this prehistoric world, he could only stay in this temple building and wondering how to attract the first guest for the temple building. Others traveled to the prehistoric land, either with billions of merits or cultivation bases against the sky, and they are good, except for a seemingly built temple and the melting pot of heaven and earth in the middle of the hall. Even the cultivation base is only the middle stage of the Tei Golden Immortal. In this prehistoric quasi-sage, where there are many dogs, I am afraid that even the ants are not even considered to be the ants. Fortunately, this system is still a bit conscientious. As long as you are building a temple, you are an invincible existence above all else. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Dao Ziu Hongjun came to him, as long as he dared to step into this temple building, he would be able to suppress it with just a few fingers. The task assigned to me by the system is also very simple. You only need to continuously attract customers to come and spend in the temple building, and you can constantly unlock various functions against the sky. The heaven and earth furnace in the middle of the hall is similar to the enhanced furnace in the later mobile games. As long as you pay a small amount of cultivation, you can continuously enhance the spirit treasure and upgrade the rank. Of course, as for the probability of increase, whether it succeeds or not is not in Yefan's control. And the cultivation base absorbed by the system during the amplification process, the power of the source, and even the spirit treasure, will be stored in the system, and you can extract it at will to bless yourself, or use enough cultivation base and source increase the level of this temple building to unlock more functions. In short, this thing is a pit. It is a real Krypton gold system. It's just that it is not oneself who enters the pit, but the countless great abilities in these three realms. As for myself, I only need to sit quietly in this temple building to experience the endless happiness of Dadma in the past life. Just like the mysterious invitation letter that spread throughout the three realms earlier, it was issued by Yefan using the system function to attract the first batch of guests to the bait. Not too long, a beam of blood pierced the void outside the temple, crashed down, and stopped in front of this majestic temple. Looking at the unprecedented magnificent palace in front of him, the ancestor of Styx couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Unexpectedly, in the center of this chaos, there really is such a magnificent thing. Standing in the chaos without being disturbed by it, and being able to spread the law to the three realms far away from the sky, I am afraid that even the Taoist ancestors can't match it. I have practiced with Hongjun in the Purple Cloud Palace for tens of thousands of years, but the magnificence of the palace in front of me is obviously even worse than that of the Purple Cloud Palace. How can we not shock the ancestors of the Styx? Surprised, I was overjoyed. I came here to build the temple with an attitude of trying. But now it seems that the temple building is really as magical as the invitation letter said. He hurriedly adjusted his clothes and curbed the murderous aura he had put on him all the year round. Only then did the ancestor Styx step into the temple building respectfully. Just stepping into this mysterious palace, Styx felt as if he was under the will of the endless great road, and his cultivation was completely suppressed, as if he had become immortal without the power to bind a chicken. Dare to have the slightest presumptuous. This kind of restriction, even Dao Ziu Hongjun's Xixiao Palace, is not so terrifying. What kind of existence is the one in this temple building? Moving his eyes lightly, I saw a white-robed man above him looking at him with a smile, as if he had seen an old friend he hadn't seen for many years, with a smile on his face. Chapter 3. Friend Styx, don't come here unharmed. One glance at the other person can tell his identity, and Sting he is even more astonished, and a little flustered. He respectfully salutes Yefan, and asks, bowing his hands. I wonder if you are. Hearing Styx's question, Yefan flicked his sleeves, stepped forward, and spoke indifferently. Famous person, real guest. If I wish, for the gods, ghosts, and demon Buddhas. Even if it's a demon, then why not? In response to Yefan's biting gaze, Styx subconsciously hit a violent spirit all over his body. Hearing the meaningful words, the respectful posture on his face became even more serious. "Thank you for your teaching. Styx has been taught. It's Styx who is abrupt, please don't blame it." For fear of angering the one in front of him, the ancestor of the river can be said to have kept his posture to the lowest. If outsiders were to see that the old ancestor of the Styx, who had been rebellious and killed through the 3 realms in the past, showed such a submissive expression, I am afraid they would be shocked. "It's okay." Fearing to scare away this hard-won guest, Ye Fan waved his hand hurriedly. "No matter who I am, as long as I can help Deist Styx realize what I want in my heart, and once again look at the 3 realms, is it not enough?" Every sentence of Ye Fan meant something, and falling in the ears of Sting he evoked the infinite desire and unwillingness in his heart. The nobleman said, "It is true. I just don't know if this spirit treasure is strengthened, whether it is as mysterious as the invitation letter said. How can juniors strengthen the spirit treasure in their hands?" After a moment of stunned, Styx asked what was in his mind. "Here." Ye Fan smiled slightly, and the index finger vacantly clicked, and the 2 of them instantly fell on the Ding-Diondi furnace in the middle of the hall. "This thing is called the furnace of heaven and earth, it is born from the heaven and the earth. You only need to put the spirit treasure you want to strengthen into the furnace, and then slap the top of the furnace with your palm. Each slap will provide Ling Bao with an opportunity to strengthen. Before Ling Bao +5, all you need to pay is only 10,000 years of cultivation base, and the later you need more cultivation base. And after Ling Bao is strengthened by +5, what needs to be paid is the power of the origin. In addition, there is no risk of shattering all strengthened things before +3, and after +3, they will face the possibility of Ling Bao shattering every time. Once the Ling Bao is broken, there will be no chance of recovery. Strengthening is risky, Deists need to be cautious." Ye Fan smiled, domineering, as if the restrictions and levels of the objects of the day and the earth were in vain in front of him, and he did not put the so-called order of heaven in his eyes at all. At this moment, Ye Fan had only the fat sheep to be slaughtered in front of him. To be continued. Chapter 3 Strengthening +7 ABI Sword. Listening to Ye Fan's introduction, Styx could not help but walk to the melting pot that day. "Looking at the simple and old melting pot in front of me, I only felt an eternal aura rushing to my face, and all kinds of ancient mystic runes were densely packed, and the endless avenues swayed open, which made people feel refreshed." Looking up again, Ancestor Styx completely believed what Ye Fan said. He is a person who knows the goods. With this majestic hall and the melting pot in front of him, Styx can be sure that this one in front of him is at least an existence that can be compared with Daezu Hung Jun. He Hung Jun is partial to Nuwa, could it be that he can't change the chord and find another way? As for the risk of Ling Bao shattering that Ye Fan said, it was left behind by the ancestor of the Styx River without saying a word. "I have already reached this point, do I still care about the risks? What's more, he is a fearless person, if otherwise, he would not resolutely risk the world's disobedience to create the Azura clan. If he wins today, then he will be able to re-enter UNEI again and be free. Even if it is defeated, it is just to continue to steal peace in the sea of blood, so why should I be afraid of it? Sir, Styx wants to strengthen this ABI sword first." After thinking for a moment, in order to avoid making Ye Fan feel that he was not trusting enough and angering himself, the ancestor Styx took out his companion Ling Bao ABI sword without saying a word. Yuantu and ABI's 2 divine swords are transformed from the placenta of the netherworld blood sea. Yuantu rules the way of massacre, and ABI rules the way of massacre. The most important thing is that these 2 divine swords do not kill people with cause and effect. Back then, the ancestors of the Styx River were able to run wild and unscrupulous with these 2 heaven-defying treasures. Ye Fan was also taken aback when he saw that this big customer directly sacrificed the ABI sword at the bottom of the box. This ancestor of the Styx, could he really be forced to a dead end? He actually chose to go all in one as soon as he came. This ABI sword is a high-grade innate spirit treasure. Although it is not among the most treasured, it is definitely a first-class existence. Treasures are divided into 3 categories: acquired, innate and chaotic, and each kind of treasure is divided into 5 ranks. Low grade, medium grade, top grade, supreme treasure. The acquired thing can be obtained by artificial refining, but this innate thing depends on the number of days. If it is broken, it is really gone. Originally wanted to give a few words to remind him, but greeted with the resolute and firm gaze of the ancestor of Styx, Yefan could only nod his head with pleasure to see Kikin. This seat of strengthening Dharma has already spoken to you before. You yourself put the spirit treasure into the furnace of heaven and earth and then slap the top of the furnace with your palm. It's just that this strengthening is risky. Once the spirit treasure is broken, I will not be responsible for building the temple. Please think twice before doing it. His name is very true, the younger generation should take all the risks. He bowed his hand to Yefan, the ancestor of Styx no longer hesitated, and directly threw the ABI sword that had been with him for hundreds of millions of years and dominated the way of killing into the furnace of heaven and earth. Then, just as Yefan said, he gently placed his right palm on the top of the stove. Chapter 4. Ding! ABI sword strengthened by +1 success. A divine light flickered, and then an icy mechanical sound came from the furnace of heaven and earth. At the same time, the cultivation base of the ancestor of the river was also taken away for 10,000 years without warning. The system prompt fell, and the great Deo rushed up for a while, and the ABI sword that had been successfully strengthened by +1 was once again held in the hands of the ancestor of Styx. This successfully strengthened. Holding this divine sword tightly, Styx's voice trembled faintly. This ABI sword was originally a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, but now it has transformed into a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, and there is even a faint tendency to break through to the low-grade innate treasure. These methods are really unpredictable. I am afraid that Dao Xiu Hongjun has no such ability. It's so easy, and his ABI sword is about to become the innate treasure of the inferior grade. It seems that the temple building is indeed well deserved. Suddenly, the ancestors of the Styx could not help but become enthusiastic. This is just the low-grade innate treasure. If it is the high-grade innate treasure, is it the highest grade innate treasure? When the time comes, I will use the realm of the Dzogchen at the pinnacle of the Quasi-Sage, even if it is against the 2 poor sages of the Sage and the Quasi-Ti, he will have the power to fight. Sir, I will continue to strengthen. After returning to his senses, the ancestor Styx looked at Yefan and his eyes were full of conviction. This can directly take away the cultivation base of others, and can also enhance the power of Ling Bao's rank, so you must be good at serving. Seeing the look of this guy's head, Yefan also grinned. As long as you are willing, it is a melting pot of heaven and earth for self-action. With Yefan's promise, the ecstatic old ancestor Stygian threw the +1 ABI sword into the furnace of heaven and earth again without saying a word, and the last trace of worry in his heart disappeared without a trace. Fug! 3 clear and melodious clapping sounds sounded, and a reminder sounded on the furnace of heaven and earth. Ding! ABI sword enhancement +2 success. Ding! ABI sword enhancement +3 failed. Ding! ABI sword enhancement +3 success. The blue smoke rose above the furnace of heaven and earth, and after consuming nearly 100,000 years of cultivation base, the ancestor of the river was brought back to reality by that failure. Thinking of what Yefan said earlier, Ling Bao would be at risk of breaking after its +3 success. If he continued to strengthen, the ABI sword would be broken. Wouldn't it be a waste of water from the bamboo basket? At that time, not only will the loss of nearly 100,000 years of cultivation base in vain, but also the loss of an innate spiritual treasure, it is definitely not worth the loss. Feeling the breath coming from the fingertips, the ancestor Styx couldn't help but fall into endless entanglement. The +3 ABI sword in front of me has completely broken through its original rank, and it has become a low-grade innate treasure. With this +3 ABI sword, coupled with the peak cultivation base of the Quasi-Sage, Styx is confident, and among the Quasi-Sages, he is invincible at the same level. But then think about it, what if this ABI sword is +5, +6, or even +10? At that time, I am afraid that he will be a saint, and he must avoid his edge. If there is an election, who is willing to succumb to others? Seeing the ancestor Styx who had fallen into hesitation, Ye Fan only felt cordial. Think about the countless days and nights in the previous life, how countless players beat their chests and their feet. Isn't it just with this kind of mentality that they have lost their money? But this thing is like a bottomless abyss, even if you are a saint, you can't escape it. Above, that's right. Sir, I still want to continue to strengthen. I just don't know how to obtain this enhanced protection voucher. After thinking about it, the ancestors of Styx still plan to gamble and take a big bet. The enhanced protection coupons from +3 to +7 can be exchanged with only a trace of the power of the original source. After +7, you can only rely on God's will. This seat is also helpless. Succinctly and concisely, Ye Fan explained the exchange rules of the protection coupons clearly in an instant. Sir, let me first come 5 protection coupons. Stygian didn't take it seriously. Although he was not a saint, he had lived for so many years, and there was still a lot of this seemingly precious source of power. Slap your hand on the top of the furnace to exchange it. With the blessing of the protection ticket, it will not be broken before Ling Bao +8. The upgrade of this temple building requires not only the cultivation base, but also the essential top priority. The so-called power of the origin refers to the origin of the Dao. There are 3,000 great avenues. Every monk can comprehend one or even several great avenues when breaking through the realm of Deluo. It can be said to be precious. It's just that to redeem this enhanced protection coupon from the system, you only need to pay a small amount of cultivation as a price, which can be described as a stable profit trade. According to Ye Fan's words, Ancestor Styx pressed his hand on the stove top without hesitation. Ding! The low-level enhanced protection coupon is successfully redeemed, and the number of redemptions is +5. After receiving the feedback from the system, the ancestors of the Styx River completely had no worries and began to completely free himself. Fuck! There was a continuous tapping sound, and the result feedback was also given continuously on the furnace of heaven and earth. Ding! ABI Sword Enhancement +4 success. Ding! ABI Sword Enhancement +5 success. Ding! ABI Sword Strengthening +6 failed. Ding! ABI Sword Strengthening +6 failed. Chapter 5. Ding! ABI Sword Enhancement +6 success. Ding! ABI Sword Enhancement +7 success. I have to say that the luck of the ancestor of the Styx is really good, just wasted 2 protection coupons. He has strengthened this ABI sword from the high-grade innate spirit treasure to the middle-grade innate treasure. This is definitely a qualitative leap. Innate treasure, even if it is a saint, there are not many of them. Playing with the ABI sword in his hand, a slaying air in the sky radiated from the ancestor of the Styx. The eyes are micro, and the pupils shrink. Styx seems to have seen the tragic situation of Quasidigarba's death in front of him. However, just a middle-grade innate treasure is obviously not enough. The ancestor of Styx, who had fully tasted the happiness brought by this strengthening, was completely on his head, and looked at Ye Fan respectfully and authentically with red eyes. Sir, I will continue to strengthen. To be continued. Chapter 4 Styx stands up. Looking at the ancestor Styx who was completely plunged into madness, Ye Fan gave birth to a little sympathy. This is the top. But is this the happiness of Papa Ma? I have to say that the taste is really not enough for others to say. This is just a customer. It is not difficult to imagine that when the ancestor of Styx goes out to kill the quartet with the +7 ABI sword, this is simply a living sign of walking. When the time comes to build a temple, you will not be able to be stepped through the threshold. I don't believe it, there will be any monk who can withstand the stimulation of this enhanced spirit treasure. The system will exchange all the repair bases previously obtained into high-level protection coupons. Can't bear to have children but wolves. Lambs are only interesting when they are raised and killed. In fact, the strengthening of Yefan between +3 and +10 can be controlled with protection coupons, but in order to maximize profits, only the protection coupons from +3 to +7 are sold externally. But for this first guest, it is natural to hit the signboard fiercely. Apart from anything else, Yefan secretly placed 10 high-level enhanced protection coupons on the ABI sword of the ancestor of the Styx River. With the blessing of these 10 protection coupons, I am afraid that even if you are a non-chief, you can get a +10 ABI sword. The two looked at each other, and the ancestors of the river were full of unprecedented enthusiasm and expectation. Without further delay, he once again threw the +7 ABI sword into the furnace of heaven and earth, and his hand was quickly slapped against the red furnace top. Fug! The ancestor of Styx, who was completely above him, forgot that he had slapped the fiery red stove top a few times. Ding! ABI sword +8 strengthened successfully. Ding! ABI sword +9 strengthened successfully. After being deliberately blocked by Yefan, after more than 10 slaps, the ABI sword finally reached the level of +10. Look at the ancestor of Styx at this time, already collapsed and sitting on the ground, disheveled, breathless. The enhancement after this +5, every time you pay is that precious source of power. Even if he is as strong as the pinnacle realm of the quasi-sage, he can't resist such consumption. The ancestor of the river only felt that his waist and knees were sore and sweaty, as if he had been hollowed out. But looking at the air of killing and cutting above the furnace of heaven and earth, the +10 a nose sword with agile sword light, the ancestor of Styx sat on the ground and laughed completely. This +10 ABI sword has reached the realm of the best innate treasure. Even faintly entangled with a bit of chaos. With this gadget, you can face the two poor ghosts, Jiying and Zunti, and you still hang up? My ancestor of Styx, after hundreds of thousands of years, finally stood up today. In the past, in order to survive, I had no choice but to hide in the sea of blood and pretend to be a grandson, swallowing his breath, and being ridden on the face by others. But today, I have to tell the whole 3 realms. It's a showdown, don't install it. Me, the ancestor of Styx. Holding +10 ABI sword, the best innate treasure, under the 4 sages, I am invincible. As for what to introduce the quasi-promotions, what about the saints? Styx, can't kill me. The best congenital treasure is actually the best congenital treasure. The ancestor of Styx, who had been slowing down, stood up, grabbed the murderous ABI sword before rushing to the furnace of heaven and earth, and almost cried out without excitement. For hundreds of thousands of years of enduring humiliation, the shame is all in the present. Yefan witnessed the birth of the +10 ABI sword with his own eyes, and he couldn't help but nodded, looking a little relieved and looking forward to it. Now, the arrival of a large wave of leaks is not far away. Just an ancestor of the Styx has allowed himself to gain so much cultivation base and original power, what if the monks of the entire 3 realms provide for themselves? Is this the happiness of Papa Ma? With a pop, the ancestor of Styx actually fell at Yefan's feet. Respect the grace of regeneration, Styx will never forget it. To get this treasure today, you will surely be able to get revenge, and revive the predicament. Chapter 6. Please also respect me. After saying that, the ancestor of Styx calmly bowed to Yefan with a 3 kneeling and 9 kowtow ceremony. Then, as if thinking of something, with a sneer full of eyes, his eyes were fierce, and he nodded again at Yefan. After making a shot, it turned into a light in an instant, with the +10 A nose sword. Go straight to the nether hell. Unexpectedly, this ancestor of the Styx River is also a lover of personality, and it can be regarded as lively in the three realms. Looking at the back that hurriedly left, Fan shook his head slightly with eyes full, showing a bit of wry smile. Undoubtedly, this ancestor of the Styx is going this time to kill through the entire three realms in order to avenge the tens of thousands of years of revenge. It doesn't matter who lives and who dies. Fan only cares about how many monks who are unwilling to do this by the ancestor of the Styx River will rush into his own temple building. Imagine that the ancestor of Styx, who had been in the Yuanhui for several years, suddenly stood up, killed the Nether, and disrupted the layout of the entire Lingshan and Western religions. What would be the reaction among these three realms? Being stunned by a quasi-sage, he took the two sages to be able to bear it. Riding the face by an old guy who is about to die, can he bear with Lingshan? Seeing the ancestor of the Styx River in all directions, holding the artifact, can his Jade Emperor not be moved? Seeing the rise of others once and the end of 10,000 years of struggle, can the billions of cultivators in these three realms be able to stay behind? It is not difficult to predict that in the coming days, building a temple by myself will be lively. In the depths of the Nether, the edge of the Sea of Blood. Wangui wailing, blood shadow chaotic. A man dressed in cicadas, wearing a crown and hat, brushed the floor, chanting words. The Buddha's intent is awe-inspiring, and the Holy Buddha's light shines into the universe, which seems incompatible with this dim and stern Nether realm. Wherever the Buddha light went, all the ghosts and spirits were transformed into one after another. Seeing that the dojo he had cultivated for many years was destroyed by this chess piece planted by Lingshan, the ancestors of Styx had wide-eyed eyes, and his expression changed. It's just that there is no longer the half-shouldering color in his eyes. The rest, only eyes full of disdain and murder. Kesadagarba bald donkey, pay your life. As soon as the voice fell, murderous intent broke out. The cold light shone, and the ABI sword that had succeeded +10 cut through the void, entrained the endless way of killing, and whimpered to the bottom. Feeling the murderous intent sweeping from the sky above, the Kesadagarba Bodhisattva did not dare to entrust it anymore, so he wanted to escape. He was only the cultivation base of Quasi-Sage's late stage. The reason why he dared to cross the dead souls in this netherland in the past was all because the ancestors of the Styx dared not say anything about it because of the forces behind him. But now people's murderous intent is all over the sky, facing the veteran Quasi-Sage pinnacle power, he naturally dare not hesitate anymore. Stay! Are you trying to fight my Lingshan? Don't forget, the poor monk came here under the decree of the two sages of my Western religion. If you dare to attack me, the two sages will definitely not let you go. The Kesadagarba king was also frightened by the killing intent emanating from the ancestor of the Styx, and while pulling away and retreating violently, he moved out of his backer to make the ancestor of the Styx throw a rat repellent. It's a pity that if it were in the past, he would naturally not dare to presume with the two saints, but today. He is the pinnacle of the Quasi-Sage who holds the +10 ABI sword. There are only two poor comparisons, and even the sage status is sought, and he is naturally not afraid of Styx. Saint. Just relying on the introduction and quasi-mention that a little poor appearance, also worthy of being called a saint. Today, my ancestor of the Styx is going to slay the saint. Let you younger generations see, what is the first person in the primordial world. After speaking, I saw that Styx's hands quickly formed seals, pinched fiercely, and a beam of blood spewed out from the +10 ABI sword. Suddenly, the murderous intent of the ABI sword rose, and the endless sword light shook, and instantly blasted the entire void to pieces. After that, Ling Li's torrent of void accompanied by the unstoppable ABI sword, instantly fell into the heart of the Kesadagarba Bodhisattva, just like cutting vegetables and jujubes, instantly beheading the four great bodhisattvas of Lingshan to death. Exhausted. This day, it's going to change again. To be continued. Chapter 5 One sword severely wounds two sages in the west. Lingshan, in the Great Hall of Heroes, the Tathagata who was reciting the scriptures suddenly stopped his hand movements, and a wave of anxiety hit his heart. Frowning his brows, pinching his fingers, and suddenly raging in his heart. Stygo! Dare the thief! As soon as the Buddhist technique of calculation was started, the scene of the Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva being killed by the ancestor of the Styx river was literally seen. At this juncture of the West's prosperity, some people dare to be so ignorant of the heights of the world and go to the east in Tai Sui. If he doesn't let the Styx pay the price, how will Ling Shan become famous in the three realms in the future, and how will he fight against the heavenly court? Too much deception. It's just bullying too much. The Buddhas on the Ling Shan mountain below stared with big eyes, not understanding what had happened to make the Buddhas so gloomy. The Tathagata who suppressed the anger in his heart suddenly woke up. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Who in the three realms does not know the name of the first go of the Styx? But today this guy turned out to be uncharacteristic, rashly attacking the Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva who went to transform the netherworld under the decree of the saint, and he was born as a killer move, leaving no room at all. In the meantime, I must have overlooked something. Considering the particularity of the identity of the ancestors of the Styx river, and now it is the critical juncture of the rise of the journey to the west, the Tathagata does not dare to make any claims. After thinking for a moment, I was planning to go to Mount Sumi in person. Please enlist and Zun mention the two saints. Unexpectedly, the crazy voice of the ancestor of Styx immediately spread throughout the three realms. The lead will mention two old dogs, and they won't come out to die. Chapter 7. In front of Mount Sumi, the ancestor of the Styx stood with his hand in his hand. Behind him, the +10 ABI sword stood in the sky, showing his murderous intent. Hearing someone outside dared to scream like this, Zun Ti immediately flashed to the ancestor of Styx. Stygian! Are you impatient for your life? My Sumi mountain is a saint's dojo, how can you allow you to be so presumptuous? If you are acquainted, hand over the treasures on your body obediently, maybe our two brothers can spare you a dog's life. Lead Zunti the two brothers to sing a harmony, watching the green light in the eyes of the ancestor Styx. These two brothers are also afraid of being poor. Although they are precious saints, they may not be as rich as the Tathagata under their own seat in terms of their background and magic weapons. Even the dignified saint's status was asked cheeky, and even the Western alms came from the hands of these two brothers. Both are elders from the famine and famine. These two guys naturally knew that the ancestor of Styx had a great treasure, and they were even more distracted for a while. As he spoke, the movements of his hands were not slow. The two of them didn't care if they were ridiculed, they were actually the respect of two saints, one after the other. They surrounded the ancestor of the Styx river strictly. It seems that if the ancestor of the Styx is drained and hollowed out today, the two of them will not give up. Hey! Shame! You deceive people too much in the West. Now that you have a +10 ABI sword in your hand, is it still afraid that you won't succeed? From then on, in the three realms, under the four sages, I am honored by Styx. The ancestor of Styx was so aggressive and sharp, he did not give the two poor people in front of him any face. As soon as the voice fell, without procrastination, the +10 ABI sword behind him suddenly whimpered, carrying a little bit of cold light, and it flowed in fullness, pouring out like a cloud steaming Zai away. Presumptuous! Little quasi-saint! Where's the guts? Today, I will let you know what a saint is, all our ants. It's a pity that Zun had not finished speaking yet, and saw a beam of blood rising into the sky, sweeping toward him like a scorching sun. This ABI sword is originally of extraordinary grade, and it is the way to dominate killing. It can be said to be extremely vicious and extremely vicious. Now after +10, it has reached the level of the best innate treasure. Under the chaos, this is the only respect. Although the two are valuable saints, at best they are just a few congenital spirit treasures. In addition, the ancestors of the Styx are not low in cultivation, and under this full-scale sword, Zunti actually feels that his hair is all over his body. A very bad premonition emerged in my heart. With a swish, the violent intention of killing fills the void, and the Saint Zunti, who is in the middle of the sharp edge, can't dodge it. The Abi sword, which was turned into a beam of blood, pierced through to the heart. Boom! In front of the +10 Abi sword, this quasi-sage has no power to contend at all. In addition to fully supporting the means to defend the vital points, there is no other way to counteract it. Stay! Impossible! Absolutely impossible! The Taoist who had witnessed all of this on the side was frightened, and his face was full of unbelievable color. Although there is only one step between the quasi-sage and the sage, it is like a moat that cannot be crossed. No matter how strong the quasi-saint is, it is impossible to have the capital to contend with the saint. This is the common knowledge of the entire three realms, and it is the law of this heaven and earth. But now, this ancestor of the Styx directly ignored the prohibitions, and with just one sword, the body of the saint was seriously injured. The quasi-saint kills the saint in seconds. This is definitely the first time in the three realms. Puff! The sage Zunti who had taken the sword abruptly only felt sweet in his heart, and then a few blood arrows spewed out like no money. After regaining his senses, the leading Taoist took a look at the murderous ancestor of Styx, and felt even more horrified. Although it is not clear what medicine the ancestor of Styx took wrong, the instinct of the saint told him that if he continues to fight, I am afraid that his two sages will be killed by the ancestor of Styx. Stygo, wait and see. Throwing down a ruthless word, the leading Taoist waved his hand, and took the severely injured Saint Zunti into his arms, step to step, and instantly escaped into the large formation of Mount Sumi. Seeing that the two saints were severely wounded and retreated by a single sword, the ancestor of Styx felt that he had completely stood up, standing in front of Mount Sumi and laughing loudly, extremely arrogant. Second sage in the west, but so. With this +10 Abi sword in hand, I will kill you once when I see you once. Looking at the +10 Abi sword in his hand, a sense of heroism rose from his heart. Then, with a move of his mind, he was actually plunged into madness. This is just a sort of Abi that dominates the way of killing and killing, which can force oneself to crush the two saints. What if even the more powerful Yuanta's sword that controls the way of slaughter in his hand succeeds by +10? What if even his own 480 million blood sons are all +10? When the time comes, the world is so big, I am afraid that even if the 6 saints shot together, they will be safe and sound. Thinking of this, the ancestor Styx was even more enthusiastic. Without a word, the light flashed under his feet again, and he flew towards the depths of the chaos. To be continued. Chapter 6 Clouds in the Three Realms are completely exploded. Chapter 8. This ancestor of Styx, could it be that he has always endured the humiliation? Suppressing the two saints with the strength of the quasi-saints, these methods are really terrifying. Wait, what does the +10 Abi sword in the mouth of the ancestor Styx mean? Without the +10 Abi sword in hand, the ancestors of the Styx would not dare to challenge the second sage of the West. Although it can only be seen from afar, it is at least a congenital treasure that can directly hurt the saint with a single sword. What? Innate treasure. After the famine is broken, let alone the innate treasure, even an innate spiritual treasure is precious. What kind of chance did this ancestor of Styx have? Since the arrogant and domineering voice of the ancestor Styx spread throughout the three realms, all monks in the three realms have turned their eyes to Mount Sumi. The two of Zunti did not expect that they would lose to a quasi-saint, and naturally they didn't mean to shield the secret of heaven. Ever since, the scene where the ancestor of the river Styx severely injured the second saint with a sword caused a sensation in the entire three realms in an instant. The quasi-sage force overwhelms the second sage. This is definitely the first time since the creation of the world by the great god Pangu. In addition to shock, the +10 Abi sword in the mouth of the ancestor of Styx caused countless people's reveries. If you have such a baby in your body, are you afraid that you will not be as good as a person in foreign skills when you go out? Baby? In an instant, the original weird invitation letter that was scorned and dismissed by the immortals was regarded as a treasure by everyone. Except for this unheard of temple building, no one can find any other reason to explain the +10 ABI sword in the hands of the ancestor of the river. Under the saint, all are ants. This is the eternal law of heaven and earth. But now, with the appearance of this temple building, everything has changed. How difficult is it to prove the sage? But what if you could hold an innate treasure like the ancestor of Styx? If what this temple said is true, doesn't it mean that the original hierarchical order in the three realms will be overthrown again? The princes and generals are kind of like Ning. If there is a choice, who is willing to succumb to others? Being engaged in this way by the ancestor of the Styx River, the three realms can be regarded as completely exploded. And the focus and the protagonist of all these are all gathered on the temple building in the depths of the chaos. The ancestor of Styx, really alive. 33 Heavens, in the Xiao Palace. Since the conferred God War, the leader of Tongtian has been banned here by Dao Xiu Hongjun. Mingqiang is the hand of the six sages, but because of the so-called number of days, not only was he sent by the ancestor of the four sages to besiege and led to a big defeat, even the Jijiao created with one heart was also sent to the list of consecrated gods and controlled by others. And he was reduced to a prisoner, confined to the Xiao Palace, just like an ant. This is the decree of the Taoist ancestors, and it represents the will of heaven, and I have to obey it. But now the rise of the ancestor of the Styx River gives a glimmer of hope to the Lord Tongtian. If a quasi-sage gets a +10 best congenital treasure, he can press the two Western sages on the ground and rubbing freely. What if he also holds a superb congenital treasure? What if it is a chaotic spirit treasure? At that time, I am afraid that even his Taoist ancestor Hongjun will have to give himself 3 points. He has had enough of his life as a prisoner at this level. This suppressed the anger of several Yuanhui in the bottom of my heart, and it's time to tilt it. Once again, he took out the weird invitation letter received a few days ago and held it tightly in his hand and looked at it carefully. Finally, the master Tongtian, who did not want to endure any longer, suddenly shook his momentum, and instantly turned into a stream of light, fled the Xiao Palace, and ran towards the direction of the temple building. In the heavenly court, watching Julian and Zunti were severely injured and retreated by the ancestor of the Styx River, the Jade Emperor only felt extremely happy for a while. I am the supreme of the three realms, and I am the master of the three realms. But now that the sages behind them got mixed up, they just wanted to give him a chance to teach the West to cross the East. In this regard, his Jade Emperor can only dare not speak up. After all, once the West Tianling mountain rises in the next calamity, the heavenly fortune will definitely be divided a lot. Then, what will the three realms supreme and the three realms CO Lord be talked about? Whenever thinking of the arrogant attitude of the Tathagata child with disdain for him, the Jade Emperor's heart is full of anger. Fortunately, now that the sky has eyes, the ancestor Styx seriously injured the two poorer than saints in the West. Now this so-called westward cause will definitely be affected and shelved. And the opportunity for his heavenly counter to rise naturally came into being. Didn't the people behind you say that this is God's will and cannot be violated? Are you unwilling to help me out? Well, his ancestor Styx can rise in the temple building, a wave of face-riding saints. My huge heaven, naturally, can rely on myself to no longer be restrained by others. The rise of the ancestors of the Styx has undoubtedly given light to countless abilities in the three realms that have been suppressed for many years. And the temple building in the chaos is the holy place where all dreams can be fulfilled. The Jade Emperor was full of excitement, and he only felt that his chance to become truly majestic had arrived. When I also have a supreme innate treasure in my hand, see how your Yuanshi child is still arrogant to himself by relying on the Feng Shen list. A mere saint, but so. Chapter 9. After holding back the immortals, the Jade Emperor called his confidant Tabai Jinxing. He is the lord of the heavenly court, so naturally it is impossible for him to venture to the temple building himself. If not, if things were revealed, wouldn't it cause the fear of Yuan Shi's children? Let the Tabai Jinxing, who is absolutely convinced by him, go to try the water first. There is no doubt that it is definitely a surefire plan. Has Iking ever heard of the temple building in the chaos? Sitting high on the Zhulong golden chair, the Jade Emperor smiled and looked at the Tabai Jinxing below. The monarch and the minister looked at each other. Everything is silent. In response to your majesty, the invitation letter spread across the 3 realms, and the old ministers naturally received it. Very good. The ancestor of the Styx river can intensify a supreme innate treasure in the building of the temple. My heavenly court has gathered all the air and luck in one body, so naturally I can't be willing to be the queen. There are treasures I have stored for many years in this Kyunkan bag. There are 3 low-grade innate spirit treasures, 1 middle-grade innate spirit treasure, and a few in the back. You can take it with ease and give it a go. Be sure to wait until a supreme innate treasure returns, and I will have a great reward by then. Does Iking understand? The Jade Emperor can also be considered as a bloodbath, although his status is noble, but since the prehistoric shattered and consecrated gods, the supreme of the 3 realms is hard to find. All of these congenital objects given to Tabai Jinxing were obtained when he was a boy in front of Taoist ancestors in his early years. This time, his Jade Emperor will be famous in the 3 realms. Raise your arms, get out of the control of Yuan Shi child. Feeling the weight in this bag of universe, Tabai Jinxing's heart was shocked, and he respectfully bowed down to the Jade Emperor. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. The minister will certainly not be insulted. After saying this, the monarch and his subjects looked at each other speechlessly, and Tabai Venus carried Haoshan's infinite hope and rushed towards the depths of the chaos. To be continued. Chapter 7 The Tabai Venus above. Tabai Venus is the cultivation base of Deluo, which is different from the quasi-saint body of the ancestor of Styx, able to ignore the invasion and interference of this chaotic torrent. I don't know how long it took to fly, and finally a palace more magnificent than the heavens appeared in front of him. Looking at the temple building quietly standing in the center of the chaos and not being harmed by it, and feeling the grand and magnificence in it, Tabai Jinxing only felt shocked. He hurriedly adjusted his clothes and stepped respectfully into the temple building. Feeling that the leaks are coming again, Ye Fan suddenly came to his spirits and greeted them eagerly. Friend Tabai, don't come here unharmed. First, Tabai Jinxing looked up and saw Ye Fan's clear and detached face. Feeling the endless coercion and restraint coming from this temple building, he didn't dare to be presumptuous at all, and he bowed down to Ye Fan abruptly. The little has seen the master. The visitor is a guest, you don't need to be polite, are you here to strengthen the Ling Bao? Ye Fan looked at the Jade Emperor's confidant, this is a fat sheep. If he is not allowed to spit out a wave of blood, I would be too sorry for the Stygians who advertised for him everywhere. His eyes are like a torch, and the little worships. I don't know what the strengthening method in the temple building is, what is it? After stopping again, Tabai Jinxing asked quite nervously what he was thinking. There is a heaven and earth furnace in the middle of the main hall. You only need to put the spirit treasure you want to strengthen into the furnace, and then slap the top of the heaven and earth furnace with your palm. Each slap will provide Ling Bao with an opportunity to strengthen. Before Ling Bao +5, all you need to pay is only 10,000 years of cultivation base, and the later you need more cultivation base. And after Ling Bao is strengthened by +5, what needs to be paid is the power of the origin. In addition, there is no risk of shattering all strengthened things before +3, and after +3, they will face the possibility of Ling Bao shattering every time. Once the Ling Bao is broken, there will be no chance of recovery. Of course, there will also be protection coupons for sale here. If the enhancement fails, you can keep the Ling Bao intact. Strengthening is risky, Daists need to be cautious. All enhancements are based on the volition of Daists, and this seat does not bear any responsibility. Ye Fan repeated the strengthening rules for building the temple to Taibei Jinxing. Loguan Yuzi was originally a human spirit, and he understood in an instant and nodded. I thought that this Ling Bao strengthening is just a matter of having a hand? His ancestors of the Styx River can make a supreme innate treasure, and he has the luck of heaven. Is it possible that it is still worse? Also, please strengthen this 5-dragon wheel for the little first. In the final analysis, this old official oil was still a prudent person, and as he spoke, he took out a middle-grade Hushan Ling Bao from the Kyunkan bag given by the Jade Emperor. This 5-dragon wheel is made up of 5 divine dragons alternately intertwined. But taking it out of the hands of the Jade Emperor's confidant, it was true that it was not enough. Ye Fan pointed to the furnace of heaven and earth in the middle of the main hall, holding his hand and said, "It is true that fellow deists strengthen themselves." With a bow, the old official Yuzi walked to the melting pot that day, and nervously put the middle-grade Hushan Ling Bao 5-dragon wheel in it. Then he placed his palm on the stove top according to what Ye Fan said. Suddenly, an unpredictable force came, and he was instantly taken away from his 10,000 years of cultivation. With such a surprise method, he was almost taken aback by the old official oil. Ding! 5 dragon rounds strengthened with +1 success. The cultivation base was taken away, even though the system prompt sound came from the top of the heaven and earth furnace. Chapter 10. This is it. Taibei Jinxing took out the 5-dragon wheel in disbelief. At first glance, he was madly surprised. This middle-grade Hushan Ling Bao was promoted directly to the top-grade Hushan Ling Bao in just a few breaths. There is even a faint trend of breaking through to Xiantian Ling Bao. It seems that building the temple really does not deceive me. Lao Guanyuzi was overjoyed, and without a word he threw the 5-dragon wheel into the furnace of heaven and earth again. Ding! 5-dragon round strengthening +2 success. Looking at the 5 dragon wheels that had broken through to the lower grade Xiantian Ling Bao, the old official Yuzi's courage gradually grew. Fug! After 3 slaps in succession, the system prompts continued to sound. Ding! 5 dragon round strengthening +3 failed. Ding! 5 dragon round strengthening +3 failed. Ding! 5 dragon wheel strengthening +3 success. Maybe it is because there are too many others in the daily calculations, this old official oil is really a bit dark. Just strengthening to +3, it has already failed twice. Looking at the 50,000 years of cultivation, Ye Fan was naturally overwhelmed, and continued to look at Taibei Jinxing, who was planning to continue his adventures. My dear, dare you to ask if there is a possibility of strengthening failure after +3. Lo Guanyuzi still maintained a trace of reason for the time being. Ye Fan nodded nonchalantly. You are so awkward, can't you learn from other people's Styx ancestor and directly strengthen it for 10 consecutive years? After thinking for a moment, Taibei Jinxing, who had always been stable, couldn't resist this strengthening temptation. He looked at the 5-dragon wheel that had +3 and broke through the ranks of the innate spirit treasures, and he slapped his hands on the furnace again without hesitation. Above the top. Ding! 5 dragon round reinforcement +4 failed. As soon as the system prompt fell, I saw a burst of blue smoke rising above the furnace that day, and then the 5-dragon wheel turned into a piece of debris. Broke in. The old official Yuzi was so scared by this sudden change that he backed away again and again, murmured in his mouth. His face was full of incredible color. Just like this, the 5 dragon wheels that have already succeeded +3, and reached the level of the innate spirit treasure, are they broken? Heartache! Heartache! Although this 5 dragon wheel was originally just a middle-grade acquired spirit treasure, after refining it, there are still countless treasures of heaven, material, and earth. Not only did he lose 60,000 years of penance in vain, but he also lost an innate spiritual treasure. If I stopped at +3, wouldn't I get an innate spiritual treasure in vain? Greedy kills people. No. Absolutely not. If you are a dignified platinum star, you can definitely stay sensible. Finally, after hesitating for a long time, Taibei Jinxing walked out of Ling Bao's broken grief. He glanced at the mysterious melting pot in front of him for a few times, and his eyes were firmly at Ye Fandao. My dear, the little will continue to strengthen. To be continued. Chapter 8 No Ji Tai Come to Me. Keep on strengthening. That's right if you are up there. Seeing this guy's face full of enthusiasm and determination, as if he had a full grasp, Ye Fan felt even more cordial. Dobai fellow Daoist uses heaven and earth furnace for his own actions. After saying that, he smiled and watched the nervously Taibei Jinxing once again took out a low-grade Hushan Ling Bao from the Kyunkan bag, which was extremely searchable. God bless, Your Majesty bless. The old official Yuza looked solemn, and started to ask for good luck. Upon seeing this, Ye Fan could not help but felt speechless for a while. I have seen a mortal worshipping a god, this is the first time I have seen this worshipping a god. While talking, Taibei Venus had already put the low-grade Hushan Ling Bao Xianguang mirror into the furnace of heaven and earth. Fug. There were 3 tapping sounds in succession, and the system prompt sounded. Ding. The mysterious light mirror strengthened by +1 successfully. Ding. Mysterious mirror strengthen +2 success. Ding. Mysterious mirror strengthen +3 success. This is it. Let me just say, just now, the old man must have fluctuated in his mood. If not, how could the Wolong wheel break directly? God bless, Your Majesty bless. Looking at the mysterious light mirror that has reached the top grade Hushan Ling Bao, the old official Yuza has completely forgotten the grief of the previous 5 dragon wheels broken, and only feels that he has found the right way to open it, ambitious. Apart from anything else, Taibei Venus threw the mysterious light mirror that had succeeded +3 into the furnace of heaven and earth again. Chapter 11. Snapped. With a big wave, it seemed as if +10 was right in front of him. Ding. Mysterious mirror enhancement +4 failed. The system prompt sound was cold, and apart from a few wisps of blue smoke, nothing was left to the surprised Taibei Jinxing. This, why is it broken again? For the first time, Loguan Yuza began to doubt life. Could it be that you really have a dark face? Is it possible that he is no better than the sluggish man of the ancestor of the river? My dear, this. Turning his head to look at Ye Fan, Taibei Jinxing seemed to be asking for an explanation. After all, the acquired spirit treasure is said to be expensive, but it can't be taken to pieces casually. Strengthening is risky, as I have already said before, all consequences are borne by fellow Daoists. Ye Fan glanced at Taibei Jinxing noncommittently, and instantly caused this old guy to be shocked all over his body. What people said is right, I really can only blame myself for this. Furthermore, if this one is angered, whether he can go back alive is still a variable. Looking at the Kyunkan bag given by the Jade Emperor, Loguan Yuza once again fell into hesitation. Suddenly there are no 2 treasures. If you just go back like this, your status in Your Majesty's heart will not plummet? At that time, Yu Lao, who had been staring at him, took the opportunity to take the lead. What should he do? No. Absolutely not. Even if you emptied the coffin today, you must bring a +10 baby back for business. Blessed by the heavens, blessed by Your Majesty, blessed by the Buddha, blessed by the sages, let the little strengthen a treasure. After asking Grandpa to tell Grandma, Taibei Jinxing once again set his sights on the melting pot that day. Ding! Dragon binding strengthening +1 succeeded. Ding! Dragon binding strength +2 failed. Ding! Dragon binding strength +2 success. Ding! Dragon binding strength +3 success. Ding! Dragon binding strength +4 failed. There was another burst of green smoke rising up, and another piece of congenital spirit treasure was not left. Come again. Taibei Jinxing has been completely on his head, one by one after another, the treasure has been thrown into the furnace of heaven and earth. Ding! Heaven-splitting sword strengthening +4 failed. Ding. Binding demon rope to strengthen +4 failed. Ding. Soul extinguishment cover strengthening +4 failed. The furnace of heaven and earth billowed with smoke and roar. Taibei Jinxing flushed, panting, and breathless. Seeing that 3 more congenital Ling Bao missed him, he sat on the ground with a cold sweat behind his back. The treasure that the Jade Emperor gave him has already lost nearly 70%. As the #1 confidant of the Jade Emperor, he naturally knew how important these treasures at the bottom of the box were to the Jade Emperor. Think of Hao Shen's angry look like Long Yan. Taibei Jinxing only feels desperate. This temple building is really harmful. Seeing this guy's face pale, as if he was imaginary, Ye Fan felt a few words of encouragement. Are you kidding me? It's here. If you don't slaughter you, can you still be worthy of your painstaking efforts? Zun, the little retire first. Meeting Ye Fan's gaze full of encouragement and expectation, Taibei Jinxing was even more frightened. I must not be able to follow this way again. Dobai fellow Daoist is safe and restless. Having been in the heaven for many years, is it possible that Daoist fellow has such a mentality? It's no wonder that after practicing for so long, it is still just a mere ant in the early days of Deluo. With that said, Ye Fan shook his head with a hatred of iron and steel. Does fellow Daoist plan to go back to work with the Jade Emperor empty-handed like this? People say it's terrible. Is it possible that fellow Taoists are not afraid of being blamed by someone with a heart, saying that you have swallowed these treasures yourself? In other words, he was nailed the name of a person who was out of luck, alienated by Wangxian, and jealous of the Jade Emperor. A mortal still knows the truth about whether or not it's very elegant, but you don't think you are too platinum, but you don't know it so much. Never mind. I am building a temple with everything I want. If the Daoist is not strong enough, then I leave by myself. Good guy. Being so stimulated by Ye Fan, the old official Yuzai slumped on the ground again, tangled. If I really go back like this, maybe I will be ruined like Ye Fan said. Anyway, I have lost nearly 70% of the treasures now, and I can't shirk the blame when I go back. Why don't I take a gamble anymore? It's done, it's a vast sea and the sky, returning in triumph. Even if it consumes all the spirit treasures and falls to the end, how can it be worse than it is now? In particular, the phrase "no extremely Tai Lai" gave this old official Yuzai unprecedented confidence and confidence. Chapter 12. Time comes from the operation. How can he give up halfway because of the mere setbacks of his own dignified #1 think tank? With a ghostly messenger, the old official Yuzai once again approached the melting pot of the day, and with trembling hands took out another low-grade congenital spirit treasure Fantian seal. Bless the gods and gods! Help me to strengthen the success of Taibei Jinxing. To be continued. Chapter 9. The Wealth Code returned with full load. As soon as the voice fell, continuous shooting with the right hand was a matter of course. Maybe it's as if Ye Fan said it's very calm. The old official Yuzai's strengthening turned out to be surprisingly smooth this time. Ding! Fantian strengthened with +1 success. Ding! Fantian strengthened +2 success. Ding! Fantian strengthened +3 success. Ding! Fantian strengthened +4 success. It's done. It turned out to be. Hearing that +4 success for an unprecedented time, Taibei Jinxing almost cried with excitement. This heavenly seal is a low-grade innate spirit treasure. After this +4, it has become a middle-grade innate spirit treasure. Whether it's very peaceful. Is it really very Tai? After dozens of times of strengthening, it has consumed nearly 300,000 years of cultivation base. Even the gods can't stand such consumption. Loguan Yuzai was holding his waist, only feeling a moment of soreness in his waist and knees, and arched his hands at Ye Fan with a smile on his face. Thank you for your honor. This is the movement of fellow Daoists from time to time. This seat is just a smooth ride. Ye Fan was also smiling, not enthusiastic. After all, after this wave, I have gained hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation and several pieces of spiritual treasures, so why not do it? Every dog has his day. The old official Yu's eyes lit up and he took a deep breath, and finally his gaze fell on the mysterious furnace of heaven and earth. Snapped. Another palm fell. Ding! Fantianyan strengthen +5 success. Succeeded? It turned out to be successful again. The Fantian seal at the moment has been transformed from a low-grade innate spirit treasure to a middle-grade innate spirit treasure, and it has the posture of faintly breaking through to the top-grade innate spirit treasure. Flap. Ding! Fantianyan strengthens +6 success. Ding! Fantianyan strengthens +7 success. +7? Just like this, you can get +7 directly? Looking at the pre-existing weather circling above the Fantian seal, Tebe Venus screamed up to the sky for a while. With this top-grade innate Ling Bao in hand, he will definitely be eye-catching after he goes back, and he will be on the same footing. One step further, just around the corner. After laughing wildly, the old official Yuzi fell into entanglement again. Right now, my luck is just right. If I don't take the opportunity to soar up, wouldn't this hard-won good luck be wasted in vain? The +7 Fantian seal has become a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. What if it is +8, +9, or even +10? If a chaos Ling Bao that can suppress chi luck is made by himself, does heaven still need to be upset for the rise of the West, and chi luck is divided up? Thinking of the infinite legend of the chaotic spirit treasure, the old official Yuzi once again placed his hand on the furnace of heaven and earth in a daze. Innate treasure, in one fell swoop. Ding! Fantianyan strengthening +8 failed. It was the familiar green smoke rising again, and then the Tebe Venus, who was completely exhausted, knelt before the furnace of heaven and earth, wishing to cry without tears. Failed, how could it fail again? Hasn't the time been running? Isn't he about to strengthen a congenital treasure? The +7 celestial seal, which has been strengthened by 50,000 years of cultivation and a few tens of source powers, has been practiced by myself again. Sin! What a sin! If it weren't for Yefan to watch, Tebe Jinxing might not be able to help but want to give himself 2 big mouths. Gambling on dogs is not going to die. If he just stopped, how could he end up like this? After a few glances at the few Kyunkan bags left, the old official Yuzi stood up again resolutely. Fight! Superior! Go to Lao-Tzu! Chapter 13. +10 baby, give it to me. A few more inferior innate spirit treasures were thrown in. Ding! Hunyuan flag strengthening +4 failed. Ding! Demon pestle strengthening +4 failure. Ding! Shaking arrow strengthen +4 failed. Tebe Jinxing has already begun to doubt his life. How could he fail again? Looking at only the last top-grade Hushan Ling Bao white jade diamond cutter, I can only ask the Mantian God and Buddha in my heart again, and once again embark on the road of no return of strengthening. Ding! White jade diamond strengthening +4 success. Ding! White jade diamond strengthening +5 success. Ding! White jade diamond strengthening +6 success. +6 again? Feeling that this white jade diamond has been advanced from the high-grade Hushan Ling Bao to the middle-grade innate Ling Bao, the old official Yuzi hit a violent spirit all over his body. Do you want to continue? This reinforcement is really amazing. Even a prudent person like himself can't resist such a big temptation. This thing is simply a huge profit, it's killing it. Thinking of Fantianyan, who had just failed at +8, the old official Yuzi's eyes suddenly turned gloomy. Can't afford to provoke, really can't afford to provoke. With this +6 white jade diamond in his hand, he can go back to work. But if even this last baby is broken, I'll be completely finished playing it. But the furnace of heaven and earth in the middle of the hall seemed to attract him continuously as if there was an invisible magical power. Taibei Jinxing only felt itching and unbearable. I was afraid that I would be hot again, so I didn't dare to delay too much, so I simply closed my eyes and bowed to Ye Fan, muttering in his mouth. Thank you for your generous gift. It's just that the little god's mana is meager, so let's stop here for the time being. After saying this, he ran out without looking back, taking a posture of fleeing for his life, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Looking at the back of Taibei Venus hurriedly leaving, Ye Fan shook his head helplessly. I really am a conscientious business. As for? But since this old official oil brought a +6 middle grade Xiantian Ling Bao to go back, he was not afraid that there would be no gods from the heavens to continue to come forward to deliver food. It's the season of ripening leeks again, which one should I cut first, a conscientious merchant? On the side of Taibei Venus, the fire was full of horror. After a lot of exhaustion, he finally left the Chaos Realm and saw the Nantian Gate that was thinking about it. After careful consideration this way, Taibei Jinxing, who had completely calmed down, was restless again. He was surprised to discover that as long as he is not on his head, is not greedy, and accepts it when he sees it, he will definitely be able to make a profit and return in this temple building. As if mastering the wealth code, the old official oil was overwhelmed for a while. Especially when I thought that my status in Heavenly Court was about to rise again, it was even more energetic. After finishing the whole clothes, thinking about a set of rhetoric about how to praise the temple and Ye Fan, the old official Yuzi resolutely stepped into the high palace. The second wave of live advertisements is coming soon. To be continued. Chapter 10 The First Growth of Heavenly Leek. Heavenly Court, in the palace of Ling Xiao. Dozens of days have passed since Taibei Venus went here. Although time is undoubtedly the least valuable thing to the gods, the Jade Emperor always feels a little upset when he thinks that his confidant has not returned with his coffin. Finally, just as all the immortals were talking about the Styx ancestors' declaration of war on Western religion, a rather rickety figure slowly walked outside the Ling Xiao Hall. From a distance, it can be described as a sluggish breath, and even a sense of dying old age. But for some reason, under this aging body, there was an unprecedented confidence and look. People have a good spirit at happy events, which is definitely the best interpretation of Taibei Jinxing at the moment. Every step Taibei Venus took, the sense of expectation of the heavenly immortals was raised by a point, and the Jade Emperor's heart became more tense, for fear of hearing the bad news that his own heritage was lost, and for a while, he was a little gaff. Chintai Platinum Star, I have seen your majesty. Swaggering to the bottom of the hall, the old official Yuzi was a great gift to the Jade Emperor without saying a word. Listening to the loud voice of Taibei Jinxing, the Jade Emperor suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Iking has worked hard, hurry up and flatten out. After a few words of encouragement, he watched Taibei Jinxing slowly raised his head. The monarch and the minister looked at each other and said nothing to each other, but everything was silent. Through Taibei Jinxing's quite proud eyes, the Jade Emperor knew what happened today, and it was done. For a moment of excitement, he didn't even care that the Heavenly Court's immortal portals were standing in the High Heaven Treasure Hall, and he asked directly. I wonder if Iking went to build the temple to find out, what's the harvest? When I heard that the Jade Emperor couldn't help it, the old official Yuzi was already impatient, and he asked for credit and replied. Fortunately, the minister did not humiliate his life, please give your majesty a lesson. After speaking, he took out the white jade diamond that had succeeded +6 from the universe bag. As soon as this treasure appeared, an extremely strong innate aura immediately filled the entire High Heaven Hall. Chapter 14. All the people were in an uproar for a while. Even the Jade Emperor, who was sitting on the dragon chair above him, looked straight at the treasure in Taibei Jinxing's hands, with an incredible expression on his face. All the immortals present are no strangers to this top-grade Hushan Ling Bao. Look at this posture, look at the endless innate aura entwined on it, there is no doubt that it has successfully transformed into an innate spirit treasure. Shock! This is definitely an unprecedented event in the three realms. Innate things have definite numbers. Since the beginning of the world, it has already been fixed, and it is definitely not a factor that can be changed by manpower. This is why every innate thing is so precious. But watching this real acquired Ling Bao transform into an innate Ling Bao, a stormy wave has already been set off in the hearts of the immortals below. "I King, what kind of adventure is there? Come quickly." The Jade Emperor couldn't sit still anymore, and only felt an endless surging fire in his heart. Heavenly Court has been in charge of the three realms for many years, with unparalleled background. If this way of strengthening the spirit treasure really works, even if it is smashed, then he has the confidence to smash a chaotic spirit treasure. At that time, with such a treasure to suppress the heavenly luck, I am afraid of the rise of the Western religion with a hammer. In response to your Majesty, is it the only magnificent holy land in the three realms to build a temple? The superiors in the meantime are even more unpredictable, but they are also approachable and unassuming. One day there is a furnace in the building of the temple. This is the tool to strengthen the spiritual treasure. According to the nobleman's statement, before +5, every enhancement of Ling Bao only needs to pay 10,000 years of cultivation as a price, and after +5, you need to use the power of the source to act as a weight to advance Ling Bao. In addition, Ling Bao will not be broken before +3, and after +3, there will be risks every time it is strengthened. Once the Ling Bao is broken, there will be no possibility of recovery. The building of the temple is based on the principle of voluntary strengthening, and it is not responsible for the broken Ling Bao. The old official Yuzi introduced his adventures in the temple building to the heavenly celestial beings, and listened to the celestial beings stunned, as if they were a world away, utterly intoxicated. If you only need to pay a small amount of cultivation base to strengthen the Ling Bao, this is definitely a trade that will not lose money. It's a mere tens of thousands of years of cultivation, but there are 9 cows in a hairy ear. As long as you have a high-level spirit treasure by your body, the journey of cultivation must be considered as a smooth one. If you can advance to a higher level of spirit treasure, even if you pay some original strength, it will be worth it. Unexpectedly, there is such a magical existence in the whole world. It's just that the broken spirit treasure is really a difficult problem. Dare to ask Taibei Jinxing, what can you say about this brokenness? Listening to the babbled people asking questions respectfully to themselves, Lao Guanyuzi really enjoyed the feeling of holding the moon among the stars. After a while pretending to be Suingsu, he opened his mouth leisurely. This strengthening method is actually going against the sky, and the test is whether each Taoist friend's heart is firm. If you can face up to the difficulties, it will surely come back with great satisfaction. But if you retreat in the face of difficulties and your Xingxing is not firm enough, you will be defeated and overturned. Everyone does not know that this white jade diamond carving has succeeded +6. It has advanced from the acquired Ling Bao to the middle grade innate Ling Bao. If the old man is not firm, I am afraid that the result will not be what we want. Before the white jade diamond was successfully cut to +6, the old man shattered the spirit treasure that His Majesty had handed over. This is a desperate bet to strengthen this treasure, and please forgive your Majesty. Taking advantage of all the immortals in their heads, the old official Yuzi borrowed the donkey from Posya, and pleaded guilty to the Jade Emperor. Are you kidding me? What I gave him was nothing more than a bunch of worthless acquired spirit treasures. Even if there were a few low-grade innate spirit treasures, how could it be compared to this middle-grade innate spirit treasure? Blame? He is the supreme of the three realms, in fact, those who are waiting for a little belly. Ai Ching said seriously. I King's trip is a great achievement, so what's the crime? Get up quickly, I will have a great reward in the future. I definitely won't chill the hearts of all I King. The Jade Emperor waved his hand generously, his eyes full of fiery color. It seems that I have seen the +12 artifact in my hand, just like the old ancestor of the Styx, the posture that has risen once. The celestial immortals underneath also nodded one after another, and they had a care about the strengthening of the building of the temple. Isn't it a test of the heart? Isn't it the Wanzai cultivation base? Isn't it just a few pieces of acquired spirit treasure? Could it be that he would still be scared away? But Tabai Jinxing said, as long as you face the difficulties, can you be extremely calm? At that time, you will return with a full load, and you will be on a peaceful footing. The Jade Emperor hurriedly descended from the court, as if he was going to prepare something. The heavenly immortals also packed their bags, found the weird invitation letter, and rushed towards the place where the temple was built without saying a word. A large wave of leaks is coming. To be continued. Chapter 11 Li Jing tests water, all immortals shocked. Deep in the chaos, outside the temple. In the chaos that had been silent for tens of thousands of years, a large group of monks from various places suddenly ushered in, most of which were dominated by the heavenly righteous gods. This kind of posture is simply even hotter than that of later generations during the business boom. In the eyes of all the monks, the majestic temple building in front of them is the place where they dream of setting sail. Chapter 15. It is a conscientious merchant among the three realms. It is the gospel of the whole three realms. Unexpectedly, in the depths of the chaos, there really are such magnificent buildings. Lu Dongbin sighed as he looked at the temple building close at hand. Hey! He is too platinum star to be able to strengthen a +6 Ling Bao, I must be able to do it too. The two veteran oil seeds have always been tit for tat, but now, seeing Tabai Jinxing take off directly with a +6 middle grade innate spirit treasure, Yuelao is naturally not convinced. This time, when he came to build the temple, this old guy brought the treasure at the bottom of the box. It can be said that he has exhausted his heritage. It is bound to be a blockbuster and score twice. I still need to be cautious, and don't offend the majesty in this temple building. The barefoot Daxian straightened his clothes and looked excited. Upon hearing this, all the immortals descended solemnly, forming a long line in an orderly manner, headed by King Totali, stepping into the temple building with anxiety. Ye Fan had already spotted the lush and lovely group of leeks outside, and when he saw this group of people come to give benefits to himself, he naturally welcomed them with both hands. No, the immortals had just stepped into the gate of the temple building and heard Ye Fan's unassuming voice. Welcome everyone to visit me to build a temple. I wish you all a victory and realize what you want in your heart. Although Ye Fan's voice was soft and without sharp. But when they stepped into the temple building, the immortals were disarmed by the extremely terrifying coercion, and even Ye Fan, who was amiable towards the top, became more respectful, and did not dare to have the slightest overstepping and presumptuous. I've seen it before. I'm here to harass this time, please don't blame it. After a polite greeting, the two sides finally came to the topic. Dare to ask your sire, how can this strengthening method in the building of the temple be realized? Although Tabai Jinxing has already introduced to everyone the strengthening of the temple building, as the first person to eat crabs, Li Jing still appears very cautious. There is a heaven and earth furnace in the middle of the main hall. You only need to put the spirit treasure you want to strengthen into the furnace, and then slap the top of the heaven and earth furnace with your palms. Each slap will provide Ling Bao with an opportunity to strengthen. Before Ling Bao +5, all you need to pay is only 10,000 years of cultivation base, the later you need more cultivation base. And after Ling Bao is strengthened by +5, what needs to be paid is the power of the origin. In addition, there is no risk of shattering all strengthened things before +3, and after +3, they will face the possibility of Ling Bao shattering every time. Once the Ling Bao is broken, there will be no chance of recovery. Of course, there will also be protection coupons for sale here. If the enhancement fails, you can keep the Ling Bao intact. Strengthening is risky, Taoists need to be cautious. All enhancements are based on your volition, and I am not responsible for building the temple. Ye Fan repeated the strengthening method to the immortals again, and then looked at Li Jing with a smile. When Ye Fan saw it like this, Li Tianwang felt fidgety for a while. It's not a matter of standing or sitting. I am impatient, but no one is a fool, and I don't want to be a cannon fodder to help others find the way. What is the heavenly king doing in a daze? I waited hard to come from the heaven to build the temple, how can there be any reason to shrink back? Seeing Li Jing's reluctance to leave, Cao Qiaji sneered. Hey! Want to be invited by Uncle Guo first? The two didn't deal with it at first. Seeing that this guy was still falling into the rock in full view and driving the ducks to the shelves, Li Jing also coldly drank and looked very unwilling. As soon as the ball was kicked back by Li Jing, Cao Qiaju couldn't help but muttered. Everything pays attention to come first, and since the king is in front and the gentleman doesn't take the favor of others, how can I have the reason to overdo it? It's better to ask the king first. Why? Could it be that the king doesn't trust the Lord? Good guy, this is just spitting. Li Jing's mentality completely collapsed after being engaged by Uncle Cao Guo. It happened that Ye Fan was watching his eyes on the side, even though he was reluctant in every possible way, he didn't dare to refuse, so as not to stigmatize the honored person. If Ye Fan felt his distrust of building the temple, wouldn't he offend such a hidden power in vain? Fortunately, as the head of the heavenly military commander, Li Tianwang is also the confidant of the Jade Emperor. After some struggle, Li Tianwang could only blush and take out a middle-grade Hushan Ling Bao, planning to try the water first. Please don't blame me, Xiao Wang came in a hurry and didn't bring too many valuables. For fear of Ye Fan's misunderstanding, Li Jing hurriedly handed over and explained a few words. The king is too worried. Everything in this temple is built on a voluntary basis. The king uses the furnace of the day to strengthen it by himself. Ye Fan nodded noncommittently, naturally he wouldn't settle down, so as not to scare away these cute little leaks. Feeling Ye Fan's approachability, the immortals all breathed a sigh of relief and cast their eyes on Li Jing, who was standing in front of the furnace of heaven and earth. In front of all the immortals, Li Tianwang tremblingly threw the middle-grade Hushan Ling Bao Xianhuang 7-foot sword into the furnace of heaven and earth. Then, just as Ye Fan and Taibei Jingxing said, they gently placed their hands on the stovetop. I only felt that a burst of spiritual power flowed through the body, and then was taken away without any warning from the Wanzai repair base. Such methods are really unpredictable. Ding! The Xianhuang 7-foot sword strengthened by +1 successfully. The repair base was removed, and the system prompt sounded. All the immortals unanimously released their spiritual thoughts one after another, looking at the Xianhuang 7-foot sword that was about to be promoted to the top-grade Hushan Ling Bao. The storm had already set off in his heart. Chapter 16. It seems that the building of the temple is really as mysterious and impermanent as the invitation letter said. As the party concerned, Li Jing was naturally surprised and delighted. Regardless of suppressing the excitement, he placed his right palm on the top of the stove without saying a word. Ding! Xianhuang 7-feet sword strengthening +2 success. Good guys! Direct success +2, breaking through to the top-grade Hushan Ling Bao, flushing Li Jing's old face with excitement and feelings surging. Later, the heavenly immortals were eager to try, and some regretted not making a decisive decision to seize the opportunity. Ding! Xianhuang 7-feet sword strengthen +3 success. Ding! Xianhuang 7-feet sword strengthening +4 success. Ding! Xianhuang 7-feet sword strengthening +5 success. Now even Ye Fan was slightly taken aback. Although Li Tianwang looked a little ugly, his luck was indeed good. Compared to the Taibei Jingxing, who is only +4, who is not a chief, it is simply a lucky star. This +5 mysterious yellow 7-foot sword has become a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. It has even faintly made a breakthrough to the point of middle-grade Xiantian Ling Bao. This is nothing short of profit. The eyes of the immortals in the back were straight, and Uncle Cao Guo was even more sighing. Thinking of my previous mockery of Li Jing, I wish I could give myself 2 big mouths. After hesitating for a while, looking at the low-grade innate spirit treasure in his hand, he resolutely spoke to Ye Fan. Thank you for your generous gift. Xiao Wang also wants to continue to strengthen this black and yellow 7-foot sword. To be continued. Chapter 12 Unlucky Li Jing. Hey! Insatiable! Looking at Li Jing's face full of villains, Cao Qiaji snorted, eyes full of jealousy. The heaven and earth melting pot is used by the heavenly king for his own actions. Ye Fan still had that light and breezy appearance, which made the immortals below feel relieved. Bowing to Ye Fan, Li Jing held his breath for a while and then threw the +5 Xianhuang 7-foot sword into the furnace of heaven and earth again. Snapped! With a wave of the big hand, a trace of the source of power was instantly taken away, and then the system prompt echoed in the middle of the hall. Ding! Xianhuang 7 feet sword strengthening +6 success. It turned out to be successful again. All the immortals took a deep breath. This Li Tianwang's luck is really enviable. Father! If you continue to strengthen, you are likely to face the risk of breaking the Ling Bao. Different from watching the excitement of the heavenly immortals, the intimate Daer Jinza has started to go online. My son, don't worry. Heaven will help my father. Looking at this +6 middle grade innate spirit treasure, Li Jing showed great confidence. Without saying anything, another palm fell. Ding! Xianhuang 7 feet sword +7 failed. I saw a burst of blue smoke rising above the melting pot that day, and then all the immortals were left with only full of astonishment and panic. Failed? How come? Li Jing was stunned when he stood in the same place. I was clearly advancing all the way with great luck, how could I fail? Looking at the empty melting pot of heaven and earth, the connection between himself and the Xianhuang 7 sword was completely cut and erased, and Li Tianwang's face twitched, full of grief. This wave is on the top. This time not only lost a middle-grade innate spirit treasure in vain, but also wasted tens of thousands of years of cultivation base and that precious source of power. Heartache. The heartache is extremely painful. Isn't Jin Zha's mouth open? This Li Tianwang is so lucky to be told by you, it turned out that a spiritual treasure was directly broken. It's amazing, it's really amazing. Uncle Cao Guo will naturally not let go of this opportunity to beat down the dog. Seeing the painful expressions on the faces of the Li family and his son, Cao Qiaji's heart is simply happy. Will you be troubled? Let you not listen to it, right? Let you be an enemy of the old man, right? Now, I see if you can get mad. Ignoring Uncle Cao's harsh words, Li Jing finally recovered from his grief. He made a silent gesture to Jinza, then took out another top-grade Hushan Ling Bao and threw it into the furnace of heaven and earth. Chapter 17. Unfortunately, the next result was not so satisfactory. Ding! The 7 golden rings strengthened by +1 failed. Ding! The 7 golden rings strengthened by +1 failed. Ding! 7 golden rings +1 failed to strengthen. After failing more than 10 times in a row, Li Tianwang, who was full of black lines, won a +3 spirit treasure. He clapped his hands violently again, and the furnace of heaven and earth billowed with smoke again. Ding! 7 golden rings strengthened +4 failed. At this moment, Li Jing completely doubted his life. The +3 Ling Bao strengthened after spending hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation is so broken? Dissatisfied. Absolutely dissatisfied. Taibei Jingxing has said that this Ling Bao strengthens and tests a person's heart. As long as one's temperament is tough enough, he will definitely be able to come back with great satisfaction. Ever since, something interesting happened. Ding! Fire Sun Bell strengthening +4 failed. Ding! Fire Dragon Cover strengthening +4 failed. Ding! Fire Blade Enhancement +4 failed. Ding! Fire Wind Knife strengthening +4 failed. After a succession, nearly 20 pieces of Ling Bao were broken. Looking at the empty treasure bag, and feeling the soreness of waist and knees, Li Jing finally woke up from the heat of strengthening the Ling Bao. Oh, I said Li Jing, although you black-faced man looks a little ugly, you can't carry it like this, right? Could it be that you have done too many damaging things on weekdays, and this is the result of retribution? When Li Tianwang, who had finally recovered his senses, heard Cao Qiaji's words, he almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. If it weren't for the other party's identity, I'm afraid he would have rushed to fight with him. I advise you to stay away from this unlucky egg as soon as possible, so as not to get bad luck and affect your fortune. When he said that, Uncle Cao gave Li Jing a few eyes with disgust, and then took a few steps back pretentiously. The rest of the immortals, look at me and I look at you, after a battle between heaven and man, they actually stepped back a few steps. You guys. Good. Very good. Li Jing was angry, completely angry. Isn't this a bully? Not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Uncle Cao Guo, come here if you have the ability. My king wants to see how lucky you are. Pointing to his nose, Li Jing pointed at Cao Qiaju, which was a horrible scolding. I can come. You can withdraw first, so as not to affect the fortune of the old man. After moving a few steps forward, Cao Qiaji still did not forget to mock Li Tianwang. It wasn't until he came to the furnace of heaven and earth that he finally regained that attitude of sex. He arched his hand at Ye Fan, and then he threw the Ling Bao into the melting pot of the day. Ding! Kamikaze talisman strengthened by +1 success. The cultivation base is taken away to strengthen the success. Seeing that this top-grade Hushan Ling Bao was faintly entwined with a little bit of innate aura, Uncle Cao Guo was immediately overjoyed. Looking at Li Jing in the distance, he put on a look of disgust and waved his hand. Go! 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 You hapless bastard, step back! Uncle Cao Guo, you deceive people too much. Looking at the heavenly immortals who collectively alienated him, Li Jing was a little speechless for a while. After saying this, it was another palm. Ding! Kamikaze talisman strengthening +2 failed. Uncle Cao Guo's old face turned black, and he turned his head to face King Li Tianwang again and made a bad word at each other. Li Jing! You are so harmful. If it wasn't for your broom star to block the fortune, how could the old man fail +2? Also, please rush this Li Jing to the door first, so as not to spoil everyone's interest. As soon as Uncle Cao Guo turned his eyes, he smiled and looked at Ye Fan, who was aside. Ye Fan didn't bother to participate in the grievances between the two people. However, if it is really because of Li Jing's influence on this group of leaks, it will definitely be a great loss for himself. With just one look, Li Jing didn't dare not obey, so he could only laugh back a few times. Okay. The king will listen to your honor for the time being. I want to see what kind of bird your Uncle Cao Guo is. As he said that, he retreated to the door with a face full of unwillingness. His face was gloomy, and his eyes stared directly at the Uncle Cao Guo in the middle of the hall. Chapter 18. Watching the old enemy walk away, he slowly stretched his waist and slapped his hand on the stove top again. Ding! Kamikaze talisman strengthening +2 failed. To be continued. Chapter 13. The first +12 artifact appears. Li Jing, who was standing at the door blowing a cold wind, immediately let go and laughed at the unsentimental mechanical beep. Ha 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 ha! Uncle Cao Guo! I didn't expect you to have today too. This king has at least strengthened a +6 baby, but you can't even get a +2. A shame. It's a shame. According to the king, are you not the reincarnated broom star? The two scolded each other in the air, and neither was convinced. The gods below subconsciously stepped back a few steps, and distanced themselves quite a bit from the Uncle Cao Guo. Humph! Noisy! Being so stimulated by Li Jing, Uncle Cao Guo became angry and directly came to strengthen 10 company. Ding! Kamikaze talisman strengthening +2 failed. Ding! Kamikaze Talisman Strengthening +2 failed. Ding. Kamikaze Talisman Strengthening +2 failed. Ding. Kamikaze Talisman Strengthening +2 failed. Failure notification sounds came from the furnace of heaven and earth one after another, and Cao Qiaju's face in the middle of the hall was so angry that his face was blue and white. Today this king really has a long experience. Strengthening 10 times in a row is a failure. Uncle Cao Guo, this king advises you to do more good deeds in the future. What are you doing in a daze? You broom star, don't withdraw, so as not to affect the luck of your colleagues. Li Jing stood at the door with his hips akimbo, gave Uncle Cao Guo irritated, and laughed. The heavenly immortals in the temple building looked at the furious Uncle Cao Guo, and then stepped back. Ye Fan was smiling while standing aside, but he didn't expect that Uncle Cao would be so dark-faced. But besides being funny, he was a little bit more disgusted with these two non-chiefs. After the two of them engaged in this way, the celestials who had been rushing to issue the first rush to win the battle were like frightened birds. An extremely strange atmosphere permeated the entire building of the temple. Friends first please. Daxian is polite, you come first. No, no, no. It's better for fellow deists to behave first. Just when the immortals looked evasive, someone finally stood up. My dear, the little wants to give it a try. Looking at the majestic middle-aged man in front of him, Ye Fan was taken aback. It was Zhao Gongming, the god of wealth. In the previous life, I didn't worship him less, but I didn't know if Zhao Gongming, who had always used his financial resources to strengthen the sky, could maintain his good luck as always. Gongming Taoist fellow can do it yourself. Nodding non-committal, everyone's eyes fell on Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming bowed to Ye Fan and directly put the dragon binding rope in his hand into the furnace of heaven and earth. Although the name of this dragon rope is the same as the one taken out by Taibei Jingxing, the grade is very different. This dragon binding rope in Zhao Gongming's hand was personally given by the former master Tongtian. As Tongtian's favorite disciple, naturally it is impossible to be too shabby. Seeing that Zhao Gongming's shot was a low-grade innate spirit treasure, all the heavenly immortals looked sideways, and were even ready to watch the show, gloating with misfortune. Master is here, please don't blame Master. The left hand is Yang, the right hand is Yin, holding Yin and embracing Yang, and he performed a standard Taoist etiquette against the void. Zhao Gongming only started his own way of strengthening. In his heart, like the master Tongtian, he has a deep obsession with the destruction of the Jijiao. This is why I have been squeezed out of heaven for so many years. For Zhao Gongming, the situation between himself and Jijiao is already at a critically ill level. It's better to take a gamble than to live on your knees. Thinking of this, Zhao Gongming closed his eyes resolutely and sprinted into the top of the furnace that day. Fuck! After 3 slaps, the entire furnace of heaven and earth began to roar. Ding! Dragon binding strengthening +1 succeeded. Ding! Dragon binding strength +2 success. Ding! Dragon binding strength +3 success. Chapter 19. It's a success. It was a success. Looking at the dragon binding cable that had broken through to the middle grade Xiantian Ling Bao, Zhao Gongming seemed to see the hope of the resurrection of the Jijiao. However, relying on a middle grade innate spirit treasure is obviously far from enough. Fuck! Another wave of crazy sprints. For Zhao Gongming, there is only Stud if he wants to stand up. Stud will perform miracles if you don't steam the steamed buns and fight for your breath. Ding! Dragon binding strength +4 success. Ding! Dragon binding strength +5 success. Ding! Dragon binding strength +6 success. It's a success. It turned out to be successful again. At the moment, this +6 dragon binding rope has transformed into a top-grade innate spirit treasure. Not enough. Not enough. Think of the countless disciples of the tribulation sect who died in the conferred God's volume tribulation, and think of the teacher Tongtian Guru who was still conspired to be confined in the purple heaven palace. Zhao Gongming's face once again showed a crazy color. Fuck. Still slapped frantically with his eyes closed, ignoring the result and not afraid of failure. Zhao Gongming now has only one thought in his mind. +10. I also have to strengthen a +10 artifact like the ancestor of the Styx. Only in this way, the teacher has the possibility of turning over. Crazy. Definitely crazy. Hey. With such an arbitrary character, it's no wonder that Ji Church was defeated. It is better for fellow Taoists to speak carefully. In my opinion, this Zhao Gongming's spiritual treasure is not far from being broken. There was a strong wind of jealousy below, and he seemed very disdainful of these remnants of the tribulation. Ding! Dragon Binding Strength +7 success. Ding! Dragon Binding Strength +8 success. Ding! Dragon Binding Strength +9 success. +9? Actually +9 directly? Now, even Ye Fan was not calm anymore. In this whole world, no one knows better than him how difficult this +9 is. The reason why the ancestor of the Styx was able to succeed +10. It was because he secretly placed an enhanced protection coupon for him. But this Zhao Gongming, actually relying on his own luck, directly soared, and came +9? Buzzing! The +9 dragon binding cable has become a superb innate spirit treasure. The strong innate aura slightly caused the void to vibrate. The celestial immortals below were even more shocked and shocked. He Zhao Gongming, a mere man, why? Especially the brothers and sisters Li Jing and Cao Qiaja standing at the door, almost fainted with anger. This person is more annoying than a person. After failing so many times, he didn't even get a +3, but Zhao Gongming directly got +9? Something's wrong. There is definitely some clue in this. For a while, everyone was engrossed in observing Zhao Gongming's strengthening methods, trying to figure out what to do from it. The best innate Ling Bao. Now even Zhao Gongming himself is not calm anymore. Further down, it is very likely that oneself can strengthen a congenital treasure to come. The reason why the ancestor of Styx was able to sit on a supreme innate treasure with +10 was all because the ABI sword itself was of very high grade, but it was a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. And he immediately strengthened a low-grade innate spirit treasure into the top-grade innate spirit treasure, and the taste in it is not uncomfortable. After hesitating for a while, Zhao Gongming still felt that this +9 dragon binding rope was not in place. If there is no one innate treasure to come, what qualifications do you have to talk about revitalizing the Jijiao? Ever since, closing his eyes, there was another slap at the melting pot of the day. Ding! Binding the dragon cable +10 success. Ding! Binding the dragon cable +11 success. Every time Zhao Gongming took a shot, the hearts of the immortals below shook a bit. Everyone was waiting for Zhao Gongming's downturn and regretful appearance. Unfortunately, things still went beyond everyone's expectations. Chapter 20. Ding! Tie the dragon cable +12 success. When the system prompt fell, Zhao Gongming was also relieved. Not daring to hesitate for half a minute, he took the +12 dragon binding rope directly from the furnace of heaven and earth and carried it into his arms. This +12 dragon binding rope has already become a low-grade innate treasure. Innate treasure. It is actually a congenital treasure. Now everyone is not calm anymore. This method of building a temple is really unpredictable. Being stimulated by Zhao Gongming, everyone changed their previous cautious attitude and rushed to join the ranks of Ling Bao reinforcement. Thank you for your generous gift. Master, bless you. Master, bless you. People have a good spirit at happy events. Holding the +12 innate treasure to tie the dragon rope, Zhao Gongming even walks with the wind. He bowed his hand to Ye Fan, and respectfully withdrew from the temple building, turned into a stream of light, and went straight to the Zixiao Palace. The resurrection of Jijiao is just around the corner. To be continued. Chapter 14. If you feel happy, clap your hands. Looking at Zhao Gongming's dashingly departed back, everyone couldn't sit still. Friends, didn't you just say let me first? Humph. When did the old man say it? You must have remembered it wrong. You. After squeezing out the crowd, the barefoot thing walked up to Ye Fan with a smile on his face. My dear, the little will try it first. Nodding non-committal, Ye Fan made a gesture of please. Zhao Gongming was strengthened based on a low-grade innate spirit treasure, so the old man will naturally not be compared to him. As if he had found the essence of Zhao Gongming's enhancement, the barefoot great immortal also took out a low-grade congenital Ling Bao. The next step is to close your eyes and pat the stovetop. Muttering in his mouth, he couldn't say that he had nothing to do with Zhao Gongming, it could be said to be exactly the same. Fuck. After a 3-shot combo, tens of thousands of years of cultivation were wiped out. Ding. Pu Xian Fan strengthened by +1 successfully. Ding. Puxian Fan strengthening +2 success. Ding. Puxian Fan strengthening +3 success. It's done. It turned out to be. Looking at the Pu Xian Fan that had already succeeded +3, Zhen Yuanzi was excited for a while. Fellow Daoist Zhao Gongming, sincerely don't deceive me. Combining with what Tabe Venus said earlier, the barefoot great immortal suddenly realized it. This Ling Bao strengthening really tests a person's heart. The more you are afraid of something, the easier it is to come. Combined with the Buddhist principles, the barefoot immortal is instantly enlightened. If you don't see all beings, you won't be disturbed by it. So closing your eyes and believing in yourself is undoubtedly the only way to strengthen Ling Bao. Got it. I realized it. The barefoot Daxian who had mastered the wealth code closed his eyes and sprinted again without hesitation. Ding. Puxian Fan strengthening +4 success. Ding. Puxian Fan strengthening +5 success. Ding. Puxian Fan strengthening +6 success. Sure enough. Looking at the impressively +6 Puxian Fan, the barefoot Daxian was even more surprised and happy. Fuck. Superior. Go to the Lord. Close your eyes to the Lord. After a crazy slap, it turned out to be another +9 artifact. 2 top-quality innate spirit treasures were released one after another, and everyone was completely agitated. Who said that immortals have no desires and no desires? That's just farting. In this world, who doesn't want to have a few congenital treasures? For a time, the cries and pleadings of the heavenly immortals were flooded in the temple building. Chapter 21. Dare to ask your Lord, can this temple building allow me to wait and strengthen at the same time? Respect for the boundless power of mana, the cultivation base is high and profound, please also respect for the grace. Your Honor, let me wait and strengthen at the same time. In this way, the efficiency of building the temple can be higher, isn't it? Facing this group of fanatical leaks, Ye Fan would naturally not refuse. There is a system in the body, this requirement is naturally not a problem. With a wave of a big hand, 10 furnaces of the same model of heaven and earth appeared in the temple building. All of a sudden, these fiery gods swarmed up and rushed toward the melting pot that day. No longer hesitating, everyone naturally noticed the strengthening secrets of Zhao Gongming and the barefoot great immortal, and they learned them in succession. In an instant, a very strange scene appeared in the entire building of the temple. The immortals in the heavenly court closed their eyes one after another, all kinds of treasures were thrown into the furnace of heaven and earth without money, and then they raised their hands and patted. Fuck. Fuck. The speed is jaw-dropping, regardless of success. For these fanatics above, it's almost over. Ding. Zhuquazhengyang arrow strengthened +1 successfully. Ding. Due to the fact that there were too many immortals being strengthened at the same time, the speed of tapping the screen was so fast that the prompt sound of the melting pot that day was directly swallowed. Superior. Give it to this seat. Listening to this pop sound filled with ears, Yafan experienced unprecedented happiness. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation, mixed with various spirit treasures, were collected in the bag, and even the precious source of power was also collected. If this continues, it will not take long before the upgrade progress bar for building the temple will be full. When the time comes to unlock more functions, and look at the prestige, wouldn't it be enough to have a hand? Seeing such a crazy scene in front of him, Yafan was a bit speechless for a while. I've seen someone reckless, I haven't seen anyone so reckless. However, as long as the customer is happy, the conscientious business owner will naturally have no opinion. Ding! 5 Thunder Blade Enhancement plus 4 failed. Ding! Wind and Fire Bracelet Strengthening plus 4 failed. Ding! Wanhaizua strengthens plus 5 success. Strengthening this thing, to put it bluntly, is a metaphysical problem. Even oneself can't control its probability and result. Again, Yafan could only sneer at the wealth code that these immortals thought they had mastered, and was happy to see it completed. Broken, how could it be broken again? Could it be that the old man is not fast enough? Ha 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 ha. The immortal also has a plus 6 Ling Bao. This is the last treasure on the old man's body. If it is broken again, these millions of years of hard work will be ruined. God bless, Deist Zhao Gongming bless. All of a sudden, the whole building of the temple was full of mourning. Countless immortals who were so tall and with extraordinary temperament on weekdays slumped on the ground with blushing faces, rubbing their waists, appearing very collapsed. This scene is really horrible. If you let someone who didn't know it, you would think that this temple building is an irregular business place. But it's not surprising, even if you are a god, you can't help but consume it like this. What's more, because the cultivation base cost too much, it directly fell into a small realm. But this collapse is naturally only temporary, as long as it recovers over time, the realm will naturally rise. But even so, they still couldn't stop these enthusiastic heavenly immortals closing their eyes and slamming the screen. Even if the family is bankrupted, even if the cultivation base is exhausted, everyone has only one goal in their hearts. Plus 10. I also want plus 10. And the only thing that supports them to bite the bullet and continue to strengthen is naturally the strengthening experience they got from Taibei Jingxing and Zhao Gongming. 1 word, fast. 2 words, close your eyes. 3 words, don't persuade. 4 words, whether it's very peaceful. Especially after witnessing the birth of 2 innate treasures, the last trace of reason in the hearts of these gods was finally thrown out of the clouds. Superior. Go to Lao Tzu. What Taibei Jingxing said, as long as you keep your heart and face difficulties, you will surely be able to come back with great satisfaction. It is absolutely impossible to give up halfway and give up halfway. Fuck. Chapter 22. The center of the whole hall was filled with and echoed with the fierce stove-top flapping sound, and Yafan was in a fluttering mood as he watched the continuously rising upgrade progress bar. If you feel happy, clap your hands. Fuck. If you feel happy, clap your hands. Fuck. Seeing more and more gods sitting paralyzed on the ground, all thoughts were lost. Yafan knew that today's wave of harvest is finally coming to an end. After this temple building is upgraded, what functions will make the 3 realms crazy? I really look forward to it. To be continued. Chapter 15. The 16-character mantra has no return. This group of gods who were completely on their heads slapped the top of the furnace of heaven and earth without exhausting their heads. In a short span of time, Yafan had gained nearly 1,000,000 years of cultivation. On the other hand, this group of gods, except for the occasional person who strengthened a plus 6 innate spirit treasure, the others are unlucky enough to get home. He just didn't even get a plus 3. On the contrary, it has lost tens of thousands of years of cultivation in vain. Ha 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 ha, this immortal also has a +6 innate spirit treasure. With this thing in hand, proving the Deluo pinnacle is just around the corner. Hey! What are you crazy? A +6 baby, so embarrassed to show it off. This +8 middle grade innate spirit treasure in my hand is the real treasure. I can beat you 10. You wait for the old man. Of course, there is a comparability among the gods. Being so stimulated by the other party, the fairy who finally succeeded +6 was not happy anymore. However, I have consumed hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation base and a lot of original power. Even if I want to continue to strengthen, I still have more than enough energy. With a move of his heart, a bite of his teeth, and a wave of his big hand, he actually revealed the Giwan that he had used to consolidate his cultivation at the time of breakthrough. Meditate cross-legged, after a meal. Suddenly, the original kid with kidney deficiency and white face turned into a Viagra with a thick red neck on one hand and a translation of chi and blood. He suddenly stood up from the ground, closed his eyes and sprinted towards the furnace of heaven and earth before him. Ding! 10,000 tribulations whip strengthening +7 failure. How can this be? Looking at the melting pot of heaven and earth that was still braving a little bit of aura, and listening to the unsentimental system prompt, the immediately slumped on the ground again. Just your little luck, still trying to compare with the old man. There can be a +6 baby, your ancestral grave is already smoking, and you dare to continue to strengthen it. Isn't this seeking your own death? On the other side, the immortal holding a +8 innate spirit treasure was full of contempt, and everyone was suddenly displeased with anger. Tai Bai Jin Seeing said, as long as you can always keep your heart and face difficulties, you will definitely be able to come back with great satisfaction. The old man can't give up halfway, it's a joke for nothing. After thinking for a while, the stood up again, closed his eyes and sprinted wildly. After combining the experience summary of Taibei Jingxing and Zhao Gongming, the speed is just as fast and fast. Ding! Golden Scepter strengthened by +1 successfully. Ding! Golden Scepter enhancement +2 success. Ding! Golden Scepter enhancement +3 success. Ding! Golden Scepter enhancement +9 success. It's a success. It's +9. It seems that Taibei Jingxing and Zhao Gongming are not deceiving me. This wave of direct +9 immediately made this immortal stand up completely and ride his face directly. The clothes looked at the world with a tone of yin and yang strange air of the previous god. Yet, you can't dare to be just +8. The pattern is smaller, the pattern is smaller. With your kindness, I think the achievements in this life can only stop here. After saying that, I didn't forget to shake the +9 high-grade innate spirit treasure in his hand, with a face full of ambitions. You. The old man will let you see today, what a god helper is. No matter what the result is, you definitely can't lose in momentum. After being ridiculed for a while, the immortal who had already made up his mind to accept it after seeing it well began to move around again. After silently chanting the names of Zhao Gongming and Taibei Jingxing in his heart, he raised his hand and slapped again. Looking at the heavenly immortals who mocked each other and completely lost their sanity, Ye Fan was naturally happy to see the result. It's good. Is this the happiness of Papa Ma in the previous life? Sure enough, Guzhuang is the eternal god. Superior. Chapter 23. Go to the Lord. Close your eyes. Ding! Wind Spirit Orb strengthening +9 failed. When one sheet falls, the system prompts to sound. This lifeless reminder sounded in my ears, it was like a life-threatening curse, and the person fell to the ground with a blow. Unbelievable color on his face. The +8 Ling Bao that I finally strengthened is gone? Looking aside the who had previously encouraged and mocked him, he was suddenly angry. Make people strengthen, like killing a parent. This hatred does not share the ears of heaven. Thief, take his life. The immortal who was completely red-eyed slammed out at the immortal with a palm, revealing his murderous intentions. Ye Fan looked coldly, raised his eyebrows, and let out a stunned cry. No disputes are allowed in the temple I built. If the two of you have any grievances, you can go out and resolve it. If you dare to be presumptuous in my temple building again, this seat will not be easy to forgive. With just a look, the two of them were completely suppressed and subdued. Even the rest of the immortals around him felt as if they were locked in by the supreme avenue. A breathtaking coercion came from the depths of the soul. This is definitely a coercion that represents the will of heaven and earth. Terrible. Please also suffocate your anger. If you two don't want to strengthen, get out quickly. If you dare to stray wildly on the sacred place, it's not because you are tired of life. Feeling the anger on Ye Fan, the rest of the spectators all asked Ye Fan not to get angry. It is abrupt, please forgive me. The villain also lost his mind for a while, so please spare your life. After being drunk by Ye Fan in this way, the two of them suddenly came out in a cold sweat, knelt down and begged for mercy. I don't know if I nodded, the terrifying pressure slowly dissipated. Hey! There is a kind of battle with the old man to build the temple. The old man holds +9 Ling Bao, how can he be afraid of you as a villain? Unexpectedly, they did a row to Ye Fan, and the two turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the temple building, angrily fighting. It is not difficult to predict that after the battle of the two brothers, one of the two brothers tasted the sweetness of the enhanced Ling Bao, and the other who had eaten enough of the Ling Bao is not as good as the human suffering, and he will definitely come back for a wave of crazy consumption in the near future. The mystery of leaks is revealed. After watching the two go away, all the immortals who came back to their senses thought of the +9 high-grade innate spirit treasure in the hands of others, and of course they received another wave of stimulation. Ding! Feng Yang sword strengthening +4 failed. Ding! Spirit fire orb strengthening +2 failed. Ding! Water profound mirror strengthening +4 failed. Ding! The breeze chart strengthens +6 failed. With the passage of time, the immortals in this temple building became more and more enthusiastic. Those who have succeeded in strengthening want to go one step further and take a step forward. And if the strengthening failed and nothing was gained, naturally they wanted to come to a Jedi rebound, and the salted fish turned over. It is not difficult to foresee that there will naturally only be one outcome for those who have strengthened this mentality. Lost money. After being inspired by the previous two and enlightened by Zhao Gongming and Taibei Jinxing, these gods finally completely lost the last trace of reason in their hearts. In addition to Taibei Jinxing and Zhao Gongming's strengthening secrets of close your eyes and shoot fast, and face up to the difficulties, whether it is very peaceful, there is a new way. Take out the treasure that has been treasured for many years. Originally, I just wanted to build a small wave of immortals in the temple, even if it comes to +3, I can get a lot of rewards. This was a good time, after breaking so many spirit treasures and expending countless cultivation bases and the power of the origin, even the elixir used to impact higher realms was completely emptied. If it is not possible to strengthen a spirit treasure of +7 or more, today it is destined to be lost. Friend Taibei, bless you, let the old man come back with great satisfaction. Friend Zhao Gongming, bless me, help me sprint with my eyes closed and take off in a wave. It was another metaphysical manipulation. These gods who relied on the 16-character mantra of Taibei Jinxing, keep your heart, rise to the challenge, or come back with great satisfaction, were finally beaten by the society. Ding! Shuiguang Bao strengthening +5 failed. Ding! Tianmi Feng strengthened +4 failed. Ding! Thunder Dragon Purple Hammer strengthening +7 failed. Ding! Yang Long Sword strengthening +4 failed. As the saying goes, 10 gambling and 9 losses, especially after the top, it is 10 deaths and no life. Seeing their wealth dissipated and their background emptied, they ended up empty-handed. When they thought of Taibei Jinxing's 16-character mantra, the immortals were completely angry. This bad old man is so bad. Chapter 24. Today, you two Platinum Star must give us an explanation. Glancing at each other, and then bowing respectfully to Yafan, the group of lost gods who didn't even have pants left flew towards the heavens, as if taking this Tebe jinxing as the culprit of their failure. Full of murderous intent. To be continued. Chapter 16. The immortals suppress the Tebe Jade Emperor and go personally. Heavenly Court, outside the Ling Xiao Hall. Now that the three realms have been in peace for a long time, and it is time for Western education to flourish, the role played by heaven has become more and more marginalized. In this way, this group of heavenly immortals had nothing to do except for the daily paddling. Therefore, except for those gods who need to take turns, most of the other gods rushed to build the temple. Despite this, the order and operation of the heavenly court has not been disturbed in any way. And because Tebe Jinxing brought back a +6 treasure, his position in the heart of the Jade Emperor has also increased. No, the old official Yuza was humming a song to rush to the Ling Xiao Palace and the Jade Emperor, but he was suddenly surrounded by a crowd of men. Raising his eyes vigilantly, looking intently, seeing all the old faces, Tebe Jinxing breathed a sigh of relief. It's just that this group of fellow Taoists looks pale, with a weak posture like a gossamer, alive and free from a group of surviving kidney deficiency sons. No matter how you look at it, something is wrong. Everyone, this is quite a concerned greeting, who expected to usher in this group of colleagues shouting and screaming. Well, you two Platinum Star, you are so vicious. It's in vain that I waited for a match with your colleagues, but you deceived me and waited like this. It is extremely vicious. If you don't give us an explanation today, I will certainly not be merciless. Veteran official Yuzai was also angry when these weak and incomparably celestial beings uttered bad words against each other. He is now in the limelight. Who in the whole heaven sees that he can't respectfully yell at Tebe Shangxian? It's good for you, as soon as you came up, you yelled at yourself indiscriminately. Who is this wronged by? Hey! You are going to spit people here. The old man has been upright and upright throughout his life. When did he deceive you when the term expired? If you can't tell you how ugly you are today, the old man must settle this account with you. Tebe Jinxing raised his eyebrows and drank coldly, looking very angry. Didn't you keep saying that as long as you are determined and face up to the difficulties, you will be able to come back with great peace and satisfaction? If I hadn't believed your nonsense, how could the old man make a desperate move and lose a few spirit treasures in vain? That's right, you are too Platinum Star to deliberately deceive me, you just don't see other people's favors. Bad old man, so bad. Today you must compensate for the loss I waited for, otherwise you must make you look good. Every time these angry gods thought of Tebe Jinxing's so-called 16-character mantra, they were furious. Isn't this an act of murder? Nonsense. The old man kindly taught you the experience of waiting, so how can you deliberately cheat? What's more, this Ling Bao enhancement is a question of luck. When you wait for your bad luck, how can you blame the old man? Old Guan Yuzi was so angry that his beard trembled and his face flushed. Strong words. My colleagues, I'll drive this guy in together, let your majesty personally judge. It's up to me. With that said, Tebe Jinxing was thrown into the high heaven palace by all the immortals. The Jade Emperor, who was sitting above playing with the +6 innate Ling Bao, was immediately stunned when he saw this posture. He hurriedly asked, "I King, what is going on?" Before the words were finished, the bloodless gods below began to cry. Your Majesty! You must call the shots for me. This Tebe Jinxing deliberately deceived me, and said that the secret to strengthening Ling Bao is to face difficulties. It will definitely be able to come back with great satisfaction and return with a full load, leading to the loss of my heritage. If your Majesty does not punish him, I am afraid that he will not be able to convince the crowd. Just after yelling for grievances here, Tebe Jinxing also screamed angrily. Please also your Majesty. Strengthening Lingbao is to test the original mind. These people are not stable in their Taoism, but the blame is on the minister, which is really unreasonable. Looking at the two parties who said that the public was reasonable, the mother-in-law said that the mother was reasonable, and the two parties were quarreling so hard, the Jade Emperor became more and more curious about the mysterious temple building. Especially when the old ancestor of Styx, who could only hide in the sea of blood as a tortoise, stood up directly, the Jade Emperor was even more excited than ever. Think about yourself as the Lord of the heavenly court. The three realms are supreme, but you have to be restrained by Yuanshi children everywhere, and even the first important weapon in the heavenly court is held in the hands of others. I am completely in a state of being emptied. No matter what, I am also a dignified Daezu boy who was born as a servant. How can I swallow this breath? Unbearable, absolutely unbearable. However, as the sovereign of the three realms, every move inevitably involves countless attention. If it succeeds, it's okay. If it doesn't, wouldn't it make people look at the joke in vain? Furthermore, if he rushed to the temple building, if he didn't say it well, it would arouse the fear and dissatisfaction of those behind him. If not, I have already taken the wealth I have accumulated over the years to give it a go and create a miracle. In short, what his Jade Emperor needs now is an opportunity. Chapter 25. An opportunity to make yourself famous and justifiably go to the temple building to find out. In other words, an excuse and reason to make oneself gamble with integrity. Seeing the noisy group of heavenly immortals below, the Jade Emperor's heart moved. The opportunity is here. This 2 platinum star is really my lucky star. It's like giving yourself a pillow when you fall asleep. Raising his hand to pat the dragon chair, pretending to be angry, the lower part suddenly became quiet. Immediately afterwards, the Jade Emperor began to speak righteously. Presumptuous! You are so noisy in the Ling Xiao Hall, how decent you are! After being so drunk by the Jade Emperor, the center of the chaotic hall finally became dumb. All the immortals look at me and I look at you, with dissatisfaction in their eyes. In the eyes of this group of gods, the Jade Emperor clearly showed that he was favoring the dog-legged Taibei jinxing. Especially the immortals headed by the children of Chanjiao became more unconvinced in their hearts. With Yuanshi Tianzun's backing, these people are naturally not afraid to offend the Jade Emperor. The headed Guangchunzi actually spoke back directly. If your majesty doesn't believe me, he can naturally visit the temple himself and find out. At that time, has this Taibei jinxing deceived me? The truth will come to light. Good guy. Upon hearing Guangchunzi's words, instead of Long Yan's anger, the Jade Emperor stood up from the dragon chair with excitement. Boy, what is waiting for you? This is what you Guangchunzi said. If I were really building a temple and taking off, I would have to see how Yuanshi Tianzun should behave. As if he was afraid that Guangchunzi would repent, the Jade Emperor directly waved his hand, hung the already prepared universe bag on his waist, and walked out of the Ling Xiao Palace first. Fine. Today, I will personally walk for the justice of all Iking and see what is going on in this temple building. To be continued. Chapter 17, Tongtian shocked. Listening to the profound and righteous tone of the Jade Emperor, this group of disciples twitched with their old faces. This wave, how do you feel lost again? Just thinking that the foundation he had accumulated for thousands of years was emptied in one go, I still felt that I couldn't swallow this bad breath. After finally leaving the forbidden heavenly court, the Jade Emperor only felt comfortable. Regardless of whether these officials can keep up with their own speed, it can be described as full of firepower, indulging in this rare free time. In the eyes of Haoshan himself, as the Lord of the Heavens, the Supreme of the Three Realms, and the endless extravagance bonuses, plus the countless treasures on his body, this wave of going forward will definitely be able to rise directly into the sky. Maybe the face-riding saint, turning over and taking the initiative, is nothing to say. Haoshan's front foot only came out of the heaven and earth, and Yuanshi Tianzun, who was far away in the Tianmeluo Palace of Shangqing, was the first to learn about its movements. Hey! Unexpectedly, this Haoshan boy still refuses to rest. From the perspective of the old man, the so-called enhanced spirit treasure is just a trick to fool people. This kind of inferior scam, the old man can't be fooled for anything. With a cold shout, Yuan Shi Tianzun looked very sober. The more he gets to this point, the more he knows what is the order of heaven and what is the fixed number of the great. Especially the respect of the saint, it is even less than the so-called free state. If you want to continue to live peacefully under the will of this heavenly way, you can only act in accordance with the heavenly way. The saint is not against the sky, and against the sky is not holy. In this world, how can there be that real infinite freedom? Even if there is, it is definitely not something he can spy on in his current realm. Therefore, Yuan Shi Tianzun's attitude seemed very clear to the temple building that could be regarded as a change of fate. Disdainfully. Just add laughter. As for the Haoshan boy, if he wants to bite the hook, he is naturally happy to see the result. The saint obeys the sky and all laws follow the holy. Just relying on you to be a quasi-sage, wanting to get out of the control of my Yuan Shi Tianzun, that is simply wishful thinking. This is where the self-confidence, the confidence, and even the insurmountable and violating will of the saint lie. Unlike Yuan Shi Tianzun, the master Tongtian on the side of Zixiao Palace did present a completely opposite attitude. After being imprisoned by Dao Ziu Hongjun and being sanctioned by the four saints, the leader of Tongtian was discouraged. Whenever I think of the majestic scene of my original 10,000 immortals, I compare it with the dying religion of today, and even the few disciples in stock are subject to restraint. He couldn't swallow this breath. In terms of strength, he is the well-deserved first person among the saints. In terms of heels, this teacher's little apprentice is even more graceful. In terms of talents, he is even more of a leader among the three realms. But it happened because of the joint design of the taking sage and Yuan Shi Xiaoer, because of Tao Ziu's sentence the destiny cannot be violated, and because of the opportunity that the Western two sages brazenly asked for. Chapter 26. I am going to be confined in this purple sky palace, and heaven and man will be separated forever. His master of heaven is really unwilling, and really unconvinced. Thinking of this, I just felt that an extremely violent aura from Tongtian rippled, causing the void around him to be shattered again and again. What a shame! Just when the master Tongtian was full of anger, a long-lost voice suddenly came from outside the Zixiao Palace. Master! Master! Listening to this very familiar voice, Tongtian's hands trembled slightly, and then he let out his spiritual thoughts, and the whole person stood up excitedly in an instant. He suddenly appeared outside Zixiao Palace. Looking closely, he confirmed the identity of the visitor, and Tongtian's face was full of love and excitement. With one hand, he played a few rays of aura to protect Zhao Gongming's body, subtracting a lot of the Dao pressure from the Purple Heaven Palace, and then opened his mouth with a face full of disbelief. Disciple, you! What the has happened, but what have you been wronged in heavenly court? Don't worry. If the Yuan Shi child dares to oppress you, he will not be let go of him easily as a teacher. The two masters and apprentices have not seen each other for nearly 1,000 years, and Tongtian is still the fiery temperament of the short guard. Zhao Gongming's heart couldn't help but warmed up, and he respectfully saluted the master Tongtian, saying, Master, please be respected by the disciples. Master, please rest assured. The disciple has not been wronged in any way. This visit has brought me a chance to make a comeback. Listening to Zhao Gongming's solemn tone, Tongtian couldn't help but stun slightly. Could it be that since these days, what changes have happened in the three realms? Without waiting for him to ask questions, the apprentice happily took out the innate treasure of +12 from his arms and handed it over to Tongtian's hands. Master doesn't know anything. In the depths of the chaos, there has been a forging temple, which is so mysterious and can even surpass the heavens. You only need to pay a little cultivation base and source strength to continuously strengthen the spirit treasure in your hand. This dragon-binding rope in the hands of the disciple was strengthened from a low-grade innate spirit treasure to a low-grade innate treasure in this casting temple. The language is not amazing and endless. It's the name of the temple again. Tongjian looked shocked, and he was a little unbelievable about these methods. But he really felt the innate aura entwined on the dragon rope that was almost condensed into substance, and he could finally be sure of the sky. The temple is really as mysterious as the invitation letter said. Look at the little apprentice that I have always loved before, and my heart is even more enthusiastic. He Zhao Gongming can strengthen a low-grade innate treasure to come, then he will be intimacy with the respect of a sage. With great luck, he is afraid that he will be inferior to one of his own disciples. With a big wave of his hand, Zhu Xian's sword whimpered in the air, and bursts of killing and cutting energy flowed around, even Feng Rui. Looking at the heavenly Tao's number 1 killing treasure in his hand, Tongjian seemed to have seen him pressing Yuan Shi Tianzun on the ground frantically and rubbing it. If you can also strengthen this Zuxian sword by +12, with your own cultivation base, wouldn't it be hanging against the other saints? I am afraid that even if it is Dao Ziu Hung Jun, he will be polite to 3 points. Feeling the rare joy on Tongjian's face, Zhao Gongming was also very excited. I also invite Master to come out of the mountain to revive the image of the immortal that I have robbed. The disciples are willing to saddle the horse before and after, and do the best for the Master. Seeing such a sincere disciple, the corners of Tongjian's eyes were slightly moist, and then he restored the majesty of the saint who was watching the world. Good. Today, I will go with you to the forging temple to find out, and see if I can find the opportunity to revitalize the education. As soon as the voice fell, it turned into a stream of light, leading Zhao Gongming to cut through the purple sky and head straight to the depths of the chaos. To be continued. Chapter 18. The Jade Emperor comes to the field and retires the non-chief. It deserves to be an outside scene that can stand in the chaos without being harmed by it. This kind of magnificent organization is compared to the heavenly palace's Lingxiao Palace, and it is not too much. The Jade Emperor looked at the temple building in front of him with a pair of eyes, feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. This wave has been compared. But looking at this magnificent palace, I can't help but secretly cheer. The more mysterious the temple is, doesn't it mean that the chances of winning it will be greater? Without waiting for the belated celestial immortals behind him, Haoshan took the lead and stepped straight into the temple building. As soon as the front foot stepped in, I felt a powerful and terrifying coercion instantly. It seems to be directly on his own heart and soul, and he can't be turned away by any means by himself. In horror, Haoshan didn't dare to be presumptuous when thinking of the etiquette issues that Taibei Jingxing had repeatedly emphasized with him. He respectfully saluted the void, and said, "Junior Haoshan, I've seen the superior." As soon as the voice fell, I saw a handsome figure of a young man with a lingering rhyme, and smiled and greeted the Jade Emperor. It turns out that the Jade Emperor has come here, so I have missed a long way to welcome this seat. Ye Fan smiled. It can be said that he gave Haoshan a lot of face. After all, this man has been sitting in the heavenly court for a long time, and his level of surplus may not be more than that of a saint. For such target customers, I naturally want to make them feel what God is, what service is, and what is experience. You are polite. Chapter 27. I came here this time because I wanted to disturb my elders and strengthen a few treasures for the younger generation. The Jade Emperor also put aside his arrogance completely, and wanted to have a good relationship with this superior. In his opinion, if he can make good destiny with this great power, maybe the next strengthening matters will be able to get twice the result with half the effort. Presumably, the Jade Emperor is already familiar with the rules and methods of strengthening, so I won't go into details here. The heaven and earth melting pot in the middle of the main hall, the Jade Emperor uses it for his own actions. Ye Fan was very direct and made a please gesture after speaking, looking forward to the luck of the three realms supreme. Regardless of whether the Jade Emperor is a non-chief or a European emperor, as long as he enters this temple building, there will always be only one winner. The Jade Emperor was already impatient, and he arched his hand to Ye Fan, rushed to the melting pot that day, and started the first wave of turning over. From Taibei Jinxing, he has heard countless times about the legends and usage of this furnace of heaven and earth. Although it is the first time to use it, it can be regarded as handy. Seeing that the Jade Emperor waved his big hand and directly took out a bunch of innate spirit treasures, Ye Fan knew that his temple building was not far from upgrading. Swearing to put a low-grade innate spirit treasure into the furnace of heaven and earth, Haoshan slammed his right palm onto the top of the furnace with expectation. Ding! Rolling curtain beads strengthen +1 success. The furnace of heaven and earth was rising and rumbling. Hearing the system prompt, and then looking at the curtain bead that had successfully +1, the Jade Emperor instantly felt that he was in possession of the winning ticket. Intensified? Don't you just have a hand? When I also strengthened a piece of innate treasure to come, it was bound to let that Yuanxi child know what cruelty is. Looking at the triumphant appearance of the Jade Emperor, Ye Fan's old face couldn't help but twitch. This mere +1, do you need to make it the same as +12? Before Ye Fan came back to his senses, the Jade Emperor once again swore to pat the stovetop. Ding! Shutter bead strengthening +2 success. Ding! Shutter bead strengthening +3 success. It's done. It turned out to be again. In just 3 shots, my own curtain bead has advanced from a low-grade innate spirit treasure to a middle-grade innate spirit treasure. And what I have paid is only a mere tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Taibei Jinxing, sincerely don't deceive me. This temple building is really a place of conscience among the 3 realms. This majesty is simply the supreme incarnation of the Prince of the Great Avenue. Compared with the reward for benefiting the 3 realms, the Yuanxi child who knows to bully the small and dominate his own list of gods is nothing but dung. After a lot of gratitude, Haoshan felt more and more that he had great fortune, and he even became more courageous. Ding! Shutter bead strengthening +4 success. Ding! Shutter bead strengthening +5 success. With each slap, the grade of the curtain bead will be higher, and the dissatisfaction that the Jade Emperor has accumulated in his heart for many years will become more and more intense. It seems to be able to erupt at any time. Ding! Rolling bead reinforcement +6 failed. Before the Jade Emperor could fully ignite his ambitions, the furnace of heaven and earth poured cold water on him fiercely. Seeing the blue smoke billowing from the furnace of heaven and earth in front of him, but the curtain bead that he had succeeded +5 was broken without a trace, completely cut off from himself, the Jade Emperor's face suddenly changed. After that, as if thinking of something, he patted his heart, let out a long sigh of relief, and continued to focus on the enhancement of the Ling Bao with his face as usual. At the same time, a group of heavenly immortals who followed the Jade Emperor also followed one after another. After meeting Ye Fan's courtesy, they began to appreciate the Jade Emperor's performance with different thoughts. Ding! Haoshan mirror enhancement +1 failed. Ding! Haoshan mirror enhancement +1 failed. Ding! Haoshan mirror enhancement +1 failed. 3 consecutive +1 failures, and there are a group of subordinates beside him watching. The Jade Emperor blushed in an instant, and he could only bite the bullet and continue to strengthen. Ding! Haoshan mirror enhancement +1 failed. Ding! Haoshan mirror enhancement +1 failed. Nearly 10 times in a row, all of them failed without exception. Now Ziyudi was not calm anymore, turned around abruptly and glanced at the chilling officials. Then, as if remembering some horrible rumors, a pair of dragons stared roundly, and finally the knife-like sharp eyes fell on the 2 behind. Immediately afterwards, the Jade Emperor, who found out the culprit of his failure to strengthen, slowly spit out a few words from his mouth. Li Jing, Uncle Cao, please also ask the 2 Ikings to withdraw from the temple building first. Before the end of my strengthening, without my order, you are not allowed to approach half a step without authorization. To be continued. Chapter 19 failed, Haokin failed again. After waiting for a long time, the immortals thought that the Jade Emperor would have any instructions, but they never expected that Yu Haoshan would actually play this. Not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Uncle Cao Guo and Li Jing looked at each other, both of them looked very sad. Chapter 28. The same people who have fallen into the end of the world, why bother to mention any kind of grievances? After being reminded by the Jade Emperor, all the immortals suddenly awakened, and moved a few steps forward in unison, leaving a lot of distance with these two difficult brothers, and they were relieved. Regarding the Jade Emperor's will, the two of them were dissatisfied in their hearts, but they did not dare to resist. Your Majesty! Don't you want to save face? If you do it like this, how will your colleagues treat me in the future? At the same time, Li Jing and Cao Qiaju also secretly made up their minds, they must find a chance to rise up and get rid of this broom star. Seeing the two of them far away from him, the Jade Emperor nodded in satisfaction. After some adjustments, his mentality naturally recovered a lot, and he continued to focus on the melting pot of heaven and earth in front of him enthusiastically. Continue to strengthen. Snapped. A palm fell, and there was an instant reaction on the furnace of heaven and earth. Ding! Haoshan Mirror Enhancement +1 failed. This time the Jade Emperor was completely dumbfounded. Is a +1 really that hard? Not believing in evil, isn't it just a trivial cultivation base? I have practiced countless Yuanhui, still lacking this little drop in the bucket? Fuck! After a triple shot fell, the system prompt once again announced the Jade Emperor's death sentence. Ding! Haoshan Mirror Enhancement +1 failed. Ding! Haoshan Mirror Enhancement +1 failed. Ding! Haoshan Mirror Enhancement +1 failed. Ye Fan swallowed abruptly. He had seen something dark, and had never seen such a dark one. From this point of view, it is no wonder that those behind them want to move the Qiyun to the west, and try to start a journey to the west, so that the Western religion has risen. With a heavenly lord like you in charge, it's no wonder that heaven's luck is good. Not only Ye Fan viewed it like this, but even the group of immortals behind the Jade Emperor began to whisper. Your Majesty, what's the matter? Could it be that my luck in the heavens really doesn't exist anymore? Hey, it's no wonder that the moment when Ling Shan rises, the group of bald donkeys are really getting more and more arrogant. Regardless of the position and origin, in the final analysis, he is still a man of heaven, and he is truly on the top of the list of conferred gods. The heavenly court prospered, and the more fortune and merit they can obtain from it naturally. Therefore, the attitudes towards Ling Shan and Western religions are undoubtedly unanimous. Listening to the Zixi Suoshuo behind, the Jade Emperor felt even more upset. No matter how you came here, if you came back empty-handed, wouldn't it be a waste of time to let people see the joke? Then I thought about it, although I didn't succeed at +1 for the time being, at least I lost only a small amount of cultivation. Compared with the broken spirit treasures and the end of the loss of human and wealth, I was really not too unlucky. Strengthening, to put it bluntly, is nothing more than fighting. And this thing, the most test is people's mentality. Take it when you see it, and stop the loss in time. This is always the only way to do this. The illusory stuff of luck is just a part of it. Use the resources that can be controlled and adjusted to continuously seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, that is called a holy hand. The Jade Emperor who got better was no longer anxious, and continued to toss the Haoshan mirror into the furnace of heaven and earth slowly, slapped the top of the furnace happily. Every time this was shot, the hearts of the immortals twitched a bit. Dozens of times in a row, all failures without exception. Everyone's expressions became extremely ugly, and even Li Jing and Cao Qiaju couldn't help casting sympathetic glances at the Jade Emperor. Before your Majesty, I really dare not recognize the name Broom Star. Looking at the appearance of the Jade Emperor who was not surprised, Ye Fan couldn't help but glance at him. Being able to have this kind of disposition is worthy of being the supreme of the three realms. This stability alone is far better than 99% of the monks in the three realms. Ding! Haoshan mirror enhancement +1 failed. Ding! Haoshan mirror enhancement +1 failed. From the beginning to the present, the Jade Emperor has strengthened a total of 46 times. However, even a mere +1 has not been strengthened. This kind of luck is the first time since the opening of the Temple of Construction. Wiping the sweat bead on his forehead, the Jade Emperor was preparing to continue strengthening, but a very arrogant voice came from outside the door. Who is the old man supposed to be in such a big battle? Actually let two big Luo Jingxian guard the gate. It turns out that Haoshan Tongzhi is strengthening here. The immortals followed their prestige, and saw that the Master of the Heavens was walking with his head high, followed by a cautious Zhao Gongming. I have seen Master Tongtian. Meet uncle. I have seen the heavenly sage. Suddenly, the whole building of the temple was full of greets to the Lord Tongtian. Chapter 29. Most of the immortals present are old from Tongtian. Either the former disciples of Zhijiao were put on the list of conferred gods, or they were disciples of the deadly opponents. With a cold snort, he nodded noncommittently, and Tongtian once again placed his gaze in this mysterious hall. Feeling the pressure of this extremely terrifying avenue, Tongtian first trembled in his heart and was terrified. This kind of method of cage avenue on it is Zixiao Palace, that is beyond reach. Junior is through the sky, I have seen the master. After regaining his senses, Tongtian didn't hesitate anymore, and immediately put down the saint's frame and bowed to Ye Fan. Seeing that the master Tongtian, who has always been known for his arrogance and irritability, actually lowered his body like this, all the immortals were full of incredulous expressions. But seeing Ye Fan's calmness, he felt as if everything was reasonable. Why can't such a great power be worthy of the worship of the Lord Tongtian? It turns out that Deist Tongtian came to join us. This temple building is really getting more and more lively. Ye Fan grinned and looked very happy. There is the Jade Emperor in the front, and Tongtian in the back. These two masters are definitely big customers. The most important thing is that the influence of these two people in the three realms is absolutely beyond doubt. Master Tongtian is here, how many other saints can still sit and live? If nothing else, I will ask you if Yuan Shi Tianzun still has the confidence to continue watching from the sidelines? If he was asked to bring out a +12 artifact, who would be able to fight one of the three realms by then? The Jade Emperor is here, are you still sitting there? If someone strengthens a Chaos Ling Bao that can suppress the air luck, you can still talk about the Western religion. Big customer. Definitely a big customer. Your honor is polite, the old man was invited by this disciple today to harass your honor. Since Haoshan Tongzhi is strengthening, the old man just happened to wait and see first to get familiar with the process of this Ling Bao strengthening. Haoshan Tongzhi, what are you still doing in a daze? The old man is really curious. After being controlled by Yuan Shi's child for so long, how is your luck in heaven? To be continued. Chapter 20, the Jade Emperor who was very tala against the sky. After talking about it, the leader of Tongtian stood beside the Jade Emperor in no uncertain terms, craned his neck to observe the operation above the heavenly path. Being watched by such an old guy, the Jade Emperor suddenly became full of black lines. CO author, this is to treat yourself as a guinea pig, can't you? Due to his identity, he didn't dare to refuse, so he could only endure the nausea and stared at the furnace of heaven and earth in a daze. If it's okay, I'll find the way for this old guy if it's a big deal. But now it's the time when I have a dark face. If another 10 consecutive +1 fails, I still won't be laughed to death by the Master of Heaven? Think about the mocking face of this old guy, the Jade Emperor's heart is bleeding. This person, I really can't afford to lose it. Why don't you I can come first? Since there is no other way, I can only turn around and shake the pot. After being scanned like this by the Jade Emperor, all the immortals all stepped back. Even the Jade Emperor's confidant, Taibei Jinxing, quietly dropped his head and said nothing. What a joke! Your Jade Emperor is dark right now, who would be so stupid to rush up to be cannon fodder? Of course, there is another reason why the immortals didn't say it. We dare not contaminate the two broom stars Li Jing and Cao Qiaji. You, the Jade Emperor, are so unreasonable now, who dares to go up and touch this brow? For a time, the entire temple building fell into a very strange and embarrassing silence. Seeing that the Jade Emperor dared to resign, the leader of Tongtian was unhappy. He rushed forward and pushed the startled Haoshan, and said, "Haoshan Tongzhi, what is your little daughter's attitude like? Aha! Why? Could it be that I have been with the Yuanxi child for a long time, without even the slightest blood? Just like you, it's no wonder that the West will be thriving." Good guy, hit the nail on the head. Being so stimulated by the master Tongtian, the Jade Emperor also had a temper. Blushing, he walked to the melting pot that day and continued to strengthen the great cause of Haoshan Mirror. Ding! Haoshan Mirror Enhancement +1 failed. Ding! Haoshan Mirror Enhancement +1 failed. Ding! Haoshan Mirror Enhancement +1 failed. It cannot be said that it has lived up to expectations, but it can also be said to be unsurprising. After coming down 3 times in a row, he still didn't even go up with +1. Ye Fan above his eyes widened, and he almost suspected that something was wrong with his own melting pot of heaven and earth. Adding up, the Jade Emperor has strengthened it nearly 50 times at least. It's all +1 failures? Chapter 30. This kind of luck, I would like to call it the strongest on the surface. As for the strengthening rules for building the temple, the master Tongtian had already learned about it from Zhao Gongming. As for the difficulty of strengthening, I learned nothing from Zhao Gongming. According to Zhao Gongming, isn't this Ling Bao strengthening just having a hand? Didn't you look at yourself, just simply went up and took a photo, and took off directly with +12? So looking at the Jade Emperor who failed +1 consecutively, the Lord Tongtian burst into laughter instantly. He didn't even care about the face of the 3 realms supreme. Ha 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 ha. I said, Haoshan Tongzhi, your luck is too withered. It's so good that heaven is so mixed up by you and Yuanxi Xiaoer, it's strange if it doesn't decline. You can't even get a +1, who are you still losing here? Honestly, go back and find a class. Master Tongtian undoubtedly said the thoughts of everyone present. Such luck is simply horrible. Even Ye Fan began to cast sympathetic eyes on him. Although Wanzai cultivation base is a drop in the bucket for you as a quasi-sage, the key is shame. Again. Not very harmful and extremely insulting. The Jade Emperor was angry. This old man, he still has to punish his heart for murder. If it's not that I can't beat you, I definitely want you to know what the mighty sky is. For a time, neither was the embarrassing Haoshan advancement nor retreat. If you just give up so easily, isn't it the fact that your luck is declining, and it's not as good as the Western facts? The most important thing is that I'm not convinced, I'm not convinced. Looking around for a week, seeing Taibei jinxing with her head down and her eyes evasive, and the Jade Emperor instantly seemed to have grasped the last straw. Taibei, tell me about your strengthening experience again. The Jade Emperor's tone couldn't be rejected, but Taibei jinxing had already fallen into a complete mess. This group of colleagues in the Heavenly Court hasn't settled accounts with them yet. It's finally suppressed. You are now mentioning it. Didn't you want my life? Now, the old official oil has also been discovered. This strengthening is totally unreasonable. Why did Zhao Gongming easily give a +12 directly, and the Jade Emperor persevered dozens of times and couldn't even get a +1? The sticks to his heart, the rises to the difficulties, and the is very calm, he is too platinum star to say. I order you to say that strengthening experience again. Why, do you want to resist the decree? Listening to Haoshan's threatening tone, the old official Yuzai was completely wilted. He stood up and squeezed out 16 words from his mouth. Stick to the heart, face the difficulties, or come back with great satisfaction. Yes. No, it's very peaceful. Go home with a load. Haoshan was surprised and delighted, as if he had been beaten up with blood. Without saying a word, he sprinted directly at the furnace of the day, shocking the Lord Tongtian next to him. This guy, is it mad and silly? I said, Haoshan Tongzhi, why are you struggling? Your oriental luck is divided away. That is an irreversible number. How can you stop it? Your luck in the heavens, it's a complete end. For the sight of the life and death enemy Yuan Shi Tianzun, the Lord Tongtian naturally spared no effort to crack down and suppress. But before the words were finished, the Jade Emperor's crazy clapping sound echoed in the middle of the entire hall. Fug! Fug! 6 consecutive slaps, regardless of the result. Ding! Haoshan mirror strengthened by +1 successfully. Ding! Haoshan mirror strengthens +2 success. Ding! Haoshan mirror strengthens +3 success. Ding! Haoshan mirror strengthens +6 success. It's done. It turned out to be. This Haoshan mirror was originally a low-grade innate spirit treasure, and now it has a direct +6 success, and it instantly reaches the level of high-grade innate spirit treasure. Senseless. Everyone is dumbfounded. Especially the Master Tongtian on the side, his eyes widened. High-grade Xiantian Ling Bao, even if it is a saint, it is not exempt from vulgarity. Chapter 31. You know, his ultimate killing sword, Xuxian sword, is just a mere high-grade innate spirit treasure. How can this Haoshan boy, Hide, be able to sit on a top-grade innate spirit treasure? Before the immortals could react, a crazy look appeared on the face of the Jade Emperor again. Fug! 3 palms fell again, and everyone's expressions couldn't help changing as they watched the turbulent, green smoke melting furnace of heaven and earth. This Jade Emperor is going against the sky. To be continued. Chapter 21. The standing up Haoshan Tongtian enters the field. Ding! Haoshan mirror strengthens +7 success. Ding! Haoshan mirror strengthens +8 success. Ding! Haoshan mirror strengthens +9 success. Now, even Ye Fan was not calm anymore. Could this thing be called Haojibofa? The mood of the Jade Emperor at this time is even more like riding a roller coaster, extremely exciting. First, dozens of +1 failures, followed by a wave of takeoffs. +9? Isn't it enough if you have a hand? Looking at the Haoshan mirror that directly +9 succeeded, the leader of Tongtian was full of eyes. A stride rushed up, and he directly held the +9 Haoshan mirror in his hand and looked at it carefully. The best innate Ling Bao. Compared to his own Zhu Xian sword, it is not much more than that. Although it is only a difference in rank, the power in it is definitely a world of difference. This Haoshan mirror, which was only 1 step away from the congenital treasure, already had its own wisdom. Feeling the breath of the Master Tongtian, he immediately began to struggle. Please also respect yourself. This is my treasure. My luck has always been poor, so it is better to stay away from the Master Tongtian, so as not to affect your luck. When the Jade Emperor spoke, there was a strange yin and yang aura, but the triumphant expression on his face while speaking was an expression of exaggeration. In the presence of so many people, the Master Tongtian was too embarrassed to ask the Jade Emperor for treasures to observe, so he could only let go of the +9 Haoshan mirror in his hand and let him return to the Jade Emperor's hands. This Haoshan mirror, like the other Haoshan swords and other things, was rewarded to the Jade Emperor by Taoist ancestor Hung Jun, and it was regarded as the Jade Emperor's natural companion spirit treasure. Now that I looked at my Haoshan mirror, it seemed to have become a top-quality innate spirit treasure, and I couldn't put it down even more now. With this superb congenital spirit treasure in hand, he can stand up completely. Not to mention blocking the rise of Western religions and the upcoming journey to the West, but at least with this treasure in hand, you don't have to look at others' faces to act. And with this +9 Haoshan mirror suppressing Qi luck, he doesn't have to worry that the chi luck belonging to the heavenly court will be taken away by Western teachings. If another day is to strengthen a top-quality innate spirit treasure, or even the innate ultimate treasure, the chaotic spirit treasure, then it will be the time when my Haoshan rises to counterattack. When the time comes, it will be necessary for you group of bald donkeys to know why the flowers are so red. The Jade Emperor, who came back to his senses, also learned the lesson of strengthening the curtain beads, looked at the heaven and earth furnace in front of him vigilantly, and then took a few steps back in a panic. He bowed to Ye Fan and said, "Thank you for your generous gift." After finishing speaking, he didn't forget to shook the Haoshan mirror in his hand at the master Tongtian, showing off. When the Jade Emperor reminded him like this, the old official Yu's eyes suddenly brightened and he was energetic. What is abiding by the heart? What does it mean to meet difficulties? What is Fujitelet? What is a full return? You scumbags who have never seen the world actually dare to question this immortal's strengthening experience. I am too sincere and honest about the Platinum Star. May I ask who in the entire 3 realms does not know who does not? Hey! Xiaochong can't talk about it. The old official Yuzi snorted coldly, and suddenly brushed his sleeves. His attitude was very clear. The monarch and the minister looked at each other, and they all smiled. This wave, stand up. Now let's take a look at who would dare to say that the heavenly luck is weak in the future. The celestial immortals who had previously yelled at Taibei jinxing to kill all of a sudden laughed and looked very embarrassed. Please don't blame Taibei fellow. Guilty, sin, it's my reckless waiting. I wonder if fellow deist Taibei has any other enhancements? My generation is willing to listen. Feeling the admiration of the immortals for him, the old official oil once again floated out of the sky. He cleared his throat and prepared to continue his talk. At this moment, even the Jade Emperor and the Master Tongtian came to their minds, looking forward to Taibei Jingxing's remarks intently. This strengthening method is certainly important, but this technique is also an indispensable top priority. Chapter 32. According to the old man, only quick words can make huge profits. Everyone, just think about it, whether it's your Majesty's Fujitela or Zhao Gongming's full return, isn't it all because of a quick word? So, charge fearlessly, don't ask things, this is the best way. Taibei Venus was completely stunned by his immortal attitude. After thinking about it carefully, it seems that it is really the same thing. Didn't the Jade Emperor and Zhao Gongming both sprint wildly with their eyes closed and bite the bullet before taking off? It seems that this speed is indeed a big secret of strengthening success. Thank you Taoist fellow Taibei for answering questions. Been taught a lesson. Friend Taibei sincerely doesn't deceive me. All the immortals were deeply convinced that this fast word decision had been practiced by all the immortals before. Now that it came out of Taibei Jingxing's jade mouth, it immediately made all the immortals empathize. Ye Fan curled his lips and sneered at this so-called strengthening secret. Fast? You will know how fast the knife is at that time. If the leeks grow on their own, Ye Fan is naturally happy to see it. The heavenly immortals who had harvested this strengthening secret all had their eyes shining brightly, and they were all eager to try, forgetting the painful experience of losing without leaving their pants. It's a pity that before all the immortals were vying for the first time, the leader of Tongtian stood up first and smiled at Ye Fan. Sir, I want to give it a try. Fellow Taoist Tongtian is the melting pot of heaven and earth for his own actions. Ye Fan narrowed his eyes and finally waited until the fat sheep shot. Tongtian wanted to make a move, so naturally no one dared to fight with him. On the contrary, the Jade Emperor began to feel sour from the side. Previously, thanks to the great love of the heavenly sage, my bad luck was just a +9 out of the mere. Now I am really curious, what will happen to the luck of the saint? I don't know how much luck is left after the great tribulation of the conferred god. The Saint Tongtian has been practicing with great concentration in Zixiao Palace for so long. The Jade Emperor took a mouthful of conferred gods and tribulation, and a mouthful of Zixiao Palace. He didn't point directly at Tongtian's nose and said that you, an old man, had been imprisoned for so many years. What luck can he have? It's like which pot is not opened and which pot is to be mentioned. Tongtian's old face twitches, but it's not easy to attack directly. Previously, the Jade Emperor and himself could be said to be lingering, but now they rely on a +9 best innate spirit treasure to take off directly. If he has no achievements on the way of strengthening, how will he meet people in the future? It can be said that the current Tongtian has completely tasted the sinister society. This is simply putting yourself on the fire and roasting. The pressure is not too small. With a cold snort, with a stern face, Tongtian strutting forward to the furnace of heaven and earth, without a word, he took out a low-grade innate spirit treasure and threw it into the furnace of heaven and earth without hesitation. The contest between the saints has finally begun. To be continued. Chapter 22 The God Master Above. Ding! Kunyun flag strengthened +1 successfully. The moment the system prompt fell, the Master Tongtian only felt that he had been taken away from him for a while. Although Wanzai cultivation base is just a drop in the ocean for him, such methods are really unheard of. I personally came here with the honor of a saint, but in the face of such extraction methods, he did not even have the slightest resistance to it. You know, I am a saint. It is the will of heaven that is obeyed, even if it is Taoist ancestor Hung Jun, it is impossible to take away his penance so easily. Could it be that the one in the temple building can really dominate the heavens? Amazed, Master Tongtian was shocked. Perhaps the only thing that was taken away was the mere 10,000 years of cultivation. If such a respectable person is willing to take away all his practice and abolish it, it would be effortless. Can't afford it. This one is definitely an existence he can't afford. Even in the entire prehistoric world, only Dao Ziu Hung Jun can compare with him. For a time, the leader of Tongtian showed a rare and respectful and humble posture, and he dared not to overstep and presumptuously, and honestly strengthened the Kunyun banner in his hand. Ding! 1,000 cloud banners strengthen +2 success. Seeing Tongtian directly went to +2, the Jade Emperor was full of sourness. Is it possible to strengthen the saying that this thing is really lucky? But Tongtian didn't think so. A Haoshan boy can directly +9, then his own dignified saint, if he doesn't make a +12, he will be embarrassed to walk in the three realms in the future? The current leader of Tongtian, for the time being, still maintains a bit of reason and vigilance, and has not been dazzled by the current huge profits for the time being. Ding! Kunyun flag +3 succeeded. It turned out to be successful again. After 3 consecutive smooth enhancements, his Kunyun banner has become a middle-grade innate spiritual treasure. He raised the baby in his hand and waved it at the Jade Emperor. The meaning of Tongtian was obvious. Chapter 33. Haoshan Tongzhi, are you embarrassed to take out a +9? Did you get +3 without seeing the old man easily? It seems that this Ling Bao is strengthened, as his lover said. Just have a hand. Snapped. Keep going. Ding! Kunyun flag strengthening +4 failed. Seeing the blue smoke rising and the avenues engulfing the melting pot of heaven and earth, the Lord Tongtian could no longer feel any connection between the 1,000 cloud banners and himself. Thinking of the strengthening rules that Ye Fan introduced earlier, Tongtian's cheeks twitched. My own Kunyun banner is so broken? It's the one that is directly broken so that there is no residue left. You know, this innate spirit treasure is a thing of heaven, and it has its own set of rules to operate. Even if it is fully fired, there is no way to directly destroy a middle-grade innate spirit treasure so thoroughly. It seems that this noble means. Hiss. After regaining his senses, Tongtian took out another inferior spirit treasure without saying a word. I am a dignified saint. A trivial spirit treasure, as precious as many treasures. As for those acquired things, I am embarrassed to take out the shabby people. Ding! Wan Huoqi strengthened +1 successfully. Ding! Wanhuoki strengthen +2 success. Ding! Wanhuoki strengthen +3 success. That's right. The dignified saint is here, how can he be worse than a Haoshan boy? It's all right. The master Tongtian once again swept his big hand with a vow, the cultivation base was taken away, and the system prompt sound came one after another. Ding! Wanhuoki enhancement +4 failed. Broke in? How could it break again? Seeing Tongtian's desperate look, the Jade Emperor behind instantly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha! It seems that the sage Tongtian hasn't practiced well in Xixiao Palace these years. Does this kind of luck have become the end of the force? The Jade Emperor's words are not harsh. Anyway, in this temple building, there is a dignified presence, forgive him that the Master of Heaven did not dare to do it to himself. After leaving this temple building, I am the Daizua boy and the Lord of the Heavenly Court. What do you dare to treat me when you pass the sky? Even if you really start, holding the Tongtian +9 Haoshan mirror in your hand, how much cheaper can you get? Stand up! Hey! Yellow-mouthed kid! In terms of seniority, Tongtian definitely looked down on this Haoshan boy. With a cold snort, ignoring the strange gazes of the immortals, he continued to take out an innate spirit treasure and put it into the furnace of heaven and earth. Ding! Thunder Dragon 9 cloud cover strengthened by +1 successfully. Ding! Thunder Dragon 9 cloud cover strengthening +2 success. Ding! Thunder Dragon 9 cloud cover strengthening +3 success. +3, how could it be +3 again? Thinking of the two congenital spirit treasures that had been broken in succession before, Tongtian couldn't help but feel a little nervous. If you stop now, in exchange for a middle-grade innate spirit treasure for tens of thousands of years of cultivation, it won't be a loss. However, thinking of Yudi's dignified face, Tongtian's heart was not mad at all. Can't bear it. This is absolutely unbearable. If I left with a middle-grade innate spirit treasure like this, wouldn't I be ridiculed by this guy for thousands of years? Will it become the laughing stock of the entire three realms? This is the kind of grievance that a dignified saint can suffer? Fight! Superior! Go to the Lord! Ding! Thunder Dragon 9 cloud cover strengthening +4 failed. Now the sky is completely messed up. Broke in. Chapter 34. It was broken again. Although I am a saint, I lost 3 innate spiritual treasures at once. No matter how thick the family is, I can't bear such a mess. No. I must change my strategy. For fear that Yefan would think too much, and bowing to Yefan, the master Tongtian finally took a wave and took out a high-grade Hushan Ling Bao. Ding! Fengfen 7 consecutive seals strengthened with +1 success. Ding! Fengfen 7 consecutive seal enhancement +2 success. Ding! Fengfen 7 consecutive seals strengthen +3 success. Good guy, it's +3 again. With the previous experience of breaking 3 congenital things in a row, facing this mere acquired spiritual treasure, the mentality of the master Tongtian has already undergone earth-shaking changes. If it is broken, it will be broken. As long as there are enough heaven and earth treasures and time, you can refine them at any time. Ding! Fengfen 7 consecutive seals strengthen +4 success. Tongtian is stunned again. I have already prepared for the shattering of the Ling Bao, but will you give me a strengthening success? Unreasonable. This is unreasonable. Could it be that he has already come to the transshipment? With the mentality of giving it a try, Master Tongtian once again placed his palm on the top of the furnace of heaven and earth. Ding! Fengfen 7 consecutive seal enhancement +5 success. The mentality is exploded. Regret not at the beginning. Give yourself a hammer. If this was to continue to use Xiantian Ling Bao for strengthening, wouldn't this wave take off? Heartache. Regret. Regret. Ding! Fengfen 7 consecutive seals strengthen +6 success. Although it has succeeded +6, Tongtian is not happy at all. Typical gambler psychology. Obviously won, but I have to impose on myself a mentality of losing. With this kind of mentality, without exception, they will plunge into it. In the end it will either rise or fall. Looking at the +6 Feng Fan Qi Lian Yin, the Lord Tongtian fell into contemplation. To be continued. Chapter 23, This is the Strange Saint. Before +3, Ling Bao will not be broken. After +5, every enhancement needs to pay the power of the original source as the price of enhancement. The power of the origin is very precious. Even when a saint is proving the Dao, he can only master dozens of Dao laws at the same time. This thing is not only extremely time-consuming to condense, but if it consumes too much, it may also affect one's own cultivation realm. Therefore, even if it is Tongtian, he is absolutely unwilling to spend too much of his original power in vain on an acquired spirit treasure. At the moment, the +6 Fengfen 7 consecutive seals, it seems that he has advanced from a high-grade Hushan Ling Bao to a low-grade Xiantian Ling Bao. Such gains are definitely a qualitative leap. Ding! Fengfen 7 consecutive seals strengthen +7 success. It seems that the old man is indeed a transfer. Tongtian nodded solemnly, appearing very confident. No longer hesitating, after careful calculation, the master of Tongtian flashed his inspiration and silently put away the +7 Fengfen 7 consecutive seals. Sir, Tongtian wants to strengthen this treasure. After speaking, a fearless look appeared on Tongtian's face, and he directly took out a middle-grade Xiantian Ling Bao. I have already calculated it, a middle-grade innate spirit treasure, as long as it can get +3, it is a high-grade innate spirit treasure. If it can be +6, then it is the best innate spirit treasure. At that time, let's see how rampant Haoshan Tanger is. Of course, if it can succeed +9, it will be an innate treasure of inferior grade. You know, the Zuxian sword at the bottom of the box is only a low-grade innate treasure. Thinking of this, the hot-hearted Tongtian slapped on the top of the stove without hesitation. Ding! Wuiang Xingluan strengthened with +1 success. Ding! Wuiang Xingluan strengthening +2 success. Ding! Wuiang Xingluan strengthening +3 success. Chapter 35. Ding! Wuiang Xingluan strengthening +4 success. Ding! Wuiang Xingluan strengthening +5 success. Ding! Wuiang Xingluan strengthening +6 success. Sure enough. Listening to this unsentimental system prompt, the Lord Tongtian danced with excitement. Disregarding the majesty of the saint. This +6 Wuiang Xingluan has directly advanced from a middle-grade innate spirit treasure to a top-grade innate spirit treasure. It's done. His own dignified master Tongtian finally stood up. Hey! Haoshan Tanger, take a look at the +6 5-goat wheel in the old man's hand. After saying this, the master Tongtian secretly drove the spiritual power in his body, blessing it to the wheel of the 5 sheep. In an instant, an extremely terrifying coercion radiated from this top-quality innate spirit treasure, and suddenly pressed against the Jade Emperor. Old man Tongtian, dare you! Before he finished speaking, this almost substantial coercion had already fallen on the Jade Emperor. It's a pity that the Haoshan mirror in the Jade Emperor's hand has suddenly become a masterpiece of glory before causing any harm to the Jade Emperor. Clang! The spirit power of the 2 best innate spirit treasures collided in one place, causing the void to buzz in an instant. Ye Fan frowned, referring to the imaginary painting, and directly resolved the power caused by the 2. Please also forgive me. The Lord Tongtian and the Jade Emperor awakened instantly, and fell down to Ye Fan. Building a temple is not suitable for comparison. Next time, I will not be merciless. In just 8 words, it fell in the ears of the immortals, but it was like thunder in the ears, as if there were thousands of avenues bursting, and the people's heart and soul. In this temple building, oneself is the absolute God. Please also suffocate your anger. In an instant, no one was standing in the whole building temple, kneeling down one after another, bowing their heads to their ears, for fear of offending Ye Fan. Okay, get up. The temple building of this seat was established for the purpose of benefiting all beings in the three realms. If there are any grievances, outside the temple building, this seat will be ignored. But if you dare to make trouble in the building of the temple, this seat is bound to be punished severely. Ye Fan was indifferent to the scene of the 10,000 immortals coming to the dynasty, and even more so that Tong Tian and the Jade Emperor below were filled with anxiety. Follow the teachings of your honor. After another big gift, all the immortals stood up nervously. Seeing Ye Fan calm down, the Jade Emperor squeezed his eyes at the master Tong Tian rather dissatisfied. Can you hear the sage clearly? In this temple building, no one is allowed to be presumptuous. Hao Shantanger, you. Thinking of the terrifying pressure before, Tong Tian did not dare to be presumptuous for a while. Hey! Although both are the +6 best innate spirit treasures, how can you use your feet on the road to compare with my Haoshan mirror? With Ye Fan, the Jade Emperor was extremely arrogant. Anyway, you don't dare to do anything to me, there is a kind of you hit me. The old man will let you see and see today, what is holy human luck. Tong Tian was so angry, when did a Haoshan boy dare to ride on his face? The indignant master Tong Tian walked to the furnace of heaven and earth again, bowed to Ye Fan, and still restored the sage's indomitable calm posture. Today, if you want to come to the extreme, you must change your fate against the sky. Snapped. When the picture fell, everyone's eyes widened. After all, if this wave is successful, then Master Tong Tian will have one more innate treasure. The Jade Emperor flushed even more nervously. If Tong Tian, the old man, becomes a man, his +9 clear sky mirror will have no advantage. According to this old man's hot temper, even if it is impossible to slay himself with a single sword, it will surely make himself sweeping. No. Absolutely not. Yuan Shi Tianzun bless, taking Saint bless, Daezu Hung Jun bless. Bless Li Jing, the hapless broom star, Uncle Cao Guo. Let this surpass the sky and lose everything. The Jade Emperor began to draw circles, trying to use metaphysics to impose bad luck on Tong Tian. Ding! Weiyangxing Gluon strengthening +7 failed. Broken. Broken again. Ha 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 ha. That's right. Seeing Master Tong Tian who almost passed out, the Jade Emperor at this moment can't mention how happy he is. Chapter 36. Even the eyes that looked at Li Jing and Cao Qiaju were much more pleasant. This broom star also has the benefits of the broom star. Tong Tian's eyes were round and wide, and his eyes were splitting. His face is full of incredible colors. Haven't you already transferred it? How come? This is not just a top-quality innate spirit treasure. There are many more precious sources of power. If you just stopped seeking stability, wouldn't you have harvested a top-quality innate spirit treasure in vain? Regret. Very sorry. Tong Tian can't wait to give himself 2 big mouths. Greedy kills people. Sage of the sky, don't be sorrowful. I did not give up after you failed dozens of times before, so that you can get your destiny, success +9. Why, is it a dignified saint's disposition, is it not as good as my younger generation? To be continued. Chapter 24. The crazy Tong Tian Zhao Gongming comes on stage to talk about his experience. The Jade Emperor began to be angry with Yin and Yang with concern. Old man! Just relying on you still want to strengthen a congenital treasure? Wishful thinking. Murder, punish the heart, and fall into trouble, this is my professional background. If you don't vomit blood this time, my surname will be reversed. On the surface it was encouragement, but in fact, the Jade Emperor was thinking about it carefully. As long as you are above the sky, even if you are a saint with countless backgrounds, you will be completely hollowed out. When the time comes, I will have to see what crazy capital and confidence you have in the sky. As for the success of strengthening, a wave of turning over? Snort. I have two loves, Li Jing and Uncle Cao, and I will be afraid that you will not succeed. Hearing the Jade Emperor's yin and yang ridicule, Tong Tian was angry. You failed dozens of times in strengthening, what did you pay for? It's nothing more than hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation base. Is that stuff valuable? Does that matter? Can that thing do any substantial loss to you? But what the old man loses is that the innate spirit treasure still has the original power. Can this be the same? The typical standing and talking does not hurt back. Put yourself on the fire alive. But I just want to eat this set. Good. Very good. With a sullen face, Tong Tian glanced at the Jade Emperor, who was a wise man, and then continued to immerse himself in the strengthening. I don't believe it, I can't even get a +7. Ding. On my OG strengthened by +1 success. Ding. On my OG strengthen +2 success. Ding. On my OG strengthen +3 success. If you ask Tong Tian what he fears most in his life now, he will definitely tell you without hesitation. This +3, the old man is really unbearable. +3, +3 again. The Jade Emperor looked at Master Tong Tian with a gleeful look, his eyes filled with a smile from the heart. Ding. On my OG strengthen +4 failed. Another congenital thing shattered, and the furnace of heaven and earth was still billowing with smoke, without any fluctuations at all. Tong Tian's eyes were red, and he was unwilling. If he had broken so many treasures continuously in the past, he would definitely stop the losses in time without hesitation and stay away from this temple building. But the magic of strengthening this thing is that he has let you taste the sweetness. Not only that, he also made everyone around you taste the sweetness. If you don't believe me, ask the heavenly immortals in this mansion, who hasn't come up with a few +5 or +6. But the result? Those who have succeeded in strengthening still want to take a fight, and go one step further, and in the end, there will be a shortage of people and money. The so-called strengthening is to give you a belief. Chapter 37. A belief that the next time it will definitely be able to come and take off in a wave. As long as you are supported by this belief, even if you are a saint, you can't keep your sense. Just like the current Tong Tian, it has already been killed and the eyes are full of red. There is only one idea in my mind, next time I will be able to strengthen success. As long as a piece of innate treasure is strengthened, then all of his losses today will be the pavement. Master Tong Tian understands probability theory and economics. Ye Fan doesn't know, but he knows that everyone will have an almost pathological psychology. I think that as long as you strengthen enough times, your chances of success will continue to rise. As long as you fail enough times, the chance of success next time will be doubled. As everyone knows, the behavior of each strengthening is independent, and it is impossible to have the slightest influence and intervention on the result of the next strengthening. Ding. Kiant Tong Beijian strengthen +4 failed. Ding. King Yunfan strengthening +4 failed. Ding. 10,000 people Dragon Flame enhancement +4 failed. Ding. 9 turn Immortal Knife strengthening +7 failed. Over a dozen times in a row, without exception, the Master Tong Tian ended up with a broken spirit treasure. Of course, there have been +5, +6 and even +7 treasures, but the Master of the Sky, who has been completely on the top, how can he be satisfied with a mere +7 best innate spirit treasure? At the moment, Tong Tian is full of only one thought. It's not even the innate treasure, what's the point of that? Today I must bring back an innate treasure. Otherwise, you will lose everything and become the laughing stock of the 3 realms. Seeing the Master of the Heavens, Lin Lin always shattered nearly 20 innate spiritual treasures, and the Jade Emperor also swallowed his saliva. This old man is too cruel to be true. So many congenitals are broken if they are broken. Seeing Tong Tian, who had fallen into madness and paranoia, the Jade Emperor didn't dare to ridicule. He couldn't guarantee that this old man would kill himself in anger when he went out to build the temple. Can't afford to offend, really can't afford to offend. Most of the other heavenly immortals are disciples of interpretation. Seeing that the former Supreme Master Tongtian was so embarrassed, they were naturally overjoyed. Only Zhao Gongming and a few former disciples of the tribulation cult have begun to look down on them. According to Master's gameplay, even if it is a saint, it can't stand it. Master, should we stop here for the time being today? As Tongtian's favorite disciple on weekdays, Zhao Gongming resolutely stood up to persuade him. Seeing that Zhao Gongming finally couldn't sit still, the Jade Emperor was full of regret. It seems that it is impossible to empty out the background of this old man today. You don't have to persuade me, the old man knows it well. Master Tongtian waved his hand without even lifting his eyelids. Are you kidding me? Is there a way out for me now? If you can't strengthen a congenital treasure, you can really finish it. In the eyes of outsiders, the saint is aloof, with countless backgrounds. But only Tongtian himself knew that since he experienced several calamities, at least 70% of the innate things had been erased. Even a saint, there is not much surplus. Don't say it is the innate treasure, as long as you strengthen yourself a top-grade innate spirit treasure, I will recognize it today. Know it? The corners of Zhao Gongming's mouth twitched. You have a hammer count. In desperation, he had no choice but to bow to Ye Fan, and walked to the Master Tongtian to speak slowly. Master, in fact, this method of strengthening Ling Bao is not that difficult. Upon hearing Zhao Gongming's words, everyone present suddenly became energetic. This master has a wave of plus 12, strengthening a low-grade innate spirit treasure into a low-grade innate treasure. If you talk about experience, Zhao Gongming is definitely the authority among the authorities. In the face of his mentor, Zhao Gongming will definitely not have any Tibetan personalities. If he could hear a bit of the essence, wouldn't this wave take off directly? In an instant, the entire temple building was completely quiet. Quiet audible needle. Everyone is full of pious faces and listens with all ears. The Lord Tongtian also moved his heart, his eyes filled with fiery color, and he said excitedly, Gongming, what is the secret of this strengthening method? To be continued. Chapter 25. As long as I fail fast enough, I can't catch up. Since my mentor has asked questions, it is naturally impossible for Zhao Gongming to say nothing. After thinking for a moment, he said solemnly, if you return to your teacher, this strengthening matter, in the eyes of the disciple, is nothing more than a quick word. Chapter 38. The world's 10,000 laws can only be broken quickly. As long as I strengthen fast enough, the possibility of strengthening failure will not catch up with me. Zhao Gongming stood with his hand in his hand, impassioned, and what he said was a fall in the sky. Been taught a lesson. Gongming Taoist friends are really generous. After listening to Zhao Gongming's words, Ye Fan could not help being surprised to find that all the immortals present suddenly became energetic. All eyes are shining, gearing up, eager to try. Ye Fan doesn't know if this is going to be useful, but when someone rushes to deliver food, he naturally agrees with both hands. Quick! Master Tongtian thoughtfully. Seeing Master still quite puzzled, for fear that Tongtian would continue to ruin his family, Zhao Gongming sighed, and could only walk a few steps forward again to speak. Teacher, please see. After saying that, he took out the Ding Geizu that was rewarded to him by the Lord Tongtian, and cast it into the furnace of heaven and earth in front of the immortals, intending to perform it for the Lord Tongtian himself. Fuck! Fuck! Zhao Gongming's crazy clapping sound echoed in the middle of the entire hall. The speed is jaw-dropping. As a result, even the system prompts were directly overwhelmed. Ding! Ding Heiza plus 4 succeeded. Ding! Ding Heiza plus 5 succeeded. Ding! Ding Heiza plus 6 succeeded. Ding! Ding Heiza plus 9 succeeded. Plus 9? Is this directly plus 9? This Ding Geizu is a gift bestowed by the Lord Tongtian, and its rank is not low, but it is a real middle-grade innate spiritual treasure. But after this wave of +9 tempering, it has directly broken into a low-grade innate treasure. The juniors are weak and consume a lot of the strength of the origin. I can only stop it today. Please do not blame it. Holding the +9 innate treasure Ding Haizu, Zhao Gongming arched his hand at Ye Fan. The immortals are shocked. Physically exhausted, it can only be over for the time being. Listen, is this talking human? Others have to be grateful if they are exhausted to work out an innate spirit treasure. You directly took off for the 9th consecutive time, and still showed a look of dissatisfaction and regret? If you do this, you will really have no friends. In addition to the previous dragon binding rope, he already has 2 innate treasures at the same time. Gong Zhao was obviously very calm, as if it was just a trivial matter like eating and drinking. +9, don't you just have a hand? An innate treasure, how can it be so difficult? Again, as long as I strengthen fast enough, failure will not catch up with me. The master Tongtian also twitched his old face, and his disciple was a bit more truthful. This reinforcement, is it really just a matter of having a hand? Could it be that the old man opened it in the wrong way? Nodded blankly at Zhao Gongming, Master Tongtian narrowed his pupils, as if he had grasped the essence. When he walked to the furnace of heaven and earth again, he threw in a middle-grade congenital spirit treasure again with enthusiasm. Fug! Snapped. The Master Tongtian followed Zhao Gongming's crazy sprint. Unfortunately, the system prompt stopped abruptly until the 4th tone. Ding! The fleeting bracelet strengthening +4 failed. At this time, the leader of Tongtian was hooded again. It's unscientific, it's unscientific. Why can an apprentice be a master, not being a master? Isn't this a bully? I don't want face, Master Tongtian. In desperation, Tongtian could only look at Ye Fan above for help. As for the enhancement result, this seat can't control it either. Everything is what you want, everything is what you want. Ye Fan shrugged, I also did not hold it scientifically. Is this Zhao Gongming the emperor of the prehistoric world? Chapter 39. In my opinion, it is better for the heavenly sage to stop as soon as possible. Don't force it anymore. The Jade Emperor jumped out excitedly again, asking for a strange question of yin and yang. By now, this old man's background must have been taken out in a rush, and it is a godsend to stand up and beat down the dog at this time. Otherwise, if you let this old guy continue to strengthen, if he really makes him stand up, wouldn't he become a jumping clown? Haoshan Tanger, don't you want to cry mice again? Tongtian turned around and shouted violently, and instantly stopped the noisy discussion behind him. Then he glanced at Ye Fan quite vigilantly, and squeezed out a smile to speak. Sir, I still want to continue to strengthen. Tongtian hierarch uses his own actions, but he has to bear all the consequences. With Ye Fan's promise, Tongtian took a few deep breaths, and a touch of determination appeared on his face again. Within a few breaths just now, he had already figured it out. According to the experience just now, before +4, I can basically be said to be smooth sailing. That being the case, why not directly strengthen the highest ranking baby in your hands as soon as you come? After letting out his spiritual thoughts, the Lord Tongtian's eyes lit up. Isn't your own Zuxian sword a true innate treasure? As long as it is a +3, you can also harvest a middle-grade innate treasure. This is definitely a business that makes a profit without losing money. The most important thing is that before +3, there is no possibility of breaking his own Zhu Xian sword at all. Turning his head and glanced at the Jade Emperor who was ridiculing and pointing at him, the leader of Tongtian smiled contemptuously. Let you wait and see today, what is the heritage of a saint? As soon as the ultimate sword of killing Zhu Xian came out, Void instantly became extremely solemn and solemn. The immortals below, all feel the majesty, trembling, and their bodies are like sifting chaff. Before Ye Fan made a move, the master Tongtian took the lead in throwing the Xuxian sword into the furnace of heaven and earth. When the sword entered the furnace, the pressure was dissipated, and the immortals were relieved, even more shocked. This Tongtian hierarch, could it be that he was crazy? Dare to use the food stuff to strengthen it? If this wave is broken, he will have no chance to turn over again. It's even worse than the two poor ghosts of Western teaching and quasi mention. The Jade Emperor almost laughed out of joy, only Zhao Gongming and a few of his former disciples were full of sorrow. Master, absolutely must not. If this immortal punishment sword is broken, Zhijiao really won't have a bright future. At that time, the status of the leader of Tongtian is bound to plummet again, which is definitely not what Zhao Gongming would like to see when he died. Accompanied by Zhao Gongming's heartbreaking shouts, the master Tongtian had already slapped the furnace of heaven and earth with a heavy palm. The face is full of madness and determination. Whether it is life or death, it depends on this wave. To be continued. Chapter 26. Ding. Zhu Xianjian strengthened by +1 successfully. Ding. Zhu Xianjian strengthened +2 success. Ding. Zhu Xianjian strengthen +3 success. The green smoke rises, and the avenue is immersed. The rhyme of Taoism is endless and mysterious. After tens of thousands of years of cultivation, Zhu Xianjian has already succeeded +3. Everyone's hearts were finally put in their stomachs, and Zhao Gongming was even more surprised. The heart of the teacher is as true as the sea. Although it was only +3, it was undoubtedly a qualitative leap for the Xuxian sword, which was originally a low-grade innate treasure. Mid-level innate treasure. Second to none. The Master Tongtian's cultivation is the first person in the ranks of all saints, otherwise it will not force the other 4 saints to join hands one after another. Now if you have this +3 middle-grade innate supreme treasure of Zhu Xianxian's sword, plus Xuxian sword itself's ultimate killing characteristics, the strength of Tongtian Guru will at least double. The revitalization of the education is finally hopeful. Buzzing. The sharp sword aura is everywhere, and the master Tongtian is full of pride. With this sword in hand, even if the 4 sages join hands, he won't have any more worries. Only. A look of pain suddenly appeared on Tongtian's face, and the corners of his eyes were still slightly moist and lonely. Dao Ziu Hongjun once said that this is the number of days and cannot be violated. With just a few words, the Zhijiao he worked so hard to create can only be disbanded and destroyed. Why? Chapter 40. Why on earth? Days? If the number of days is really not to be violated, what explanation should be given for the appearance of the temple building? From Tongtian's point of view, from his beloved disciple Zhao Gongming to strengthen the 2 innate treasures, and then to his personal visit, everything proves one thing. Zhijiao, life should not be broken. As long as I have the confidence and qualifications to challenge Daozu Hongjun, what's the matter with the number of days? And the temple building in front of me, the noble master in front of me, is my only hope. Strengthening is a real way to change your fate. Because this is an existence above heaven. It is the great road entangled, and the last hope for the re-establishment of the Zhijiao. He is unwilling and unwilling. It's nothing more than being imprisoned by Taoist ancestors for tens of thousands of years, nothing more than going through a few more Yuanhui, nothing more than going through a few more calamities. The big deal is the loss of a Xuxian sword. But if it succeeds, he will reach the sky, and he will definitely change the sky and the earth. How can you endure the blood and blood for thousands of years? Turning his head and glanced at his lover Zhao Gongming, Tongtian instantly became more confident. Isn't it the loss of a low-grade innate treasure? It really doesn't work, just ask the baby apprentice to borrow it. The old guy smiled, his eyes filled with joy. After hesitating for a moment, he once again resolutely threw the already +3 Xuxian sword into the furnace of heaven and earth. Master is absolutely forbidden. Sage of the sky, don't be impulsive. If the Master of Heaven had no Xuxian sword, then my elucidation would surely be able to rise again. Hey, there's a good show to watch now. Oh! This day, it's going to change again. In the exclamation and discussion of everyone, the Master Tongtian slapped his palm on the furnace of heaven and earth without hesitation. Rush! Punch for the Lord! Today, I am going to guard the sky. Ding! Zhu Xianjian strengthen +4 success. Ding! Zhu Xianjian strengthen +5 success. Ding! Zhu Xianjian strengthen +6 success. +6. It's +6. The sky is full of rejoicing, and the hearts of the immortals below are even more mixed. This +6 Xuxian sword has become a real top-grade innate treasure. OM. Endless murderous aura rushed out, and the sobbing sword aura flowed everywhere, just a slight sway, and the chaotic void outside had begun to collapse for it. The extremely violent torrent of void rushed around, shocking all the immortals to change their colors. Town. With one hand, just a finger, this terrifying sword aura was instantly suppressed by Ye Fan. Ye Fan couldn't help taking a high look at the Master Tongtian. Those who have such courage are worthy of being the leaders of the three realms. The most important thing is that although the current Xuxian sword is only a top-grade innate treasure for the time being, its sharpness is not much better than the +10 top-grade innate treasure ABI sword in the hands of the ancestors of the Styx. Although the strengthening is wonderful, the rank and strength of the Ling Bao itself is still a certain number. No matter how good the resource is, only a perfect matrix can carry an unprecedented power. Please also forgive me. Tongtian's heart tightened. The sword aura he had just now was really not what he intended to do. At the same time, he had a new understanding of Ye Fan's strength. Unfathomable. It's really unfathomable. The sword just now, I'm afraid that Yuanxi child can't resist it. But in front of this nobleman, it was completely backhand suppression. Effortlessly. It's okay, congratulations to fellow Taoist Tongtian for winning the divine sword. Ye Fan seemed very general, and he became more and more looking forward to the next movement of the three realms. It is not difficult to predict that with such artifacts in hand, Tongtian will definitely seek revenge on Yuanxi Tianzun. At that time, Yuanxi Tianzun, who has been abused by blood, has to obediently run into his own temple building and consume a wave of frenzy? Not only that, even though the two sages of the West are poor, they will be willing to watch others advancing one by one, and they can only be left far behind? This big game is really getting more and more interesting. Chapter 41. And his own temple building, the distance is getting closer and closer. When you unlock more functions, how many gods and Buddhas will tremble for it? Thank you for your generous gift. After hesitating for a moment, Tongtian spoke again. Sir, Tongtian still wants to continue to strengthen. Anyway, I had planned for the worst, so why didn't I fight for it? It's just an innate treasure. If you want to challenge Daezu Hung Jun, it is tantamount to talking about dreams. But what if the Xuxian sword in his own hand is a chaotic spirit treasure? The enthusiastic Master Tongtian waved his hand again and began to strengthen the Xuxian sword. Ding! Zhu Xianjian strengthen +7 success. Looking at the +7 Xuxian sword, Tongtian Jiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. This Zhu Xian sword accompanies him with countless yuan hues. If it is really broken, he will definitely be hit hard. Master, don't come up. This +7 Xuxian sword is enough. Zhao Gongming was really panicked. His mentor was good at everything, but it was a pity that he was stubborn. Otherwise, he would not resolutely use his own power as an enemy to the four saints. It can be said that as long as it is something that his master Tongtian has decided, unless he dies, it will definitely not change easily. Master Tongtian is on the fortune at this time. If he stopped rashly, wouldn't such a good opportunity be wasted in vain? According to my experience, after the previous successive failures, the real Fujita has come. The Jade Emperor started to get angry again, his face full of sourness. Congratulations to Tongtian, but from the bottom of my heart I have already begged the two Ikings, God Buddha and Uncle Cao Guo, Li Jing. I must let this old man break the Zuxian sword to pieces. If not, how can I stand up? How can I stand up? Your Majesty, you. At this time, the Jade Emperor was still his immediate boss, and Zhao Gongming was choked by anger for a while. As a disciple, Gongming Taoist friend can get +9. As the master of Tongtian, naturally he will not lag behind others. Luoguan Yuzi stood up with a smile, making up the knife. Humph! With a cold snort, the master Tongtian had already made the best decision. Today either left with a chaos Ling Bao, or it was a complete failure. Stud! This is my last chance! Snapped! Under the attention of all the immortals, the palm of Master Tongtian has slowly fallen. To be continued. Chapter 27 The first Chaos Spirit Treasure born into the crazy Tongtian. Zhao Gongming was already desperate. Is it possible that you don't know what luck is, your master? In Zhao Gongming's view, it is a blessing to be able to +7, so why bother to give it a try? The Jade Emperor was full of joy, and became more and more disdainful of the old man, the leader of the heavens. With this point of mind, it is no wonder that Yuan Shi'er would be played between the palms of his arms. Ding! Zhu Xianjian strengthen +8 success. It's a success. It turned out to be successful again. Right now, even Ye Fan was not calm, his eyes widened, for fear that he would miss the magical scene in front of him. Ding! Zhu Xianjian strengthen +9 success. The breathing of the Lord Tongtian became heavier and heavier, and the whole temple building became quiet. Quiet audible needle. The +9 Zuxian sword has become an innate treasure of the highest quality. There is even a hint of chaos entangled in it. The Lord Tongtian was full of madness, looking at the best innate treasure Zuxian sword in front of him, his eyes were full of joy. It is no exaggeration to say that with this +9 Zuxian sword in hand, Yuan Shi Tianzun is like an ant. With a single sword, he could be seriously injured. If you do your best, Tu Sheng will not be a problem. Only. This is not enough. Without Chaos Ling Bao in hand, he still can't negotiate with Daozu. Today, I have to gamble on the great luck of the Jijiao. Live or die. Master. Chapter 42. Zhao Gongming has nothing to say. Can't you just accept it when you see it? If you continue to play like this, Jijiao is really over. Seeing that the leader of Tongtian actually tried to continue to strengthen, the Jade Emperor came to the spirit again. Right. Continue to strengthen. Damn you, old man. It's already +9, and it's unbearable that it's not broken. Ding! Zhu Xianjian +10 is successful. The blue smoke rose above the furnace of heaven and earth, and the endless chaotic air swayed slightly. Just a little bit of chaos chi swayed, and it was directly refreshing all the gods in the entire sanctuary building. Even the gods who had lost their cultivation base and foundation due to strengthening were restored instantly. Chaos and harmony, how wonderful! What's more, under the influence of this chaotic air, he broke through directly. Go one step further. Thank you for your generous gift. Thank you, Master Tongtian, for your generous gift. Everyone, including the Jade Emperor, immediately bowed down. No matter how he feels in his heart, Gao is unhappy, unwilling, but everyone understands. This day, it is really going to change. With the Chaos Spirit Treasure, the Master of the Heavens, I am afraid that it is Dao Ziu Hung Jun, and he has to give him 3 points of courtesy. In an instant, the original group of disciples of the Tribulation sect became even more enthusiastic. Although they were on the list of conferred gods, they could not be reused due to their original origin restrictions. Compared with the treatment of those disciples, I am a temporary worker. Do the dirty work by yourself, and take advantage of them. But now, if the Lord Tongtian rises, it will be a proper skill from the dragon. Tongtian sect master will continue to rob the religion for generations to come, just around the corner. Suddenly, an extremely profound calling sound rang through the middle of the entire hall. After everyone followed the prestige, even Ye Fan was stunned. Could this fellow Jade Emperor be frightened? Actually take the lead in waving the flag to the Lord Tongtian? Being alive and well is a clamoring posture of a pawn? Haven't you been trying to get someone on your family with that yin and yang? Master Tongtian is in prosperity in the coming days, and thousands of immortals are coming. Good guy, there was another cheer. The immortals don't need to look at this voice to know that it must be the old official oil of Teibai Jinxing. Zhao Gongming's old face twitched. His mother, who is the kid of Jijiao. My most beloved disciple hasn't spoken yet. I'm scheming to teach Daxing, and it's up to you two hammers? Master Tongtian will come for generations to come. Good guy, no matter what the mentality of the heavenly court, all the immortals can only cheer one after another. Seeing that, he seemed to be even more happy than Tongtian himself and Zhao Gongming, the preacher of the tribulation. Thank you for the grace of reinvention. Ignoring the hypocritical expressions of these villains, the Lord Tongtian actually gave Ye Fan a 3 need and 9 knock gift. With the +10 Chaos Ling Bao Zuxian sword in hand, perhaps Tongtian has not even paid attention to Daezu Hung Jun. But for Ye Fan, he remained in awe as always. After all, there is no Ye Fan, without this temple building, there will never be his today. Friends of the heavens, please hurry up. This is God's will, and it is also caused by the blessing of Taoist Tongtian himself. This seat is nothing more than pushing the boat along the river. Ye Fan seemed a little embarrassed. After this wave, the biggest winner is still him. Go Chuang, always drop God. Haoshan Tanger, get up too. With a raised eyebrow, the Master Tongtian acquiesced in his tolerance to the Jade Emperor. As for the previous yin and yang weirdness, it seems to be innocuous now. At the moment, Tongtian is thinking of only one person in his heart. Yuan Shi Tianzun. Thank you Master Tongtian. The Jade Emperor once again gave a big gift to Tongtian, and then slowly stood up, appearing extremely submissive. This is more than just being scared by Tongtian. The Jade Emperor is really happy from the heart. Chapter 43. Although he couldn't understand the old man, Master Tongtian, he also looked down upon the disciples of the Tribulation Church. However, he and the Lord Tongtian share a common enemy. Yuan Shi Tianzun. Now that the Lord Tongtian stands up, then Yuan Shi Tianzun will still have good fruit? According to the hot temper of the Lord Tongtian as always. It is absolutely impossible for this Yuan Shi Tianzun to produce a little blood today. If the Master Tongtian really initiates a ruthlessness, there is even the possibility of his fall. When the time comes, I will take advantage of your illness and kill you. Now that I have a +9 Haoshan mirror in hand, would I still be afraid that your little Yuan Shi Tianzun will not succeed? When the time comes to ask for the conferred God list to come back, this heavenly court, but it is really his own words. The Supreme of the Three Realms, the Lord of Heaven, deserves his name. Holding tightly the +10 immortal sword in his hand, the leader of Tongtian showed his arrogance. With the sword in hand, slaughtering Yuan Shi's children in a small amount, isn't that the same as killing a chicken? Today, I am bound to make the despicable man pay the price. Forbearance of hatred and anger for tens of thousands of years can finally burst out today. Sir. There are still major events in the sky, so I won't bother much today. Thank you for your generous gift. Tongtian will definitely come to thank you again in person. Hearing what the Master Tongtian said, the group of disciples underneath her teaching disciples immediately looked like the dead mother, with a remorse expression on their faces. There is even no shortage of people who want to change the door to please Tongtian. Master Tongtian, walk slowly, this seat will not be given away. Boy, this highlight is finally here. Ye Fan waved his hand and received a gift from Tongtian. He watched the Master Tongtian turn into a chaotic streamer, violently cut through the void and chaos, and rushed towards the distance. Murderous all over. To be continued. Chapter 28 The Heavenly Slashing Yuanshi Sword points to Dao Ancestor. Shankingtian, outside Mi Luo Palace. Ba. A sword light flashed, and the entire void burst open. Under the blow of the Master Tongtian, the endless chaotic air began to diffuse, and the entire space around the Milo Palace began to collapse and collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! Hoo! The sword flowed around and traversed the sky. All the torrents of the void began to center on this extremely terrifying sword aura, and they all struck towards the Mi Luo Palace. The power of the sky. Presumptuous! A vigorous voice sounded, and Yuanshi Tianzun stepped across a step before appearing outside the Mi Luo Palace. With a wave of the big hand, an eternal aura swayed instantly, forming a dense net in the midair, blocking the terrifying sword energy and void torrent coefficient. I can no longer approach my Mi Luo Palace for half a step. Holding the low-grade innate treasure Pangu banners, coupled with the power of the saints, blocking these seemingly terrifying void torrents is naturally not a problem. Through the sky. You dared to disobey the Master's order, leave the Purple Cloud Palace without authorization, and dared to run to the ground of this seat to stray wildly. It's not that you have lost your mind. Yuanshi Tianzun was angry. In his opinion, the previous one must be a full blow from the Master Tongtian, with the mentality of destroying his Mirage Temple dojo. If not, how could even the Qi of Chaos be summoned? At the same time, the fear of the Master Tongtian became stronger. Unexpectedly, this old Piff's full blow could already use the power of chaos. Although I don't want to admit it, there is no doubt that among the 6 saints, Tongtian's talent and strength are indeed the first one deserved. However, no brainer, no matter how strong it is. Holding the Pangu banner in his own hand, he can even use the power of a few days. Even the teacher Hung Jun said, "Don't sacrifice it easily." After the old Pangu opened the sky, Pangu axe turned into a Taiji diagram, which was obtained by taking Laozi, and the defense was unparalleled. The Pangu axe handle was turned into a chaotic clock, which was later obtained by the Yaezu. And the Pangu axe in his hand was transformed by the Pangu axe blade. Advance can be attacked, retreat can be defended. Even though he is holding the so-called number 1 killing Dao's supreme treasure slaying immortal sword in his hand, if he talks about the treasure's original rank alone, his own Pangu banner is enough to pass him a few streets. Hey! The teacher just ordered me to think in the Zixiao Palace. When did he say that I would be under house arrest? Master Tongtian held the +10 Zuxian sword in his hand, and did not put the Yuanshi Tianzun in front of him at all. Although he is reckless, it does not mean that he is stupid. He can't do things that actually deceive the teacher and destroy the ancestors. You. Okay. The old man wants to hear, what fault have you thought about your own fault in the past few years? Chapter 44. Yuanshi Tianzun was very angry and laughed, wondering when this husband would play with his tongue. Yes, the old man has realized it. The old man shouldn't just watch you, a villain, send my Jijiao child to the list of gods, and the old man shouldn't bear so many years. Today, I want to settle this account with you. As soon as the voice fell, the Master Tongtian rushed up with the +10 Zuxian sword without saying a word. It was a sword swung in the air. Buzzing! The surrounding void quickly collapsed again, and the sword light engulfing the endless chaotic energy rushed towards Yuanshi Tianzun. Hey! Piff! Small bugs! Without raising his eyelids, Yuanshi Tianzun directly propped up the Pangu flag to resist. Go! With one hand, the Pangu flag flew forward, and it was about to collide with the sword light. It's a pity that the Pangu flags actually flew back by themselves before they met that beam of sword light. A spirit treasure of this rank already has its own spiritual wisdom. Let yourself be a low-grade innate treasure to fight a low-grade chaos Ling Bao, isn't this bullying? Before Yuanshi Tianzun could react, Pangu Fan had already escaped back into the universe bag by himself. And the sword light mixed with endless chaotic air fell on Yuan Shi Tianzun's body fiercely. Puff! Suddenly, a long-lost pain came from my heart. Yuan Shi Tianzun only felt a tremor in his heart, and several arrows spewed out as if he didn't need money. Ha 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 ha! Yuan Shi Xiaoer, apart from those tricks, do you have this strength? The old man really doesn't bother to be with you like a scum. A sword severely injured Yuan Shi Tianzun, and the master Tong Tian suddenly floated in the void and screamed to the sky. This 10,000 years of suffering and hatred is worth it. Tong Tian, you. Yuan Shi Tianzun's face was unbelievable, and before he finished speaking, another blood arrow spurted out of his mouth. Although his own strength is not as good as Tong Tian, after the combination of the spirit treasures and various resources of both sides, no matter how bad they are, it is still a 4-6 open situation. But right now, where is there any way to fight back? Let alone 4 or 6, I am afraid that even 28 is difficult to achieve. What an opportunity has this sky reached? Humph! Now the old man holds +10 in his hand with the Zuxian sword in his hand. Killing you is just like killing a chicken and a dog. Not killing you, it's all for the teacher's original teaching. No matter how shameless you are, Yuan Shi is so shameless. Today, the old man will cut Urfa and make a scapegoat. Tong Tian stood with his hands in his hands, with sword energy beside him. Before he finished his words, he slashed out again with a sharp sword. Where can the already severely injured Yuan Shi Tianzun still have half the strength to resist? I can only watch my hair bun be cut off with a sword from the sky, breaking the divergence. Do not! Yuan Shi Tianzun was ashamed and unwilling. How can the saint's hair be cut off so easily? Broken hair is like broken head. How can I still have the face to walk in the 3 realms in the future? Ha 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 ha! The beginning of the haircut is no different from the dog of the mourning family, and is extremely embarrassed. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. If you are not convinced, you can come to find the old man for a fight at any time. With the +10 immortal sword in hand, your Yuan Shi Tianzun is not as good as the ants. Extremely rampant. He let out a nasty breath and humiliated Yuan Shi Tianzun again. With a wave of Tong Tian's big hand, several sword auras came out again. Directly cut Yuan Shi Tianzun's broken hair to pieces. Extremely humiliating. Too much deception. After doing all this, the Lord Tong Tian swung his sword again. In an instant, the Taoist robe on Yuan Shi Tianzun's body was also torn apart, and his heart was full of shocking blood. Embarrassed. Sven sweeps the floor. The generation of Yuan Shi, the ants are no different. Honor of the saint, are you worthy to inherit? After a few ruthless words, the Lord Tong Tian disappeared outside the Miluo Palace with a smile on his face, and went straight to the Zixiao Palace. Chapter 45. For some things, it is time for teacher Hung Jun to give an explanation. To be continued. Chapter 29 +10 Haoshan Unlucky Yuan Shi Tianzun. +10 Jade Sword. How could it be this stuff again? Yuan Shi Tianzun slowly got up from the ground in a rather embarrassed manner, wiped the blood on the corners of his mouth, and looked very irritable. Previously, the ancestor of the Styx Nago also said that he had acquired something +10 a nose sword, and went crazy to find the second saint of the West for a meal, in an vain attempt to use an ant-like quasi-saint against the 2 saints. What's ridiculous is that the guy from the ancestor of Styx not only severely injured the second sage of the West with a sword, but also left Mount Sumi unharmed. Ancestor Styx is very strong, but that's only for the ranks below the saints. The 2 sages in the West are very weak, and they are also relatively speaking between the 6 sages. Under the saints, all are ants. This sentence is not just to talk. However, the ancestor of the Styx River, relying on a +10 a nose sword with 1 enemy and 2 against the wind, can be regarded as a precedent for the quasi-sage to crush the saints. The most important thing is the old man, the Lord Tong Tian. Originally, no matter how bad he was, he could be evenly matched, and no matter how hard it was, it could be a 46 situation. But now, in front of Master Tongtian Yujian, he has no power to resist. Even the low-grade innate treasure Pangu banners were frightened and fled. This is simply a unilateral massacre and crush. The most important thing is that I can see that this is definitely not a full blow from the sky. If the old Piff is really aggressive, I am afraid that he will really fall here today. The body of the dignified Yuan Shi Tianzun saint was cut off by a sword and was humiliated in every possible way. How can I not report such a grudge? Too much deception. What a shame. What is this +10? The Master Tongtian and the ancestors of the Styx River, what great opportunity did they get to make them change their lives against the sky? With a heart move, Yuan Shi Tianzun cursed and returned to the Miluo Palace, and found out the weird invitation that he had previously dismissed. Good news, good news. Don't miss it when you pass by. The opportunity is not to be missed, and the loss will never come again, you fellow Taoists, immortal family. Zhuheng Palace has officially opened. Are you still worried about not having high-level spirit treasures in your hands? Are you still feeling inferior because you don't even have the most innate treasure in your hand? Are you still worrying about not having a heavy treasure by your side? It doesn't matter, don't be 99 or 88, and don't be 668. Just pay a little cultivation base, you can upgrade your acquired spirit treasure to innate spirit treasure. Don't you want to prove the truth with Bao? Don't you want to experience the thrill in Zhangjiu and Zhangjiu? You don't want to step on the old enemy, and shout a few times that I am the biggest among the predecessors. Come on, come to cast the Holy Palace, I will use my hands to achieve your dream. After reading the remarks above, Yuan Shi Tianzun still twitched his old face, and his face was full of contempt. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have lived in countless Yuanhui, what kind of methods have not been seen? Also strengthen Ling Bao? It's just nonsense. I'm afraid that even teacher Hung Jun can't do this kind of method. Just rely on you, a little gnome liar. My dignified Yuan Shi Tianzun will never be fooled. Hey! The heavenly Piff and the ancestor Styx must have been exchanged at some price. This is obviously looking for a tiger's skin. Now I will let you down. When the time comes, I will be backlashed. I want to see, what kind of capital and confidence do you have to clamor for? From Yuan Shi Tianzun's point of view, the Lord Tongtian and the Patriarch Styx must have made some kind of improper trade with the building of the temple, or they might have betrayed their dignity. And this enhanced +10 immortal jade sword and ABI sword must also have a certain time effect. After the failure, it will be permanently restored to the original grade. The two of them will cause irreversible damage. Maybe even death may not be impossible. Finding a reasonable reason to comfort himself, Yuan Shi Tianzun once again restored the appearance of the energetic saint. It's a pity that the hair on his head was permanently cut off by the Lord Tongtian. With the chaos chi directly corroding and severing, with Yuan Shi Tianzun's current cultivation base, there is absolutely no ability to recover on his own. Hey! A man is a man. When you suffer backlash, it will be the day when the old man will get revenge. With a cold snort, he secretly cursed the Lord Tongtian countless times in his heart, and Yuan Shi Tianzun began to close his eyes and recuperate. With that sword just now, although the Master Tongtian did not move the murderous intentions, the power of destroying the heavens and the earth contained in it also hurt his vitality. Chapter 46. Even now, I still feel that the blood in the body is surging, and it seems that it is impossible to heal without adjusting his breath for hundreds of years. On the side of building the temple, being stimulated by the chaos spirit treasure of the Master Tongtian, all the immortals in the heavenly court could be said to be blown up. For a time, the whole hall was full of fanaticism and sensation. As for the life and death of Yuan Shi Tianzun, where is the importance of strengthening his own spirit treasure? Not asking for a chaotic spirit treasure, even just a congenital treasure, or even a superb congenital spirit treasure, is enough to change the destiny of countless people. This temple building is really a conscientious merchant among the three realms. This honorable person is even more respected and has the style of a sage. Properly to benefit the three realms, a proper person. Sir, I want to try again. The Jade Emperor also came to the spirit. If he hadn't made a mistake in his estimation, the Master Tongtian must have been rubbing the Yuanxi child on the ground at this moment. He is also a dignified quasi-sage, but that Yuanxi Tianzun was seriously injured by the Master Tongtian. With his current cultivation base and a top-grade innate spirit treasure, he still has no confidence to challenge him. But what if the Haoshan mirror in one's own hands is an innate treasure? Hey, when the time comes, it is bound to leave a lifetime shadow on this Yuanxi child. He Tongtian sect leader dared to fight, why don't I dare to Haoshan? You know, from the beginning to the present, apart from the loss of hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation, I have never hurt my muscles and bones. Compared with the loss of dozens of congenital things by the Master Tongtian, his own background has not yet been revealed. With so many babies making cushions, even if you smash it today, you can smash an innate treasure yourself. Ye Fan nodded noncommittently. If even the Jade Emperor took off directly, would Western religions and Ling Shan have a good life? What are you waiting for? Quickly throw into the arms of my temple building. I use my hands to achieve your dream. After receiving Ye Fan's promise, the Jade Emperor waved his big hand, and once again pushed the two hapless ones Cao Qiaju and Li Jing aside, and then he vowed to beg Grandpa to Grandma in his heart. The Jade Emperor knew exactly when to use those two goods and the knife should be outward. Blessed by the Lord Tongtian, blessed by Daozu Hongjun, blessed by Daozu, and blessed by Daoist Zhao Gongming, let me also strengthen a piece of innate treasure to walk the way for the sky and fight against the Yuanxi child. I am not greedy, I just want to be able to +1 again, and make the Haoshan mirror succeed by +10, and I will be satisfied. As soon as the voice fell, I saw the Jade Emperor closing his eyes, and slapped the top of the furnace of heaven and earth with a frantic palm with lightning speed. With that nervous look, even the heavenly immortals below were taken aback. Your Majesty, this is a spell. Ding! Haoshan mirror strengthened 10 successfully. The avenue was full, and the green smoke rose. The system prompt sounded, and it was like a spring breeze that fell in the ears of the Jade Emperor and the heavenly immortals. Just like the sound of heaven. +10. My heavenly court, finally has a treasure of innateness. With this kind of treasure suppressing the luck, is it possible that the group of poor people in the West will not be better than the bald donkeys? This wave, stand up. Long live my Emperor, long live, long live. Your Majesty is majestic. My heaven, for generations to come, the three realms are supreme. All the immortals below all stood up and saluted. Congratulations and joy from the heart this time. Having endured Western Ling Shan for so many years, I can finally ride my face today. Thank you for your generous gift. The juniors still have important things to do, so I will come back to thank you again in the next day. You can explore opportunities here on your own, and you can return to the heavenly court soon. The Jade Emperor also hurried out of the temple building as he bowed a big gift to Ye Fan in a decent way. Go straight to the Mirage Palace. Yuanxi child, today I want to let you know what is the Lord of Heaven and what is the Supreme of the Three Realms. To be continued. Chapter 30, The Jade Emperor fights Yuanxi. Yuanxi defeated and escaped. Lao Yuanxi, get out of me quickly. On the way from chaos to Qingtian, the Jade Emperor's heart has been full of joy. Maybe it's to embolden myself, after all, this time I have to harden the saint. Having been oppressed by this Yuanxi Tianzun for thousands of years, if you want to say that there is no shadow or fear for him, it is definitely bragging. Because of this, the Jade Emperor was drunk all the way, and when he was outside the Miluo Palace, he was already a little shaky. Lao Yuanxi, I ordered you to come out and meet me as soon as possible. If not, I will definitely demolish your little Miluo Palace. Originally, Yuan Shitianzun, who had finally calmed down and practiced meditation, frowned when he heard the shouts outside, and looked very impatient. Chapter 47. Is this Hao Shintanjir lost heartless? What the is going on these days? One by one came to their own Mala palace to be wild. Really don't treat me Yuan Shitianzun as a saint. I can endure a Tongtian master. What is your little Hao Shintanjir following? Do you really think you are as bad as the Western second saints? My Tianting Yuan Shitianzun, one of the Sanking, don't you want face? As soon as he thought, Yuan Shitianzun, who was burning with anger, appeared outside the Miluo palace. Seeing Hao Shen, who was full of alcohol, he couldn't help frowning, and the anger in his heart dissipated a bit. No matter what, this kid is also the Taoist boy in front of the teacher Hung Jun. If you don't look at the face of the monk and the face of the Buddha, you won't really get angry with him. At most, it's just a little precaution. Hao Shintanjir, what's wrong with you? How dare you run to the dojo of this seat to be wild? If you leave quickly now, I will not care about you if I see you all drunk. Yuan Shitianzun looked very generous, waved his hand to signal the Jade Emperor to leave, but did not get angry. At any rate, I also controlled the heavenly court of others and occupied the conferred god list for tens of thousands of years. If there is no resentment, Yuan Shitianzun doesn't believe it. Now that the grace and power are applied together, it can save a lot of trouble. It's a pity that if I kept it in the past, I would go to the door of the sage to start Ziyuan mode and still retreat safely. The Jade Emperor must have long been grateful to Yuan Shitianzun. But now, hey, this time is different. Hao Shen, is also a person with innate treasures. The most important thing is that although he is drunk, it does not mean that the Jade Emperor is stupid. As soon as I saw Yuan Shitianzun's first glance, I could be sure that this guy had been seriously injured by the Lord Tongtian. Today is really a godsend. I have to see for myself, what did you Yuan Shitianzun use to fight against my three realms supreme? Belonging to the destiny, becoming the deserving lord of the heavenly court, the supreme of the three realms, all today. Presumptuous. You Yuan Shitianzun saw me, why didn't you salute? Yuan Shitianzun is stunned. I am a saint, saluting with you as a puppet? Lao Yuanqi, I don't think you have a few hairs on your head, so I won't hurt your life for the time being today. You have dominated my list of conferred gods for so many years, so it's time to give me an explanation. Return to the Feng Shen list as soon as possible, and then apologize to me. Today's matter will also pass. If not, I will let you taste the power of my +10 Hao Shen mirror. The Jade Emperor stood with his hands in his hands, his face full of stance. At first glance, there is really such a kind of supreme demeanor of the Lord of Heaven in the three realms. +10? Why is it +10 again? Yuan Shitianzun was angry. What do you think of my saint dojo one by one? Even a little Jade Emperor came to ride his face? If you don't give this Hao Shintung a lesson today, how will you order the three realms in the future? Hao Shen! You are presumptuous. As soon as the voice fell, an extremely terrifying saint coercion suddenly bloomed from Yuan Shitianzun. The power of the saint is like heaven. In a short time, the surrounding world all changed their colors. Feeling the pressure of this terrifying saint, the Jade Emperor sneered. With a big wave of his hand, the +10 innate supreme treasure Hao Shen mirror suddenly appeared in front of him. Clang! This almost condensed sage coercion collided with the Hao Shen mirror, and the sky shook the sky in an instant. The innate aura swept away, and when it collided with the pressure of the saint, it was completely resolved in an instant. It can't hurt the Jade Emperor at all. Victory with a single blow. Hao Shen is even more energetic and full of confidence. A mere saint, but so. His ancestor of Styx was able to overwhelm the two sages of the West, and he must be able to severely wound this Yuan Shitianzun today, and recover his own list of conferred gods. Lao Yuanqi, that's it. Today I will let you see what is the horror of +10 Hao Shen mirror. After saying this, I saw the Jade Emperor quickly form a seal with both hands, and immediately established a connection with the Haoshan mirror. The treasure gifted by dignified ancestor Hungjun is naturally not too bad. Now after +10, it is even more powerful and powerful. Haoshan Red Sun / Before the words fell, a faint glow of the sun appeared on the Haoshan mirror. Chapter 48. Then the rainbow light on the mirror's surface began to draw the endless power of the red sun. It was like a river in the sun, and the sunset was so red that the outside of Maluo Palace was covered with red light, and the sky was blushing. With the help of the power of Jotian stars, gather the essence of the sun and bless it on an innate treasure, or the Jade Emperor himself will display it in the body of a quasi-sage, and its power can be imagined. Haoshan, you dare! Feeling the infinite and unstoppable red sun power, Yuan Shi Tianzun panicked. If it were in the past, even if the Jade Emperor held the innate treasure in his hand, he would definitely not be afraid. But now after being seriously injured by the old man, the leader of the sky, his strength can be at most 60%. If it is a strong action to use the cultivation base, it will damage the foundation and cause irreversible damage. This is definitely something Yuan Shi Tianzun didn't want to see. With a big wave of his hand, he hurriedly called out the Pangu banner and blocked him. Boom! A thunderous roar sounded again, and the huge aftermath of the battle spread out and spread everywhere. The void that had been recovered with great difficulty was shattered once again by the Jade Emperor's full blow. The torrential torrent of the void rushed around, tearing the clothes on the two of them to pieces in an instant. Ha 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 ha! Unexpectedly, the dignified Yuan Shi Tianzun would be so unbearable. If you still refuse to return the conferred god list to me, don't blame the +10 Haoshan mirror in my hand for not being affectionate. The Jade Emperor floated completely. Unexpectedly, I can really rival the saints. The next victim is the group of bald donkeys taught in the west. Still west? I will let you go west with a hammer. Go to all. Ignorant child, pay your life. Yuan Shi Tianzun shouted violently, and directly sacrificed the Pangu banners. An eternal breath came, and the Jade Emperor only felt a panic. Hastily withdrew and retreated violently, avoiding his sharp edge for the time being. When the aftermath dissipated and the smoke cleared, Yuan Shi Tianzun had already escaped. Haoshan stood in place for a while grinning, looking at the Miluo Palace in the distance. After all, he did not dare to rush up. Lao Yuanqi, I will also have a chaos spirit treasure in the future, and I must demolish your Miluo Palace. A dignified saint, who actually deceived me, shamelessly. To be continued. Chapter 31. Yuan Shi came to the scene to suppress. After releasing his spiritual thoughts, he confirmed that the Jade Emperor had left, and Yuan Shi Tianzun breathed a sigh of relief. Looking down at yourself so embarrassed, where is the appearance of a saint who is inextricable on weekdays? The dignified sage Yuan Shi Tianzun was actually riding his face by a Haoshan boy today. If it hadn't been used to scare that guy away, maybe he would really be seriously injured today. What a shame! Yuan Shi was depressed. If you got the +10 artifacts one by one, you all have to come to your own Miluo Palace to brush up your experience. Isn't it possible to find a sense of existence? What do you all regard me as Yuan Shi Tianzun? Experience, baby? Can this be tolerated? Absolutely can't stand it. Thinking of the +10 riding face from the ancestor of the Styx River to the leader of Tongtian to the Jade Emperor Haoshan, and the arrogant faces of a few people, Yuan Shi Tianzun felt a burst of dissatisfaction in his heart. Based on his understanding of the Jade Emperor, although the guy from the old ancestor Styx was stubborn, he was desperate, and it made sense to dare to build the temple and seek the skin of the tiger. Master Tongtian has always been a man, and it is normal to fight for a wave inexplicably. But his Jade Emperor Haoshan is definitely a character as stable as an old dog. He dared to go to the temple building to seek opportunities, and even vowed to run outside his Miluo Palace to go wild. It must prove that the temple building was not as unbearable as he thought. Maybe that is really a kind of existence above the way of heaven. No, how can one of the dignified Yuan Shi Tianzun, one of the Sanking, fall behind willingly? If we continue to do this again, wouldn't any who holds the innate treasure in his hand dare to challenge himself? Can this kind of grievance be tolerated? Absolutely not. What kind of mysterious thing is that building the temple? Today, I, Yuan Shi Tianzun, will personally go and see it. Yuan Shi Tianzun stepped out of the Maluo Palace very vigilantly, released his spiritual thoughts and searched around, making sure that there were no traces of enemies around, not to mention the aura of the Master of Tongtian and the Jade Emperor Haoshan, and then the light flashed under his feet and turned into a streamer rushed towards the depths of the chaos. On the side of building the temple, there is the Chaos Ling Bao of Tongtian Guru in front, and the innate treasure of Jade Emperor Haoshan, plus the two innate treasures of Zhao Gongming. Under such powerful stimulation and temptation, this group of heavenly immortals, where can I stand it? Naturally, they rushed forward one after another, and started a crazy sprint based on various strengthening experiences and secrets. Superior. Chapter 49. Go to the Lord. The sprint is over. Zhao Gongming said in person that as long as I strengthen fast enough, failure will not catch up with me. Naturally, Ye Fan waved his hand. Once again, 10 furnaces of heaven and earth were opened at the same time, and this group of crazy leaks, oh no, enthusiastic investors once again fell into the endless abyss of strengthening. Ha 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 ha. This immortal's supreme clock is finally +6. Low key, low key. The old man's chaos gun is just a mere +8. Broken. How could it be broken again? My old man's innate spirit treasure. Greediness kills people. Bless you, Lord Tongtian, bless your majesty, bless fellow Tao Gongming, let me give you a +5. Just when all the immortals were talking about each other and each had a harvest, Yuan Shi Tianzun's figure also appeared outside the door. He looked up at this majestic hall, and couldn't help but glanced at the temple building in his heart. Stepping forward, he went straight into the main hall, and a thick and powerful avenue pressure fell, which shocked his heart even more. Looking closely, there are actually many familiar old faces inside. Looking at the chaotic heavenly celestial beings, they were all immersed in the madness of strengthening the spirit treasure, and there was still a half-centered sight of immortality. Hey! The world is going downhill, and the morals are bad. Under the leadership of Haoshan Tonger, this heavenly court can be regarded as abolished for the most part. After waiting for a long time, no one actually wanted to come out to greet him. Originally, Yuan Shi Tianzun's mentality was blown up long ago by the leader of Tongtian and Jade Emperor Haoshan. Now thinking that these ants-like heavenly immortals would dare to be so disrespectful to themselves, it was an instant anger. Especially when I saw Zhao Gongming standing in the corner, it was as if I saw the disgusting face of the Lord Tongtian, and he immediately thought of revenge. Today, I'm going to kill the chickens and curse the monkeys, and give you a good start. Hey! I am here, but you are so ignorant of etiquette, you still have my Yuan Shi Tianzun in your eyes. As soon as the voice fell, the pressure of the saint on his body suddenly dispersed, and he pressed against Zhao Gongming severely. After being so drunk by Yuan Shi Tianzun, everyone stopped their movements and looked at Yuan Shi Tianzun, who was standing at the door as if they were mentally retarded. Zhao Gongming's heart tightened, and with a wave of his big hand, 2 congenital treasures floated in front of him one after another. Ding Haizuo and Dragon-bound Suo's aura flickered, and instantly eliminated Yuan Shi Tianzun's terrifying saint's coercion. Good guys! I can't beat the Master Tongtian and can't bear it by himself, and he can bear it by Jade Emperor Haoshan's face. But now, in front of so many people, why can't I help Zhao Gongming, who is just a small one? Feeling the strange gazes of the immortals, Yuan Shi Tianzun suddenly changed his expression. With a hand raised suddenly, he directly called out the Pangu banner, with a full blow, to take down Zhao Gongming. It's a pity that before Yuan Shi Tianzun did something, Ye Fan frowned and waved his arm lightly, looking quite angry. Building a temple in your own place presumptuously, Don't you really treat yourself as a person? With just a mere finger, Yuan Shi Tianzun felt like a great road descended in an instant. Out of a cold sweat. A kind of fear and tremor from the depths of the soul swept through the body, and the whole body was like a sieve, and the feet were soft, and he involuntarily fell under Ye Fan's feet. Respect. Respect forgiveness. I repeat this last time, no one is allowed to be presumptuous in the building of the temple. If you have grievances, after the temple is built, this seat will be ignored. But if you dare to interrupt and block others to strengthen at will, you dare to bully others without authorization, the next time you die, you will die. Ye Fan's voice was billowing like Hong Zhong, and it seemed like the mighty sky. Such an arrogant posture, falling in the ears of the immortals, is even more joyous. With the words of Zun, wouldn't it be a perfect safe place in the temple building in the future? If you are chased by the enemy, maybe you can still escape into the sanctuary for refuge. This majesty is really a good person among the three realms. Building a temple is really a conscientious business. Yuan Shi knows his guilt, please let me calm down my anger. Yuan Shi Tianzun lost his temper completely, and put his head on the ground respectfully to pray for Ye Fan's forgiveness. He can be sure that if this person really wants to do more on his own, he will be wiped out in an instant. It seems that the building of the temple is really an existence above the way of heaven. To be continued. Chapter 32. Isn't it Ling Bao? Yes, some are. Looking at Yuan Shi Tianzun's head and ears, compare it with Ye Fan's eye-sweeping posture above him. It seemed that he had suppressed not a saint with a single finger, but just an insignificant worm. This kind of mind and tolerance, coupled with treating everyone equally, instantly won the favor and love of countless people. Well, the visitor is a guest, but if you come to me to build a temple to strengthen the spiritual treasure, this seat will greet you with both hands. I think you are the first offender, so I won't care about you this time. Ye Fan still has that non-committal arrogant appearance, which makes people feel majestic, but also somewhat approachable. After all, a person who can crush a saint is really a great power that can surpass the heavens. It is already a great honor to be able to speak to this group of ants in a pleasant way. Thank you for forgiveness, Yuan Shi has convicted. Chapter 50. Recalling Ye Fan's finger, Yuan Shi Tianzun still felt terrified. Although it was a shame to be suppressed in front of so many people, it was even more insulting to the majesty of the saint. But he has no temper at all, and even a little bit of excitement. Does he have a tendency to tremble? Yuan Shi Tianzun's face blushes, and the strong is respected. It has always been the only law in this world. After bowing to Ye Fan, Yuan Shi Tianzun stood up respectfully. That restrained and obedient appearance is a bit more clever than when facing Dao Ziu Hung Jun. But it's no surprise that the of the gods is so respectful to Ye Fan. The most important thing is that after seeing Ye Fan's means and strength, Yuan Shi Tianzun can be sure. What was said on that weird invitation letter must be a fake. If not, it is absolutely impossible for this group of heavenly immortals to coax here in a swarm. However, how to operate this Ling Bao enhancement, and what price should it pay? Yuan Shi Tianzun didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore, put away all the shelf and majesty, and stood there honestly and looked at the reinforcement methods of others. Tianzun, your hair is. After all, he is also a saint, and naturally someone will try to get close to himself. After being asked this way, Yuan Shi Tianzun discovered that when he was suppressed by Ye Fan, he accidentally removed the purple gold crown on his head. Only the bald head remained. When all the immortals heard the conversation between the two, they followed their prestige. I saw the rather majestic Yuan Shi Tianzun's head shining brightly, with broken hair and strands, which seemed very embarrassing and funny. It is obvious to all that the Master Tongtian strengthened a chaotic spirit treasure. Recalling the appearance of the Master Tongtian eagerly leaving the Temple of Construction and Yuan Shi Tianzun's current appearance, all the truth is immediately clear. Although no one dared to ridicule and mock Yuan Shi Tianzun face to face, all of them were happy in their hearts. Don't think that gods don't gossip. Facing such unheard of events in the world, they still happen to a saint. Everyone is naturally happy to hear. Hey! It's hot. Yuan Shi Tianzun snorted coldly, looking very angry and embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Uncle Yuan Shi is as calm as a mountain on the surface, but it turns out that he has such a bohemian character in his heart. This hairstyle is really the first among the three realms. There are rumors outside that Uncle Yuan Shi is an iron rooster, and he is reluctant to reward heroes. I can't tell you all. If it is an iron rooster, how can he lose all his hair? It doesn't mean that Zhao Gongming does not dare to push his nose on his face. The reason why he was tied to the heavens, he was put on the list of conferred gods, and was suppressed for tens of thousands of years, but it was all thanks to the bald head in front of him. Regardless of his master, just relying on the two innate treasures on his body, he is not afraid of what Yuan Shi Tianzun dares to do with himself. Listening to Zhao Gongming's unshirkable irony, Yuan Shi Tianzun was even more shocked. But Ye Fan watched from the sidelines. After all, he still didn't dare to be presumptuous. Coupled with the strangeness of Zhao Gongming before, it made Yuan Shi Tianzun even more vigilant. No. I am here to build a temple today to seek opportunities. Only when I strengthen a chaos spirit treasure like the old man in the sky can I turn over. If not, the future will be difficult. According to Tongtian's character, he can't run to the door in 2 days to humiliate himself. The hair is broken this time, so I can't figure out what it will be broken next time. Thinking of this, Yuan Shi Tianzun was even more frustrated with anger. Even a junior dared to be so presumptuous to himself. People's hearts are not old, the world is going down. Even if you are bankrupt today, even if you pay an immeasurable price, you must create a +10 artifact to take back. What he can do in the sky is the same as my Yuan Shi Tianzun. My eyes are blazing, and my brothers and I are ambitious. Respectfully arched his hand at Ye Fan, Yuan Shi Tianzun began to inquire about the rules and cost of this Ling Bao strengthening. Dare to ask your honor, how should this strengthened Ling Bao be operated specifically? This thing is called the furnace of heaven and earth, it is born from the heaven and the earth. You only need to put the spirit treasure you want to strengthen into the furnace, and then slap the top of the furnace with your palm. Each slap will provide Ling Bao with an opportunity to strengthen. Before Ling Bao +5, all you need to pay is only 10,000 years of cultivation base, and the later you need more cultivation base. And after Ling Bao is strengthened by +5, what needs to be paid is the power of the origin. In addition, there is no risk of shattering all strengthened things before +3, and after +3, they will face the possibility of Ling Bao shattering every time. Once the Ling Bao is broken, there will be no chance of recovery. Strengthening is risky, Daoists need to be cautious. If the Ling Bao is broken, I will not be responsible for building the temple. Seeing this old guy finally got into the topic, Ye Fan immediately introduced the strengthening rules to him proficiently. Can the Ling Bao be strengthened with only a small amount of cultivation? Is there such a good thing? As for the power of the source, Yuan Shi Tianzun has been in charge of the heaven for many years, and he doesn't care about it at all. Chapter 51. Compared with the tens of thousands of years imprisoned in the Zixiao Palace, the leader of Tongtian can be said to be extremely plump. Today's +10 artifact, my Yuan Shi Tianzun is about to order it. More than one. Yuan Shi Tianzun didn't care at all about risk warnings such as broken Ling Bao. Are you kidding me? Looking at the entire three realms, in terms of personal power, who would be rich as an evangelical leader himself? It doesn't matter if it's broken, isn't it a Ling Bao? Lord has it. Yuan Shi Tianzun, who was holding the winning ticket, walked confidently to the furnace of heaven and earth, boldly took out a middle-grade congenital spirit treasure, and threw it into the furnace of heaven and earth without saying a word. Ding! Yin-Yang ruler strengthened +1 successfully. To be continued. Chapter 33. At the same time strengthen Yuan Shi's grand plan. Is this done? So simple? Although Wanzai's cultivation sounded a lot, for a saint like himself, it was nothing more than a flash. But this Lingbao level, even if it gave oneself a situation of hundreds of millions of years, it still has no ability to change a single bit. This is simply a business that makes a profit without losing money. Yuan Shi Tianzun's eyes gleamed, as if he had discovered the code of wealth, and even more energetic. Dare to ask your lord, can this heaven and earth furnace only strengthen one spirit treasure at a time? There are a lot of spirit treasures that need to be strengthened here for juniors. If they are strengthened one by one, I am afraid it will take a lot of time. What is the pretense ratio? This is called pretending. There are a lot of Lingbao that need to be strengthened. Good guys. This is how to show off their wealth. It's a pity that there are not a few hairs on the head of Yuan Shi Tianzun. Want to strengthen at the same time? Is there such a good thing? Ye Fan looked at Yuan Shi Tianzun suspiciously, looking a little confused. The immortals around the heaven also cast strange glances at it. Do you dare to show off your wealth in this temple building? Are you afraid that you haven't been beaten by the furnace of heaven and earth? Even if you have tens of thousands of wealth, if it is a bad luck or a good one, it will be harvested for you in minutes. Meeting Yuan Shi Tianzun's eager gaze, Ye Fan looked a little embarrassed. Now that the progress of the temple building's upgrade is about to attract 60%, the authority to unlock it is naturally a lot more. Strengthen at the same time, you can naturally be satisfied. Is this just a bit bullying? You sure? After all, he is also recognized as the first conscientious merchant in the three realms, Ye Fan kindly reminded him. Please also respect and perfect. Being immersed in the joy of pretending to be more than happy, the Yuan Shi Tianzun, who had finally found some confidence, naturally pleaded with Ye Fan sincerely. Feeling the shocked and surprised gazes of all the immortals, Yuan Shi Tianzun was even more excited. Understand? This makes a lean camel bigger than a horse. How many family backgrounds can he have? Compared with me? He is also worthy. His pitiful family is able to produce a +10 artifact. Then he has so many spirit treasures, isn't he going to take off directly? Leak, oh no! The guests naturally have to do their best to satisfy themselves. With a big wave of his hand, the forge of heaven and earth in front of him expanded again, instantly opening up a strange space. The current heaven and earth furnace can provide 50 spirit treasures at the same time for enhancement. Yuan Shi Taoist friends can ask for it by themselves. After that, Ye Fan looked at Yuan Shi Tianzun with curiosity. Same saint, what kind of surprises will you bring to me? Is it a non-chief or a European emperor? Where do you have the confidence to make such a request? It's a pity that Yuan Shi Tianzun didn't know what kind of fear and nightmare he was facing. On the contrary, I really enjoy the feeling of holding the moon among the stars. Thanks to Ye Fan without procrastination. With a big wave of his hand, a total of 50 spirit treasures floated to the front. Chapter 52. Good guy, everything is innate. Although most of them are low-grade Xiantian Lingbao, there are still middle-grade Xiantian Lingbao and high-grade Xiantian Lingbao. In a moment, the whole temple was built with jewels, scattered everywhere, so dazzling. The wealth of Yuan Shi Tianzun can be seen. Ye Fan also shined. Big customer. It seems that this year's leaks are growing well, and it's gratifying. Go. A little with one hand, with a soft sip. 50 congenital spirit treasures all fell into the furnace of heaven and earth. Such a mighty scene immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Everyone looked at Yuan Shi Tianzun with the mentality of watching the show. Here comes another one who is not afraid of death. Snapped. After a palm fell, he was immediately taken away from the cultivation base for a full 500,000 years, and Yuan Shi Tianzun couldn't help but get a few cold sweats. Ding! Yin-Yang ruler strengthening +2 success. Ding! Taibei spear strengthening +1 failed. Ding! 6-toed beads strengthen +1 successfully. Ding! Spiritual staff strengthening +1 failed. 50 system prompts sounded one after another, and Yuan Shi Tianzun was madly perceiving his own battle situation with his spiritual thoughts. Although there are many spirit treasures that failed to strengthen, most of the spirit treasures have been strengthened successfully. After a mere 500,000 years of cultivation, he has successfully strengthened more than 30 spiritual treasures. This kind of business that makes a profit without losing money is really a good deed among the three realms. Yuan Shi Tianzun has drifted away, and he has become more confident in his own strategy. Looking at the entire three realms, who else can think of such a funny method of strengthening Ling Bao? Even if there are, how many people can have such great courage of themselves? Even if there are, how many people have such a rich background and worth to be able to support such a huge cause? This temple building is simply tailor-made for yourself. In an instant, Yuan Shi Tianzun resonated deeply with the sentence on the invitation letter. I use my hands to achieve your dream. Well said. Waiting for him to hold a pile of +10 artifacts, it is bound to make the old man, the Lord Tongtian, pay the price. Snapped. Another palm fell. In this wave, the cultivation base of millions of years was immediately taken away. Yuan Shi Tianzun only felt that his waist and knees looked sore, and the sweat beads on his forehead became obvious and huge. Ding! Yin-Yang ruler strengthening +3 success. Ding! Taibei spear strengthened by +1 successfully. Ding! 6-toed beads strengthened +2 success. Ding! Spiritual staff strengthening +1 failed. Good guys! After this wave, a total of 50 spirit treasures have been successfully strengthened for 47. Yuan Shi Tianzun completely floated. What is luck? What is strength? What does it mean to have God's help? What is meant by destiny? Look at your luck, the old man Tongtian, what to fight with yourself. There is also Haoshan Tongzhi, who will inevitably kill the chicken and the monkey by then, and he will be punished severely in order to behave like this. Ye Fan is also looking slightly, this guy's current luck is not bad for the time being. I just don't know, what will happen after +3. The immortals around him even glared their eyes, and hurriedly collected the rare and precious big data samples in front of them, and continued to summarize and reason about the know-how and methods of Ling Bao strengthening. Could it be that this Ling Bao has a higher success rate for strengthening at the same time? One after another came out of everyone's hearts, a bold idea came up. As long as I strengthen fast enough, can I fail to catch up? As long as the number of spirit treasures I strengthen at the same time is enough, the heaven and earth furnace will not have time to break the spirit treasures? Under everyone's expectant gaze, Yuan Shi Tianzun once again dropped his palm without hesitation. Snapped. Chapter 53. In this wave, 4 million years of cultivation were taken away. Even a saint can't sustain such a huge consumption for a while. Yuan Shi Tianzun felt that his feet were soft, so he slumped on the ground. Right now, he was not in the mood to worry about the majesty of the saint. Yuan Shi Tianzun's mind and attention were all placed on the furnace of heaven and earth. Ding! Yin-Yang ruler strengthening +4 success. Ding! Taibei spear strengthening +2 success. Ding! 6-toed beads strengthen +3 success. Ding! Spirit fate staff strengthening +2 success. Good guy, even Ye Fan was shocked right now. 50 pieces of spirit treasures are all the same while enhancing success. The success rate is as high as 100%? Could this Yuan Shi Tianzun be another Zhao Gongming? The heavenly immortals below are even more energetic, continuing to summarize their own experience in the best way. For the experience of as long as I strengthen fast enough, if I fail, I won't catch up with me. As long as the number of spirit treasures I strengthen at the same time is enough, the heaven and earth furnace will not have time to break the spirit treasure. Looking at the +3 yin-yang ruler, he actually advanced directly from a middle-grade congenital spirit treasure to a top-grade congenital spirit treasure. Yuan Shi Tianzun was immediately overjoyed. Go down at this speed and harvest a bunch of +10 artifacts. Isn't it enough to have a hand? Rubbing his waist and stood up from the ground, Yuan Shi Tianzun once again dropped his palm without hesitation. The nightmare watershed of +3 is approaching soon. What will happen to Yuan Shi Tianzun's battle? All the immortals are watching. To be continued. Chapter 34, A Gamble by Zhao Gongming. Ding. Yin Yang Ruler strengthening +5 success. Ding. Taibei Spear strengthening +3 success. Ding. Six-toed beads strengthen +4 failed. Ding. Spiritual staff strengthening +3 success. The system prompt fell, and the immortals were relieved with a deep sigh of approval. This time, Yuan Shi Tianzun failed to strengthen the Ling Bao as many as 32. Among them, there are as many as 8 spirit treasures directly broken after +4 failure. Good guys! A whole 8 pieces of innate spirit treasures were shattered in one fell swoop. I have seen a prodigal, and I have never seen such a prodigal. Ye Fan nodded non-committal. This is what you asked for. But well, this rhythm, I like it. Yuan Shi Tianzun was slightly stunned, swallowing a large mouthful of saliva. His throat rolled, but he couldn't utter a word for a while. 8 innate spirit treasures. It's still a success +3, a baby who has raised a rank. Even if his Yuan Shi Tianzun's family is great, he still feels distressed. The most important thing is that after this wave, he not only broke 8 innate spiritual treasures, but also spent millions of years of painstaking cultivation and precious source power. Regret. Remorse. Suffering. Fortunately, after a while, Yuan Shi Tianzun withdrew from the broken sky of Ling Bao, but instead his eyes lightened and his heart fiercely focused on the more than 10 congenital Ling Bao that succeeded +4. There is also a +5 Yin and Yang ruler that makes great progress. From the +10 artifact of the Master Tongtian, half of the small goal has been completed. There is no shortage of +2, +3 and Ling Bao with success +4. Not too bad. Rush. Continue to rush to the Lord. Fight through the sky, punish Haoshan Tanjir, order the 3 realms, all today. Snapped. Without hesitation, another palm fell. Ding. Yin Yang ruler strengthening +5 failed. Ding. Taibei Spear strengthening +3 success. Ding. Ding Guangzhu strengthening +4 failed. Ding. Spiritual staff strengthening +4 failure. How come? Yuan Shi Tianzun was stunned, and tried his best to release his spiritual thoughts to perceive it, but his spirit treasure was already broken and clean. Completely erased all the marks related to him, and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 54. What I left for myself, as long as the body that seemed to be hollowed out and the chicken feathers all over the floor. Looking at the turmoil of the great road ahead and the rising sky and earth melting pot, Yuan Shi Tianzun regretted it for a while. Own +5 Yin and Yang ruler. Own +3 Ding Guangzhu. Own +3 Spirit Fate Staff. Broken. It's so broken. That is the spirit treasure that I have put in countless efforts, millions of years of cultivation, and the power of the infinite source. Why? Why on earth? Why can he succeed in a wave of +10 directly and take off on the spot, but he has lost his blood? Could it be that this period of time is really guilty of Tai Sui, and the passing of the year is unfavorable? After calming down, Yuan Shi Tianzun released his spiritual thoughts again, and suddenly discovered that there were already more than 20 innate spirit treasures that he had used to achieve his dreams. Among them, only 6 of them succeeded in +3, and the rest were all +1 and +2. Surrounded by the group of heavenly immortals who are tirelessly collecting data and summarizing their experience, are they also confused? Where is the problem? Could this be the wrong way to win by quantity? This is unscientific. He took a few deep breaths, trying not to let himself go astray. After adjusting his mentality, Yuan Shi Tianzun, who did not believe in evil, once again sprinted into the furnace of heaven and earth. Ding! Tebei Spear Strengthening +4 success. Ding! Fenjiakan Strengthen +4 success. Ding! Longhua Shiniu Strengthen +4 success. Ding! Yang Pu Needle Strengthening +4 success. Good guy. After this wave, Yuan Shi Tianzun's mood is like riding a roller coaster, up and down, extremely exciting. After smashing nearly 30 innate spirit treasures, Yuan Shi Tianzun finally had some luck. It has once again created a 100% enhancement success rate. That's right. The immortals around hurriedly recorded this historic moment. Speed plus quantity, it is simply invincible. It seems that this Ling Bao strengthening, there is indeed a law to follow. Seeing the immersive appearance of these heavenly court immortals with their heads down one by one, Ye Fan couldn't help feeling a little funny. Where is this group of high heavenly immortals? It's just a bunch of two-color ball lottery players. Yuan Shi Tianzun also ignited the blazing ambition in his heart again. A mere +10. Isn't it enough to have a hand? Superior. Go on to the Lord. Snapped. After a palm fell, the immortals fell silent in an instant, and Yuan Shi Tianzun also swallowed nervously. A lot of the power of the origin has been taken away, even if it is a saint, it is a bit unbearable for a while. Ding! Tebei Spear Strengthening +5 failed. Ding! Fenjiakan Strengthen +5 failed. Ding! Longhua Divine Jade Strengthening +5 failed. Ding! Yang Pu Needle Strengthening +5 failed. Broken. A total of more than 24 congenitals that have succeeded +4 are all broken. This wave is directly impoverished and white. Push yourself into the abyss. The immortals in the heavenly court stepped back subconsciously, for fear of being affected by Yuan Shi Tianzun's anger. Especially Zhao Gongming, who was standing in the corner, looked at Yuan Shi Tianzun's gloomy face, and the smile on his face became more obvious. Old stuff. Let you count people around. Did you get retribution right now? How about a profound background? What about the wealth of the family? What about the cultivation of the saint? Chapter 55. Entering this temple building, it should be broken or broken. My dear, this. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Yuan Shi Tianzun looked at Ye Fan a little pitifully, as if he wanted to get back an explanation. As I said before, this way of strengthening, everything will happen, even this seat cannot influence the result. All the consequences will be borne by fellow deists. Ye Fan's voice was loud, and it seemed that he couldn't refuse. Yuan Shi Tianzun could only nod it in a slanderous manner. After all, he did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. He lost a whole 50 innate spirit treasures at once, and also wasted millions of years of cultivation and countless source power. Such a price is really heartache. Looking at the temple building in front of him, Yuan Shi Tianzun's eyes were full of fear. It seems that this strengthening matter is really looking for a tiger's skin. Can't afford it. Can't afford it. It's better to stay away. Otherwise, if he keeps on doing this, he has worked so hard to accumulate countless Yuanhui's foundations, and he can't help but consume it. Don't talk about a +10 artifact at that time, maybe even the coffin will be gone. The current Yuan Shi Tianzun has already entered the first realm of a gambler. I have lingering palpitations. Still can keep the last trace of reason in my heart. It's just that whether you can withstand the temptation in front of you is an unknown. Unexpectedly, Uncle Yuan Shi was so sweet. Before your Majesty strengthened the +10 artifact successfully, he failed dozens of times. Even my master is a +10 immortal sword that was smashed with Ling Bao. Master, the layout is smaller and smaller. Ask the immortals present, who hasn't experienced several failures. Furthermore, this strengthening method has a secret. How can it be so difficult to just find the right way? Zhao Gongming stood up without hesitation, and resolutely became the last straw to crush Yuan Shi Tianzun. Being so ridiculed by a junior with a big feud, Yuan Shi Tianzun immediately got tempered. Hey! Yellow-mouthed kid! Your superior has said that, this strengthening way, all depends on fate, even the superior can't control the result. You are a little delusional pinnacle ant, how can you have the confidence to speak wildly here? Hearing Yuan Shi Tianzun actually questioning Zhao Gongming, all the immortals underneath showed sympathy. This is the master who has strengthened 2 innate treasures at the same time, without any failure. If you question people so much, isn't it a pleasure to find yourself? Oh? It seems that Uncle Yuan Shi doesn't believe it. Zhao Gongming smiled knowingly, today's I outpitted you Yuan Shi Tianzun. Hey! Nonsense! Yuan Shi Tianzun suddenly flicked his sleeves, his eyes full of disdain. Then I wonder if Uncle Yuan Shi dare to make a bet with me. If I can directly strengthen a +10 artifact, Uncle Yuan Shi will release my true spirit from the list of conferred gods. If I didn't succeed, this low-grade innate treasure-bound dragon cable would be given as a gift to Uncle. After saying that, Zhao Gongming asked for the dragon binding that had already been advanced for the low-grade innate treasure, and shook it at Yuan Shi Tianzun. Looking at this real inferior innate treasure, it is almost comparable to your own Pangu banners. Originally, Yuan Shi Tianzun, who had already lost his eyes, would hesitate for a while. Naturally he nodded loudly. A word is settled. To be continued. Chapter 35 The arrogant Zhao Gongming with no comment. Then please honor me with all of my colleagues present to be a witness for me. Zhao Gongming arched his hands to the quartet, looking very solemn and excited. He was the first Deluo Jingxian in the conferred gods and Kuang tribulation period. But it was precisely because Yuan Shi Tianzun calculated himself and sent his true spirit to the list of conferred gods, which caused him to be restrained and suppressed everywhere. I haven't been able to make progress for so many years. Now that liberation and freedom are imminent, how can Zhao Gongming not be excited? But considering Yuan Shi Tianzun's cunning and calculation, he could only ask Ye Fan to be a witness. Yuan Shi Tianzun snorted coldly, feeling extremely annoyed at this junior's unwillingness to believe in his credibility and personality. Ye Fan smiled, looking very happy. On the one hand, I am also curious about Zhao Gongming's luck, on the other hand, because I am a dog farm, I am not losing money. Go Chuang, always drop God. If Zhao Gongming once again possessed the European Emperor, he would directly take a wave of +10 and take off on the spot. It would surely stimulate the heavenly immortals and Yuan Shi Tianzun again, and bring the next wave of strengthening frenzy to his temple building. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Zhao Gongming fails this strengthening, what will he lose? Since the 2 fellow deists have reached an agreement, I will give you a testimony. If Zhao Gongming can still strengthen the innate treasure, Yuan Shi Tianzun will release his true spirit from the list of conferred gods. Chapter 56. If not, Zhao Gongming's low-grade innate supreme treasure-bound dragon cable will belong to Yuan Shi Tianzun. Do you have any objections? Ye Fan looked around the 2 of them and looked very domineering. Thank you, sir. Zhao Gongming and Yuan Shi Tianzun unanimously agreed on this bet. The group of heavenly immortals who watched the excitement at the bottom are all stunned, their eyes widened, wanting to see why Zhao Gongming can be so confident. Does Zhao Gongming really have any secret reinforcement secrets? A group of 2 color ball lottery players began to pull out their small books, recording the scene before them. He arched his hand at Ye Fan, and Zhao Gongming walked forward with his head swaggered. After thinking about it, he directly took out the last innate spirit treasure in his hand. Golden Jiao Cut. This golden Jiao scissors was given by his sister San Xiao back then. It couldn't be better to hit Yuan Shi Tianzun's face on the old guy. As for strengthening failure or something. Haha, it doesn't exist. A mere piece of innate treasure, isn't it enough to have a hand? No, you can only say that you pull the cross by yourself, then I can't blame it. Seeing that Zhao Gongming directly took out a middle-grade innate spirit treasure as soon as he came, Yuan Shi Tianzun even sneered. I shattered a whole 50 congenital spirit treasures, although my heart aches, but it still doesn't hurt my bones. But if this kid didn't have this middle-grade innate spirit treasure, and then gave himself the low-grade innate treasure, he would be really desperate. If you want to die, the old man becomes all you. Uncle Yuanqi, please open your eyes and watch. After saying this, Zhao Gongming did not hesitate to sprint wildly towards the furnace of heaven and earth. Fug! 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 The system prompt sound also rang one after another, echoing in the entire hall. Ding! Golden Jiao Scissor Strengthening +1 succeeded. Ding! Golden Jiao Shear Strengthening +2 success. Ding! Golden Jiao Scissors Strengthen +3 success. Ding! Golden Jiao Scissors Strengthen +8 success. Ding! Golden Jiao Shear Strengthening +9 success. The dust is settled. This Jin Jiao Cut, this is a middle grade innate spiritual treasure, now a wave of +9, instantly advances to a low grade innate treasure. Good guys! It is actually another innate treasure of inferior grade. The immortals underneath are boiling. Even the look in Zhao Gongming's eyes changed. This one, the god of wealth. If it is to discuss the results of the battle alone, in addition to the Chao Tian spirit treasure strengthened by the master Tong Tian, I am afraid that Zhao Gongming will have the greatest gain. An ant in the realm of Deluo can actually sit on 3 low-grade innate treasures at the same time. I am afraid that even a sage of the second sage level in the West cannot bear this kind of background. Could it be that the luck that belongs to Zhijiao has begun to come back? If not, how could the two of them, the teacher and the apprentice, be so smooth? This is simply destiny. In a short time, all the immortals in the whole large group became active. No, we must have a good relationship between Zibaifeng and Zhao Gongming and Zhijiao. If you can learn Zhao Gongming's hand, testify and claim saintly, and take off in a wave, isn't it just around the corner? In just a few days, Zhao Gongming has become an unattainable existence in the eyes of the immortals from the crowded ranks in the heavens. I am afraid that even the Jade Emperor will please him. The real sweet pastry. Real fame and fortune. Ye Fan was also shocked. This guy, the name of God of Wealth, is really well deserved. With this kind of luck, looking at the entire 3 realms, there is really no one. Oh, Yu Huang. Definitely the Emperor. Yuan Shi Tianzun was stunned. Chapter 57 began to fall into endless self-doubt. Could it be that the old man opened it in the wrong way? Could it be that this Ling Bao enhancement is really just a matter of having a hand? Could this strengthening method really have rules and secrets to follow? Think of the whole 50 pieces of innate spiritual treasures and the spent cultivation base and the power of the source. Yuan Shi Tianzun is a burst of heartache. Uncle Yuanqi, I wonder if we can fulfill our betting contract just now. Zhao Gongming raised his brows and pointed his sword at Yuan Shi Tianzun. The 3 congenital treasures behind him showed their brilliance at the same time, and their power was astonishing. Sending Zhao Gongming to the list of gods and letting Zhijiao cut off the inheritance is a crucial move for himself. If Zhao Gongming were to be released in this way, the Master Tongtian now has a Chaos Spirit treasure, which is the moment of prosperity. This Zhao Gongming also holds 3 innate treasures at the same time, and the robbery is bound to prosper. When the time comes, the status quo that he has worked hard to plan for tens of thousands of years has not come to fruition. Wouldn't it be in vain? Not reconciled. Not reconciled. But this is still in the construction of the temple. Ye Fan testified, and countless heavenly immortals saw it as it was. If his own dignified saint turned back, let's not mention whether he will be punished by Ye Fan for the time being, and how he will behave in the future. Is it true that I have been passing years of disadvantage recently? He was humiliated by the Master Tongtian, and then hit the door by Haoshan Tongzhi. Now I finally arrived at the temple building, and when I came back in, I was disarmed by others. Now not only has he lost 50 innate spirit treasures in vain, but he has to release Zhao Gongming to fulfill his inheritance of the sect? The clown is myself. Why, does Uncle Yuanxi want to break his promise and get fat? Zhao Gongming squinted his eyes, aggressive, and didn't give this uncle any face at all. Ye Fan also watched the scene in front of him with interest. If Yuanxi Tianzun really wanted to say nothing, he wouldn't mind punishing him. Who makes yourself a conscientious merchant among the 3 realms? This conscientious merchant naturally respects faith first. Hey! The old man is a dignified saint, how can he do things that are so shameless and skinless? Just after releasing your true spirit, can you teach me the secret of strengthening? Yuanxi Tianzun also saved face and began to beg Zhao Gongming. Unexpectedly, Zhao Gongming waved his big hand and slowly spit out 4 words from between his teeth. No comment. To be continued. Chapter 36 The Conferred God Ranking Breaks Through the Quasi-Saint. Yuanxi Tianzun's face was turned blue and white with anger, and he seemed very indignant at Zhao Gongming's arrogant face. The old man kindly lowered his face and talked with you in a nice way. Are you still pretending to be with me? I really thought that if I had 3 innate treasures, I would be able to cross the world. Too much deception. It's too deceiving. After this temple is built, the old man will definitely make you unable to survive or die. Since the 2 of you already know the result, let's fulfill the agreement again over there. Ye Fan nodded, looking very fair. Thank you, sir. Zhao Gongming was very touched. After all, he and Ye Fan are not related to each other, and there is really no need for them to offend a saint because of themselves. If Yuanxi Tianzun really wants to fall back, even if his master comes, I am afraid it will be helpless. But now that Ye Fan presides over justice, then naturally everything is easy to say. The immortals below the heavenly court cast their respectful gazes like Ye Fan. Such an honorable person with a fair conscience is really rare in the 3 realms. This is called respect and respect. This is worthy of this title. Comparing the Yuanxi Tianzun in front of him, many people are beginning to feel a little disgusted and contemptuous. What is the pattern? One-sided. The pattern is smaller. Junior, please follow the decree. Yuanxi Tianzun didn't have the guts to play any tricks under Ye Fan's eyelids. Anyway, it's impossible to reckless, it would be better to be more free and easy, and still have a good reputation. After speaking, he gave a cold snort. Despite the 10,000 unwillingness in his heart, he could only pretend to be calm after all, and with a big wave of his hand, he took out the book title of the gods that day. Chapter 58. The Book of Heaven is here, and the flowers are everywhere, and the crowd is in an uproar. Even Ye Fan opened his eyes wide, and watched the glorious and magical scene before him. Feng Shen Bang! This is a real product of the will of heaven. Not to mention how many legends I have heard about it in my previous life, that is, looking at the entire prehistoric world, this list of gods has also achieved countless people and destroyed countless people's supreme existence. Especially for this group of heavenly immortals, seeing the conferred god list floating in the air, they all produced a kind of fear and awe from the depths of their souls. After all, whoever holds the position of heavenly court, who can get rid of the shackles and control of this sacred list? If this thing wants you to give birth, you can give birth. But if you want you to die, it's even easier. If it were in the days when heavenly court was founded, there would be countless opportunities for merit and luck, and naturally many people would squeeze their heads and try to join in. But now, with the rise of Western religions and the gradual decline of the heavenly courts, how many benefits can they get? The most important thing is that with the conscientious merchants like building temples, who the seems to be honestly fighting for his duties. Struggling for thousands of years, it is better to let go in building the temple. If it is possible to have Zhao Gongming's fortune, soaring into the sky is not a dream. Take another look at Zhao Gongming. Not only does he directly hold 3 pieces of innate treasures, he can also release the true spirit without being restricted and fettered by the conferred God list. This kind of opportunity is really envious of others. Looking at Yuan Shi Tianzun, his hands quickly formed seals, and instantly resonated with Feng Shen Bang. Then he controlled the conferred God list and slowly found the true spirit of Zhao Gongming, which had been sealed for a long time. After a while, Zhao Gongming saw a burst of brilliance, and then he began to work hard. The incomparable aura of heaven and earth in the entire building of the temple rushed into Zhao Gongming's body like a long whale sucking water, and the true spirit. Zhao Gongming was also taken aback for a moment, even if Xian began to laugh loudly, enjoying the scene in front of him wantonly. For this scene, he had waited for tens of thousands of years. Gradually, the 5 elements road appears and disappears from time to time, the sea of fire grows and disappears, the grass and trees are scattered, the sound of gold and iron is constantly ringing. The endless law, all entangled in Zhao Gongming's body. The 3 innate treasures who had already recognized the Lord were not idle, and the endless innate energy rushed to Zhao Gongming frantically, greatly nourishing every cell in his body. The soul gradually began to condense, and the true spirit was already fully incorporated. Then, Zhao Gongming only let out a soft cry. Break! In an instant, a terrifying aura broke out from him. As the first monk at the peak of Deluo between heaven and earth, he has accumulated tens of thousands of years of heritage because of Yuan Shi Tianzun's suppression. Now that you have accumulated a lot of money, you are naturally going to be a blockbuster. Ye Fan's index finger imaginary painting, hitting a spiritual force. It can be regarded as stabilizing the violent aura in the body for Zhao Gongming. Thank you for your help. After a while, Zhao Gongming respectfully bowed down in front of Ye Fan. Bow your head and ears. He worshipped all the masters, so how could he not admire it? This majesty who built the temple is not only his benefactor of Zhao Gongming, but also the benefactor of the entire sect. The grace of reconstruction is nothing in return. Okay, get up quickly, this seat is just going along the way. All of this is your own chance. After kowtow again to Ye Fan, Zhao Gongming suddenly stood up from the ground. He cast his gaze suddenly to Yuan Shi Tianzun, who was in a complicated mood. Thanks to Uncle Yuan Shi for the generous gift. Without the help of Master Yuan Shi, I am afraid that Gongming would not be able to achieve this quasi-sage status. Zhao Gongming's words can be described as harsh, and every sentence is like a knife, severely cut on Yuan Shi Tianzun's heart. The clown is myself. I've been busy for tens of thousands of years, and the organs have been exhausted, but this is the end in the end? Unlucky. The fleeting year is not good. Looking at Zhao Gongming's current state, although it is only an early stage of the quasi-sage, but the aura that exudes from his body, even in the ordinary stage of the quasi-sage, it is not his opponent. Not to mention that people still have 3 innate treasures in their hands. Hey! Young people must not be arrogant, they still need to cultivate well in the future. Suffocating the nausea, Yuan Shi Tianzun nodded, pinching his nose and acknowledging the ending of the moment. Seeing this, the rest of the immortals also rushed forward, and began to get close to Zhao Gongming. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Gongming, go one step further. Gongming Taoist friends are unparalleled in luck, it's really enviable. Now that he has restored his free body, Gongming Taoist fellow must be able to make a blockbuster and accomplish a lot. In an instant, the hall was full of congratulations to Zhao Gongming, and it made Yuan Shi Tianzun even more uncomfortable than eating flies, and his heart was mixed. No. He, Zhao Gongming and Master Tongtian can do it, why can't he do it? If you can't also strengthen a chaos spirit treasure, you can really finish it. Chapter 59. Yuan Shi Tianzun's eyes were firm, looking at the furnace of heaven and earth in front of him. The last trace of caution in his heart also disappeared without a trace, and it seemed very hot. You must find a way to get this Ling Bao strengthening secret. To bear the burden of humiliation and then soar into the sky, a shame before the snow, only the Lord. To be continued. Chapter 37 Strengthening Secret Studs Yuan Shi Tianzun. Dare to ask your honor, is there really a knack for this strengthening method? After hesitating for a while, Yuan Shi Tianzun still looked at Ye Fan with his old face. When this guy actually asked such a question, Ye Fan immediately became happy, and said with a grin. This way of strengthening, this seat cannot influence the result. Well, you all seem to have a good understanding of this, so you might as well ask them. When there was a play, Yuan Shi Tianzun immediately became energetic, turned his head and looked at the heavenly immortals behind him, with a rare gentle expression in his eyes. Please tell me too. Good guy, dignified Yuan Shi Tianzun, actually treats everyone so courteously. In an instant, all the immortals in the heavenly court were a little flattered, and suddenly they didn't react. In the final analysis, people are also dignified saints, and they all ask questions like this. Naturally, many people want to take the opportunity to get close to Yuan Shi Tianzun. In an instant, the whole building temple began to scramble to share its own exclusive secrets for Yuan Shi Tianzun. First, I wanted to sell my personal affection to Yuan Shi Tianzun, no matter how familiar I was. Secondly, there is another reason everyone is tacitly tacit. Although I have summed up my experience, it is only theoretical knowledge in the final analysis. As the saying goes, it's always shallow on paper, you need to do it yourself if you want to know this. However, he is ashamed of his own pockets, and is not enough to support the correctness of his practical theory. In this way, it is undoubtedly the safest way to let Yuan Shi Tianzun, a bully, find his way. If it succeeds, then go to battle in person, if it fails, continue to collect data and organize experience. Tianzun is here, please listen to me. As the so-called world martial arts, only fast is not broken. So this strengthening method lies in a fast word. As long as I strengthen fast enough, I won't be able to catch up with me if I fail. Tianzun, the younger generation also has a word to tell. The method of strengthening must adhere to the original heart and not be disturbed. So, close your eyes and slap on the top of the stove frantically, no matter what the West is, and seeking benevolence, and benevolence is the right way. Tianzun, this junior has a strengthened 16-character mantra to tell. When I heard that there was such a professional thing, Yuan Shi Tianzun was even more energetic, and he was rare to get closer, and asked in an approachable way. Oh? I don't know what this 16-character mantra is. Keep your heart and face the difficulties, or come back with great satisfaction. Wonderful. Tianzun, winning by number is the right way. As long as I have enough spirit treasures to strengthen at the same time, there will be no time to react to failure. Yuan Shi Tianzun carefully comprehended the various secrets of the new harvest, and gradually squinted his eyes into contemplation. To sum it up, it is nothing more than 3 points. 1 is to be fast, so that failure can't catch up with me. Secondly, the number is large, which greatly reduces the probability of failure of reinforcement. The third thing is to keep the original heart and face the difficulties. Reminiscent of the previous experience that Zhao Gongming suddenly smashed into the furnace of heaven and earth, and the experience of Master Tongtian and Jade Emperor failing dozens of times before succeeding, Yuan Shi Tianzun was completely relieved. The old man has a big business and can afford to play. With so much experience in your body, plus your own background, are you afraid that you will be compared to others? What about Chaos Ling Bao? What about becoming a quasi-saint? When the old man strengthens a Chaos Supreme treasure, he will surely call you to rob you, and you will never come back. A raging fire ignited in Yuan Shi Tianzun's eyes again. Fight! Thank you all for answering your questions. After the old man has successfully strengthened, he will hold a Fa conference in the Maluo Palace and invite everyone to come and listen to the sermon. After that, Yuan Shi Tianzun walked to the melting pot of heaven and earth very confidently. He arched his hands towards Ye Fan. Sir, this junior wants to strengthen 100 spirit treasures at the same time. I wonder if you can give me a chance. Ye Fan was also shocked. Could this be the failure of the landlord's stupid son? The immortals underneath are even more eye-catching, the saint's background is really amazing. Even Zhao Gongming became quite worried. Although I don't understand the theory of probability, I also know that with such a large base, maybe it can really make this Yuanshi Tianzun soar into the sky. Chapter 60. After hesitating for a while, after communicating with the system, Ye Fan nodded firmly. Whether it is life or death, it depends on the good fortune of your Yuanshi Tianzun. With a single finger, the furnace of heaven and earth in front of you instantly expanded a bit. The avenue on it became more and more dense, and it seemed very mysterious. Yuanshi Tianzun took a few deep breaths, and bowed to Ye Fan again. Thank you, Your Honor. After speaking, he did not hesitate to take out dozens of bottles of elixirs and all kinds of heavenly materials and earth treasures in the Temple of Construction. After all, this is a big project. At the same time strengthening 100 pieces of Ling Bao, just before +4, it will cost nearly 10 million years of cultivation. With such a huge consumption, if Yuanshi Tianzun doesn't prepare for it, maybe his body will be hollowed out. As for that precious source of power, he can only grit his teeth. For the sake of elucidation, for one's own face, for the overall situation of the three realms. Fight. Does it take so hard? Seeing Yuanshi Tianzun's pill after bottle pouring frantically into his mouth, Ye Fan's cheek twitched. I have seen the upper one, I have never seen such an upper one. Seeing all kinds of heaven, material and earth treasures being swallowed by Yuanshi Tianzun like eating and drinking water, the heavenly immortals underneath are dripping blood. A violent thing. If so many miraculous medicines and heavenly materials and treasures are given to myself, maybe I can go further. The handwriting of the saint is indeed incomparable. The entire building of the temple was filled with a strong fragrance of medicine, which made the group of heavenly celestial clouds float in the mist, and it was very enjoyable and comfortable. Ye Fan smiled bitterly. Building a temple by yourself is really a conscientious businessman. You turn it into a lottery shop all at once, and turn it into a song and dance hall at once. Is this really good? Are you here to take drugs? Why don't you shake it twice? Here are a few more words that rise from the ground. The glory can only rely on yourself? Finally, about a quarter of an hour later, Yuanshi Tianzun finally recovered his spirits. Sir, that junior will begin. Ye Fan still had that cold and arrogant appearance, and he nodded his head for some reason, but he also appeared interested. Can this guy come here? All the immortals also came to the spirit, especially those who were adopted the strengthening secrets, and they were extremely excited. They seemed to be more concerned than Yuanshi Tianzun himself. They all wanted to find out whether the experience they had summed up with painstaking efforts. It's really useful. Yuanshi Tianzun also held his breath for a while, and with a big wave of his hand, he took out all 108 spirit treasures. Although this time there are more in quantity than last time, in terms of quality, most of them are low-grade innate spirit treasures. Yuanshi Tianzun was also extremely nervous. Although his family has a lot of business, but these 108 things can be regarded as his own coffin. If all were broken, there would be only treasures such as Pangu banners left in his hands. When the time comes, it will really be exhausted. Keep your heart and face the difficulties, or come back with great satisfaction. The various strengthening secrets of the immortals lingered in the heart for a long time. Yuanshi Tianzun suddenly opened his eyes, and put all these 108 spirit treasures into the furnace of heaven and earth. A crazy color appeared on his face, he suddenly raised his right palm and fell to the furnace of heaven and earth. To be continued. Chapter 38, My Yuanshi promises this is the last time. Ding! Sweep Xia Yi strengthened +1 successfully. Ding! Dirty Protection Talisman strengthened by +1 success. Ding! succeeded in strengthening the magic pestle by +1. Ding! Liu Beijian strengthening +1 failed. In an instant, the million-year cultivation base was taken away, and Yuan Shi Tianzun's breathing seemed a bit heavy. He stared at the melting pot of heaven and earth before him, praying for the result of this strengthening. After a while, the dust settled. A total of 100 pieces of Ling Bao, more than 70 pieces of assimilation and strengthening were successful, and overall it was normal and smooth. With a sigh of relief, at least this is a good start. Yuan Shi Tianzun no longer hesitated, and based on the previous experience borrowed from the heavenly public immortals, he finally closed his eyes and started a crazy sprint. Fug! Fug! Papa! With each palm falling, Yuan Shi Tianzun's breathing became heavier and heavier, and the sweat beads on his forehead became bigger and bigger. Gradually, from the tens of thousands of years of cultivation bases directly emptied, the original power of the body also damages a lot. Yuan Shi Tianzun felt that his waist and knees were sore for a while, and he could no longer support such a huge consumption. It turned out that he staggered and fell to the ground.